Chapter 1748. Infallible, Blessed Land Battlefield. The enemies have entered the formation. It seems they want to display the full power of the 5-colored smoke. Li Huang and the rest are in trouble. Chen Yi had been paying close attention to the situation. Should we go and reinforce them? We might be able to work together with these reinforcements to destroy the enemy formation. As long as the formation is broken, 1 or 2 of their core immortal Gu will be destroyed. They might not be able to turn the situation around. Bai Tsang Shui suggested. Chen Yi thought about it before shaking his head. No need to take the risk. The situation is very beneficial to us now. Let them return to the 9-9 consecutive, unceasing formation. Chen Yi not only did not attack, he even called back Li Huang and the rest. He decided to stall for time. Fang Yuan flew out of the formation and started to deal with Li Huang and the rest. Inside the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang and the rest fought against Fang Yuan. They were greatly restricted and their movements were restricted. After suffering some losses, Li Huang gave the order to retreat. The group entered the 9-9 consecutive, unceasing formation. At once, both sides entered their respective formations. The battlefield that was filled with sounds of fighting was only left with the sound of unlimited wind. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan stayed outside the formation. The former carefully controlled unlimited wind to avoid the 5-colored smoke. He charged toward Celestial Quartz formation from another direction. The latter hid in the 5-colored smoke. Following the spreading of the smoke, he got closer to Celestial Quartz formation. Let's persevere like this as long as Celestial Quartz battlefield is pacified. It will be our victory. Within the 9-9 consecutive, unceasing formation, Chen Yi raised the morale of his troops. But he had just said that when he heard a loud explosion. The immortals quickly looked over and saw that the 5-colored smoke was rumbling endlessly. Fang Yuan's 5-regional formation had suddenly exploded. A figure flew out of the 5-colored smoke that covered the sky like an arrow. Prince's impatience, what are you doing? Kill him. He is definitely a spy of Celestial Court. Lord Chi, are you all right? Someone come and save Lord Chi. A change occurred. Southern border and northern plains Gu immortals were in chaos. Prince's impatience, don't even think about escaping. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, who were outside the formation, turned around and tried to stop Prince's impatience. Bai Tsang Shui was overjoyed, so it was Prince's impatience who made a move inside the formation and destroyed the enemy's formation. Well done. Some Gu immortals who did not know the inside story saw this and were dumbfounded. Hurry, Prince's impatience is a member of my spirit affinity house. Quickly go and help him. A spirit affinity house's supreme elder urged. Needless to say, Chen Yi had already given the order. Li Huang, Qin Yi, and Bai Tsang Shui flew out of the formation to receive Prince's impatience. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were obstructed by the 3 of them. Prince's impatience was not weak, and with reinforcements he successfully entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the Celestial Quartz immortals did not know. This Prince's impatience whom they sent into the formation was a fake. I finally got in. Fang Yuan snickered to himself as killing intent surged in his chest. Immortal killer move, familiar face. This was a killer move that had been modified by Fang Yuan, and with the increase in transformation path Dao marks after annexing Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, its power had increased by several times. Even though Celestial Court was prepared, they did not discover Fang Yuan's true identity. At this moment, the real Prince's impatience was still inside the 5-regional formation. The 5-regional formation was modified by Fang Yuan. He naturally designed a formation within the formation. This inner formation was the cage that imprisoned Prince's impatience. There were several rank 8 Gu immortals guarding the formation cores. As for the Fang Yuan inside the 5-colored smoke, it was Yi Haofang in disguise. Southern borders, rank 8 Gu immortal, Yi Haofang was also a transformation path Gu immortal. Even though he did not have a method like Familiar Face, he was inside the 5-colored smoke, with the other rank 8 Gu Immortals helping him conceal the investigative killer moves. He did not get exposed. As for the 5 regional formation, it had truly self-detonated. A vast number of mortal Gu perished. The immortal Gu that used the formation also suffered losses. If he did not do this, he would not be able to deceive Chen Yi and the rest. There was another reason why Chen Yi was kept in the dark. That was because Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle had informed them in advance. Chen Yi and the rest knew Prince's Impatience's true identity. Thus they had been paying attention to Prince's Impatience during the intense battle. Once Prince's Impatience made a move and stabbed the enemy in the back, they would cooperate and expand their gains. Right now, Prince's Impatience destroyed the enemy's formation the moment he made a move. The results were huge. Chen Yi and the rest were mentally prepared, so they immediately took action against Fan Yuan. The secret of my rebirth has been exposed. Celestial Court will definitely be worried about Prince's Impatience's identity being exposed. And this battle concerns the overall situation of fake Gu. At the crucial moment, Celestial Court will definitely expose Prince's Impatience's identity to protect the overall situation. This is something I can make use of. Fan Yuan sneered in his mind. He disguised as Prince's Impatience and pretended to be heavily injured. Under the expectant gazes of Celestial Court's immortals, he openly stepped into the core of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder was the first to welcome him. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." Fan Yuan was ready to take action after accumulating his strength. Because I am not the real Prince's Impatience, my identity will be exposed once I interact with them. Moreover, I do not have Wuyong's concealment methods. When I prepare a killer move, my aura will definitely leak out. Thus, the true time to make a move is the moment I enter the formation. Because I am being chased, my mortal killer move has not dissipated yet. Fan Yuan was about to make a move when a change occurred. On the battlefield, everyone's expression changed. What is that? Rank 9 killer move. It seems to come from Northern Plains. Luck Path Aura. Its direction seems to be aimed at Celestial Court. At this moment, both sides forgot about the battle. They looked up at the sky. A huge pillar of light stretched across the sky, shooting towards Celestial Court at an extremely fast speed. This pillar of light was so huge, it was like a giant river that dominated heaven and earth. Everywhere it went, it pushed away all the air. As the pillar of light moved forward, it emitted a grand and deafening sound. Such a grand and majestic killer move made everyone dazed. Even Chen Yi, Wuyong, and even Fan Yuan felt their own insignificance. Unstoppable, invincible. The pillar of light started from black heaven above Northern Plains. It pierced through the regional walls and directly crashed into Celestial Court. Celestial Court shook intensely, mountains shook, countless immortal Gu houses cracked and broke. This is... Duke Long suddenly raised his head. A moment ago, he was in high spirits and had great divine might. He had beaten up 7 extreme desolation and calamity, luck altar. But when the pillar of light shot towards him, he paled in fright. At this moment, he was like a fish on a chopping board. He could not move. He was locked down by the pillar of light. He was like an insect trapped in amber. He could only watch as the pillar of light approached him. Even though his current battle strength was enough to make other rank 8 Gu Immortals sigh in admiration. Rank 9 killer move. This is the work of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal left behind a backup plan after all. No, he is not targeting me. He is going straight for fake Gu. Duke Long suddenly realized he had a ruthless expression as he struggled and tried to activate immortal killer moves again and again. But a terrifying scene occurred. His killer move had never been successfully activated even once. The activation of killer moves failed time and time again. He was suffering from backlash. Blood flowed out of his mouth and eyes. The immortals of Celestial Court were thrown into chaos. Some overestimated themselves and tried to block the pillar of light. but they were all destroyed. Not a single rank 8 Gu Immortal could stop the Pillar of Light. Lord Giant Sun, Immortal Ancestor. Master! At this moment, Bing Saichuan and Mao Li Chiu had tears in their eyes. But right when the Pillar of Light was about to hit the Refinement Path formation, the Immortals heard an eerie sigh. Next, in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the illusion of 2 Venerables playing chess appeared again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was playing chess with Limitless Demon Venerable, grabbed a chess piece and threw it out. In an instant, countless starlight specks flickered. They were dazzling and did not lose to the orange Pillar of Light. The starlight specks formed a huge net that blocked the Pillar of Light. The Pillar of Light became slower and thinner. The starlight specks surrounding it were absorbing and transferring the power of the Pillar of Light. Lord Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court were overjoyed. They looked at Imperfection Regret Pavilion with deep admiration and excitement. Duke Long breathed heavily. The Pillar of Light was so close to him that it was almost touching his face. But eventually, the Pillar of Light stopped completely. It was trapped by the starlight net. Damn it, I was so close. Bing Saichuan was very annoyed. Duke Long was the strongest battle strength of Celestial Court. He was also their leader. If he died, Celestial Court's morale would plummet, while Longevity Heaven still had Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. They still had hope. Star Constellation, this bitch. Mao Li Chiu gritted its teeth. The Pillar of Light suddenly changed again. It continued to spin faster and faster. Circles of spiraling cyclones formed on the surface. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed a look of surprise on her face. With a loud sound, the Pillar of Light exploded. Hundreds of huge orange-yellow qi currents flew into the bodies of Bing Saichuan, Mao Li Chiu, and the other Northern Plains experts. Mao Li Chiu was dumbfounded. It had already wanted to die. But as the orange-yellow qi currents flowed through its limbs and bones, all of its injuries were healed. Immortal essence started to condense in its immortal aperture. A white gold halo enveloped the members of Longevity Heaven, giving them a strong amplification. This kind of buff effect was several times stronger than heroes among people. After the Pillar of Light was obstructed by the starlight net, it changed its target and turned to help Longevity Heaven's members. Duke Long, let's fight again! Bing Saichuan shouted. He had recovered to his peak state. Calamity Luck Altar was also covered in a layer of light. Under Bing Saichuan's control, it flew out. Duke Long did not dodge. He fought Calamity Luck Altar head-on. In the end, Calamity Luck Altar's momentum was obstructed, while Duke Long flew backwards like cannonball, crashing through 5 to 6 thick walls before he was stopped by the Qi wall. Guh. Duke Long's expression turned pale. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1749. Celestial Court Battlefield. Kill. Deafening battle cries resounded. The morale of the Northern Plains Immortals soared to an unprecedented peak. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's move. It had an extraordinary meaning. His descendants' morale soared. Their battle strength rose sharply. How can this be? The Celestial Court Gu Immortal was stunned. He suddenly froze in the air, unable to move. In front of him, a famous expert in Northern Plains history, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Lu Hui, let out a breath of turbid air. I was almost killed by you. It was so close. What a pity. Cold sweat dripped down the Celestial Court Gu Immortal's forehead. This killer move of yours clearly cannot restrain me. Humph. The truly powerful one is still Giant Sun Immortal. You can't do it. Lu Hui sneered. Then why didn't you say that we were all suppressed by fate earlier? Moreover, what does it matter if I can or cannot? Life and death, victory or defeat is the most important thing. Go die. He lightly waved his hand, taking the other party's life. His eyes were narrow and long, his gaze was bone-chilling. He looked around with ill intentions. Who is next? You can't break my defense. Don't waste your energy. The celestial court Gu Immortal stood unmoving. His body was covered in an extremely thick halo of light. Northern Plains Gu Immortal Yuyang Zi breathed in deeply. He felt a brand new surge of strength in his body. His previous dejection and worry were swept away, his confidence soaring. The current me is different from before. Immortal Killer Move Disintegrate. Yu Yangzi's original name was Yi Lui Hua. He cultivated Rule Path. After becoming a Gu Immortal, he made many contributions, but Yi Lui tribe's internal unfairness made him receive the treatment he deserved. In a fit of anger, he betrayed the tribe and became a demonic path Gu Immortal. In his later years, Yi Lui tribe suffered a setback. They were suppressed and ostracized by many Huangjin tribes. Yi Lui Hua, who had rank 8 cultivation level, was invited back with great fanfare, becoming Yi Lui tribe's first supreme elder, returning to the righteous path. He relied on his own hard work to achieve an achievement that ordinary Gu Immortals could not reach. He made the whole tribe lower their heads and admit their mistakes. Yelu Hua's life experience was filled with the color of legend, stirring up countless juniors. However, even after he returned to the Yelu family and assumed the position of Grand Elder, he did not revert to his original name, still calling himself Jade Sun Zi. How can this be? The celestial court's Gu Immortal was pale with fright. The defense that he was so proud of crumbled continuously before completely dissipating. With the aid of the giant Sun Immortal, Jade Sun directly reversed the difference in strength. The celestial court Gu Immortal who was fighting him soon died in Yu Yangzi's hands. Clang, clang, clang. 3 members of the celestial court joined hands to deal with Yelu Qi. Yuan Ben was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He cultivated Bone Path and had shocking battle strength. When he was alive, he was known as the #1 battle strength in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Even the other 4 regions often heard of his bravery. His figure was not burly, but rather a little thin. However, the white bone armor he wore was hard and thick. He held the white bone spear in his right hand and waved it left and right, stirring up the wind and clouds. He held a white bone dagger in his left hand. The sword light was cold and chilling. After obtaining an orange yellow light, Yuan Ben roared. Countless white bone spikes suddenly shot out of his armor. One of the celestial court Gu Immortals attacking him could not dodge in time. He was pierced by hundreds of bone spikes and died on the spot. Yuan Ben took the chance to attack. His spear pierced the second Gu Immortal's heart, while his sword cut off the third Gu Immortal's head. But there was no excitement or joy on his face. There was only faint desolation. It is a pity that you do not have enough Gu worms. You cannot display your true strength. I have also obtained ancestors' help. This battle is an unfair one. Boom! With a loud explosion, Duke Long was sent flying like a cannonball. The dragon roared. Duke Long quickly stabilized his body. Suddenly, a huge shadow fiercely enveloped them. Duke Long raised his head and saw Calamity Luck Alter pressing down like a mountain. Duke Long snorted coldly. He did not dodge. His dragon claws were clenched into fists. Lord Duke Long, I will lend you a hand. Celestial Court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang targeted Duke Long as he activated a killer move. Immortal Killer Move, Peerless. At the next moment, Duke Long breathed in deeply as he punched at Calamity Luck Alter. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Peerless, Chaotic Dragon Fist. In an instant, fist shadows flew, creating an intense fist wind. Tens of millions of fist shadows were like raging waves, causing Calamity Luck Alter to shake unsteadily. Duke Long is really strong. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. Calamity Luck Alter also received Giant Sun Immortal's help. Its battle strength rose by several times, but it still could not suppress Duke Long. But right at this time, a giant flew over and entered the battlefield. 8 was 7 Extreme Desolation. Duke Long, go to hell! The 7 Extreme Desolation giant roared as it spat out countless pitch-black needles that shot towards Duke Long. Oh no! The nearby celestial court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to help but was obstructed by the other Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Northern Plains Gu Immortals had rich battle experience. These Gu Immortals summoned by Call of the Ancient were all experts in history. After fighting for so long, they had already developed a tacit cooperation. Duke Long was using Chaotic Dragon Fist to resist Calamity Luck Altar, but he was attacked by 7 Extreme Desolation at the same time. This pitch-black needle killer move was extremely powerful. Its aura surged and surged before it reached Duke Long. Duke Long already felt an intense piercing pain. Duke Long's eyes shined with brilliance. Immortal killer move, Clear Dragon Pupil. Once the investigative killer move was used, he immediately saw through many details of the pitch-black needles. He knew that this move contained the essence of Dark Path and was specialized in countering defensive methods. If he relied on his dragon scales or 9 dragon protection seal, he would be riddled with holes. He would be heavily injured on the spot. Then let's fight offense with offense. Duke Long opened his mouth and breathed out. Qi surged as an immortal killer move formed in an instant. Immortal killer move, Qi Current Scissors. Countless white Qi currents shot towards the pitch-black needle rain. The Qi currents tore through the sky, forming arcs that were like sharp blades. Everywhere they went, the black needles would be cut apart. Qi, current scissors, and the pitch-black needle rain collided. Most of them dissipated. But a few escaped and attacked Duke Long and 7 Extreme Desolation. At the same time, Duke Long grunted as more than 10 pitch-black needles stabbed into his body. And 7 Extreme Desolation's body also had several pieces of flesh cut off by the Qi current scissors. These injuries were borne by the 7 Big Dipper Immortals in 7 Extreme Desolation. They endured the pain and worked together to activate 7 Extreme Desolation, directly attacking Duke Long this time. Duke Long sighed he could only retreat forcefully. Since the battle started, this was the first time he retreated. The enemy was so strong that Duke Long had no choice but to retreat. His killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, could indeed dominate rank 8s, especially in the final moments of his life. He could even take whatever he wanted from rank 8 Gu Immortals. But in front of a rank 9 killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand paled in comparison. Other than its own power, there was also the aspect of profound changes. Giant Sun Immortal's attack was originally an offensive killer move. It traveled from Northern Plains to Central Continent's Celestial Court, crossing 2 regions. Its power did not diminish. It was grand and majestic. Celestial Court's defense was extremely strong, but it was not Giant Sun's match. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move, blocking Giant Sun's attack. But after blocking it, Giant Sun's attack changed in nature. It turned into an amplification method that was used in the battlefield, overturning the entire situation. Killer moves mainly had several practical techniques: consecutive moves, variation moves, supplementary moves, and disassembly moves. The so-called variation move was to use a killer move as the foundation and modify it to achieve another effect. For example, Fong Yuan's Myriad Self killer move and Strength Path Giant Hand. The former was the foundation of the latter. But when Fong Yuan activated Myriad Self killer move, Myriad Self would not turn into Strength Path Giant Hand. There was a difference between the two. Meanwhile, Giant Sun's attack seemed to change at will. It was an offensive killer move a moment ago, but in the next second, it turned into an amplification method. Giant Sun Immortal's attainment in variation moves had completely surpassed Duke Long's understanding. The strength in my body is dissipating. It seems that Ancestor Giant Sun's strength cannot last for long. Quick! While the strength is still there, we cannot continue fighting. We need to break through the enemy's defensive line and seize fake Gu. As time passed, the Northern Plains Gu Immortals gradually realized something amiss. After Giant Sun's attack changed in nature, it gave them a huge boost, but this strength was also rapidly dissipating. The explosive power of Giant Sun's attack was much higher than Heroes Among People. But in terms of duration and spatial range, Heroes Among People had a larger range and lasted longer. Duke Long's expression changed. He could barely hold back Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation with his own strength, now that the Northern Plains Gu Immortals were attacking the remnant Refinement Path formation. He could not defend it. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court gathered and stood in front of the remnant Gu Refinement formation, forming a defensive line. Under the frenzied attacks of the Northern Plains Gu Immortals, the defensive line was in danger. It was hanging by a thread. All sorts of immortal killer moves clashed. Gu Immortal corpses fell from the sky from time to time. Both sides fought fiercely. The number of Gu Immortals dying around this weak defensive line continued to rise. Northern Plains side staked everything they had, while Celestial Court's members did not retreat. Both sides were increasing their troops. Awakening from Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, Celestial Court members rushed to the battlefield to reinforce the defensive line, and in the illusion of the River of Time, Northern Plains experts appeared one after another, charging forward without saying a word. The defensive line was on the verge of breaking. Fairy Myrtle had already entered the battlefield, using all her strength to resist the fierce attacks of the Northern Plains Immortals. Suddenly, a faint figure appeared beside Fairy Myrtle. It was the Northern Plains Gu Immortal expert, Lu. Even though this person was a rank 8 expert, he did not have a good reputation in history. When he was alive, he was the only rank 8 Gu Immortal in Lu tribe, according to convention. He should have been the first Supreme Elder. But Lu had never fought head-on since he was young. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. Whenever he attacked, he would always sneak attack and steal. His reputation was too bad. He could not gain the respect and trust of others. If he became the first Supreme Elder of Lu tribe, he would be a burden to the whole tribe. It would affect their image and reputation. Chapter 1750. Lu had actually joined the battle long ago, but the Northern Plains experts who were at the same time as him had already been killed. He was the only one left. This battle was too intense. The sacrifices of rank 8 Gu Immortals had become a common occurrence. Lu's achievements were glorious. At least 8 members of Celestial Court had fallen to his hands since the start of the battle. He had been paying attention to Fairy Myrtle for a long time. His rich battle experience allowed him to quickly judge the importance of Fairy Myrtle. At this moment, his sneak attack had actually been prepared for a long time. In an instant, Fairy Myrtle's hair stood on end. A feeling of fatal danger filled her heart, almost suffocating her. Fairy Myrtle was aware that with just her current defensive methods, she could not stop the enemy. But it was too late to activate other defensive methods now. Seeing that Fairy Myrtle was about to die, at the crucial moment, a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court attacked from the side. It was Wu Shuang, who had assisted Duke Long earlier. Puchi! With a muffled sound, Lu's killer move pierced through Wu Shuang like a gray sharp blade, before stabbing into Fairy Myrtle's shoulder. Damn it! Wu Yong blocked most of the power. Lu's expression changed, his figure quickly dissipating. Fairy Myrtle was heavily injured, but Wu Yong was already dead. Lu had vanished, and when he appeared again, he might take another life. Boom! Air currents surged. Duke Long flew back hundreds of steps, stabilizing his body with difficulty. He had blocked a powerful killer move from 7 Extreme Desolation in the end, but the price was his arms and the dragon scales on his chest. His arms drooped down powerlessly, the dragon scales were all broken, and the flesh on his chest was badly mutilated. Duke Long immediately activated healing methods, but the dark path Dao marks on his arms were extremely dense, and their arrangement was ingenious, greatly hindering his healing effects. Ha! Duke Long! You were hit by our killer moves Snake Lead and Dark Entanglement. You still want to recover from your injuries in a short time. Dream on. 7 Extreme Desolation mocked. Next, Calamity Luck Alter changed its fighting style, drilling out of the ground and sneak attacking Duke Long from below. An immortal killer move exploded and hit Duke Long. A giant orange-gold light ball trapped Duke Long inside, trapping him firmly. The light ball continued to shrink, squeezing down on Duke Long's living space. His bones were creaking from the pressure. His dragon scales kept falling, and clear cracks were appearing on his dragon horns. Seeing that Duke Long was trapped, Bing Saichuan let out a sigh of relief. Duke Long's speed was astonishing, while Calamity Luck Alter's killer move was slow and difficult to hit. Thankfully, the Northern Plains Gu Immortals' battle tactics were very wise. They attacked the enemy's weak points. Duke Long was worried and could only defend passively. 7 Extreme Desolation Cooperation. Lu was able to create a chance to attack, and 7 as Duke Lu as he could attack. Crack! With a soft sound, a huge part of his dragon horn fell from Duke Long's head. Large amounts of purple hair fell to the ground. 9 dragon phantoms appeared around Duke Long's body. It was the killer move 9 Mark Dragon. He resisted the surrounding pressure with difficulty. Duke Long, you have lost. Fate Gu will be my longevity heaven's item, and you will also die. Bing Saichuan's voice resounded in the battlefield. He could only trap Duke Long for the time being. He could not take his life. But it did not matter. He could use this to affect the morale of Celestial Court side. As expected, many Celestial Court members saw that Duke Long was trapped and showed shocked expressions. Duke Long suddenly laughed loudly. Even if I die here, so what? You Northern Plains Gu Immortals do not fear death. But does my Celestial Court have people who fear death? With one sentence, Celestial Court's immortals cheered. Their morale rose. We sleep because of our responsibility. We're not afraid of death. What a joke, afraid of death. We are members of Celestial Court. We protect the glory of humanity. Since the remote antiquity era until now, we have never feared sacrifice. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals started to counterattack. They used their bodies to block the killer moves of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Once there was a chance, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals disregarded their own lives and attacked fiercely, trying to perish together with the Northern Plains experts. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were brave, but Celestial Court's Gu Immortals went crazy. Oh no. Bing Saichuan felt that the situation was bad. He wanted to affect Celestial Court's morale, but to think that Duke Long's words could defuse it. Bing Saichuan smiled coldly, his voice resounding in the battlefield. Laughable. Your sacrifices are meaningless. No matter how many Gu Immortals we sacrifice, they're merely red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move. They are already dead. Using dead people in exchange for your sacrifice. This is a business with no loss at all. How much foundation does your Celestial Court have to endure such a loss? Foundation? Duke Long also smiled coldly. Our Celestial Court has plenty. He started to resist. His arms could not move, but the aura around him rose like a tall wall, wrapping around him. Duke Long looked at Calamity Luck Alter with a mocking gaze. Your longevity heaven was only created during the medieval antiquity era, a little over 300,000 years ago. What about our Celestial Court? It has been 3,879,687 years since then. Think about it. It is many times longer than yours. Don't try to estimate our Celestial Court's foundation. Humph. You are forever short-sighted. Bing Saichuan, why don't you turn around and look at our immortal graveyard? Then look at your laughable phantom river of time. Bing Saichuan's expression sank. He was speechless. He did not need to look. He had always been paying attention to these two places. In the river of time, the number of Northern Plains Gu Immortals that came out had already started to become sparse. But within Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, batches of Gu Immortals were still waking up one after another. Celestial Court's foundation was unfathomable. Duke Long continued. How many people does a clan have? How many geniuses does a clan have? Bing Sai Chuan, look at our central continent. We choose all sorts of geniuses from all the mortals in central continent. Even if a clan finds a genius, can they nurture them well? The bloodline of the clan and their familial relationships often become an obstacle. But the phenomenon of nepotism in our sects is much rarer than in clans. Moreover, the competition between sects is much fairer and more transparent. Even if a genius appears among the descendants of a clan's higher-ups, how much effort can the clan's Gu Immortals spend to nurture this genius? Gu Immortals have many things to do. They are very busy. In a sect, a genius of the younger generation would receive pointers from many people. From the moment they start cultivating to the moment they become a Gu Immortal, they will receive the corresponding guidance. Many of the guidance missions in sects can allow the people who guide the juniors to obtain corresponding benefits. Let me ask you, how many clans can do this? Oh, saying so, Duke Long's voice became louder and louder. He was filled with pride and arrogance. Immortals of Northern Plains, you dared to invade Celestial Court. Your courage is commendable. It is a pity that your knowledge has been restricted by your clans. You have underestimated the foundation of our Celestial Court. Bing Sai Chuan was silent. He wanted to retort, but he could not find any reason to do so, because the truth was right in front of him. Inside Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, members were waking up one after another. 3 million years ago, during the remote Antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal, Venerable, looked at the surrounding human Gu Immortals and nodded. Now, Central Continent's human Gu Immortals are all here. There are also some friends from other regions. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, we heard your summons and rushed over. If you have any instructions or teachings, we will listen to them wholeheartedly. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, giving his suggestion. From today onwards, Central Continent's Gu Immortals will establish sects and recruit disciples. We will impart our true abilities to them. What? Abolish the clan system? Even though I have heard of this long ago, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, are you really going to do this? This might not be too. The human Gu Immortals discussed. They had difficult expressions on their faces. Someone cautiously persuaded. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are the only rank 9 Gu Immortal in the current world. If you establish your own clan, it will definitely be the #1 superforce in the world. Your descendants will inherit your glory and abilities. Our clans will definitely be led by your clan. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable shook his head. He looked at the Gu Immortal, persuading him with a calm gaze. Clan? Let me ask you, since ancient times, have there been any clans that have not declined? Once a clan grows, the bond of bloodline will become thinner. Before I became an immortal Venerable, when we fought against the other variant human clans, other than relying on our unity, we also relied on their internal conflicts. The sect I want to create will be an organization that does not rely on bloodline. The human Gu Immortals were silent for a while. Someone forced a smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you are right. Once a clan grows, it will become easy for it to become lax. But you are different. You are the first Gu Immortal in history to cultivate to rank 9. There might not even be another rank 9 Immortal Venerable in the future. As long as you are in a clan, which clan member will dare to leave? With you around, there will be the most united clan in the world. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded. You are right. But what about when I am gone? How many years can I live for? The human Gu Immortals were stunned by this question. Someone said, Lord Immortal Venerable, you are in the prime of your life now. Someone else said, we will continue to collect lifespan Gu. You will definitely be the Gu Immortal who has lived the longest in history. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, saying in a calm tone, but I will still die. Who can avoid death in this world? He shook his head and sighed, answering his own question. No one. The Gu immortals were silent. Primordial origin immortal Venerable continued. Other lifespan extension methods have their flaws, other than lifespan Gu. But even if we collect lifespan Gu, we all know that lifespan Gu are becoming fewer and fewer, isn't that so? The human Gu immortals were silent. This is providence. Primordial origin immortal Venerable raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cave walls, looking at the sky and the clouds. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses and replenishes deficits. There has never been a supreme existence of eternal life. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The tallest tree on the shore will be destroyed by the current. Variant human experts are constantly replacing the old with the new. We humans are the same. Chapter 1751. The atmosphere in the cave became increasingly stifling. A young human Gu immortal forced a smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you're only a few hundred years old now. You still have thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to live. Isn't it too early to consider this? Primordial origin Immortal Venerable's expression turned solemn. He looked at the young Gu immortal with a calm gaze. The latter could not hold on for more than a few breaths of time. He lowered his head. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable said in a deep voice, if one does not consider the future, they will have immediate worries. If we don't think ahead and take precautions, all of our sacrifices will become meaningless after I die. The fruits of our hard work will also fall apart. Let alone others once I die and the variant humans counterattack, which one of you will be able to shoulder the burden. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable asked. The human Gu immortals looked at each other. No one answered. No one spoke. Even though humanity rose up, it was because of primordial origin Immortal Venerable alone. The rest of humanity, be it Gu immortal ranks or numbers, were far inferior to variant humans. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Central Continent is too big. How many human Gu immortals and how many variant human Gu immortals are there? Let's not talk about Gu immortals. Let's talk about mortals. How many people are there in the entire human race? What is their population? There should be 1,000,000 times difference, right? Even if we dominate and rule Central Continent in our lifetime, what about the other 4 regions? Right now, my strength has been exposed. The variant humans know they're not my match. They have already taken measures to hide. We don't have any effective means to pinpoint their exact location, especially those variant human Gu immortals' grotto heavens and blessed lands. Once they are placed in the outside world, even if we appear in front of them, we will not be able to find them. The immortals understood primordial origin Immortal Venerable's meaning. Even if humanity rose up, they only relied on primordial origin Immortal Venerable alone. And primordial origin Immortal Venerable had a limited lifespan. He would die one day. And while he was still alive, it would be very difficult for humanity to unify Central Continent. Variant humans were hard to find. They could live and reproduce even if they hid. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable was invincible in the world, but he did not have effective methods to find their locations. An old man among the human Gu immortals said with a heavy tone, so, according to primordial origin Immortal Venerable, the long-term solution for humanity is to abandon our clans and establish a sect. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable nodded solemnly. Yes. How can we defeat the mutants and bring a bright future to the entire human race? I can't do it alone. If the mutants can't win, they can just hide. Therefore, even if I am invincible in the world, I can only lead the human race of the Central Continent to independence, to stand firm under the heavy encirclement of the mutants. If we truly want the human race to rise, we must rely on ourselves. We need to expand our population and multiply while nurturing as many Gu immortals as possible. As long as our human race has more and stronger Gu immortals than the variant humans, our race's future will be bright. If we adopt the family system, How are we different from the Inhumans? We are already very backward now. If we adopt the family system, we will never be able to surpass them. Only by establishing a sect and actively unearthing all talents, relying on talent to nurture them regardless of the cost, abandoning prejudices, only then will we have the hope of surpassing the mutant families. Primordial origin, immortal venerables. Words made the human goo immortals fall into silence again. Many people's expressions calmed down. They knew that primordial origin, immortal venerables, words made sense. But there were still some goo immortals who frowned slightly, finding it hard to accept. A goo immortal asked, "Is the sect system enough for us to cooperate sincerely? Is it certain that they will be promoted based on merit, without internal factions and without suppression and exclusion?" Of course not. Primordial origin, immortal, venerable, shook his head. As long as it is an organization created by people, they will have their own selfish motives and benefits. Clans use bloodline as the standard, while sects use ability and talent to judge. Of course, the latter is more open and transparent. The limited cultivation resources will be allocated to more suitable people. It will be more beneficial to the overall situation. That person opened his mouth, but found that he could not criticize the superiority of sects. He could only change his perspective. Can't clans unearth talents? Clans also have a system to take in external talents, for example, through marriage or foster children. That is true. Primordial origin, immortal, venerable nodded. But how many can there be through marriage? No matter how many foster children there are in the clan, compared to those true descendants who are related by blood, they will be ostracized and suppressed, right? The human goo immortals were speechless. Primordial origin, immortal, venerable continued in a sincere tone. I know that creating a sect out of nowhere is somewhat difficult for you to accept emotionally. The path of goo immortals is something we have painstakingly pursued and paid an unknown price to obtain. It is fine if we pass it to our descendants, but we have to pass it on to outsiders. But the truth is, creating a sect does not mean we have to casually pass on the profundities of the immortal path to others. Instead, we have to choose talents. These talents not only have good talent, they also have to have moral character, and most importantly, they have to be loyal to their own sect. Furthermore, even if we do not create clans, don't tell me you can't take care of your descendants. Of course not. When these people join the sect, they will naturally be taken care of by you. But I hope you can control them from behind the scenes. Do not violate the sect rules on the surface. Only by starting from ourselves and protecting the sect rules can our descendants, disciples, and descendants actively abide by the sect rules. As long as we create sects and actively unite, I believe our human race will definitely rise up. I don't care about the other 4 regions, but in Central Continent, I hope everyone can create sects and give up on clans. For the sake of humanity, I need to emphasize this. Any Central Continent goo immortal needs to create a sect. They cannot create a clan. Any goo immortal who advances in the future will have to follow this rule. If anyone violates this rule, they will be punished by me and the other immortals. The human immortals did not say anything when primordial origin immortal, Venerable, showed his dominance. None of them could go against him. But what made them feel gratified was that primordial origin, immortal, venerable, did not blindly forbid the clan system. The sect system only stipulated goo immortals. That was to say, mortals and goo masters could continue to live according to the clan system. Moreover, even if goo immortals created sects, they could still take care of their descendants and friends. This was primordial origin, immortal, venerables, compromise towards reality. But from this, one could see his brilliance. Primordial origin, immortal, venerable continued. As your leader, I will lead by example. I swear that I will create a sect and not create a clan. I will take in disciples and impart my knowledge to them without holding back. Furthermore, when I die in the future, my immortal aperture will be contributed to be the foundation of the sect. It will not be left for my descendants. Lord primordial origin, immortal, venerable. You, at once, The human goo immortals present were shaken. At this moment, they looked at Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. From his calm expression, they could feel the other party's willingness to sacrifice himself and his determination to protect the overall situation. Since Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was willing to do this, what reason did they have to not do the same? Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are right. I am willing to respond to your call. From now on, I will create a sect and not a clan. Having Lord Immortal Venerable is truly the blessing of humanity. Following you is truly the best choice of my life. Lord Immortal Venerable, I still have some things I don't understand about creating a sect. Please speak. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said. May I ask what kind of sect you want to create? And where will you choose the location of the sect? What are the rules of the sect? And what are the essentials of creating a sect? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable breathed in deeply. I have already thought about creating a sect for a long time. Once I say this, it will involve many aspects. Let's take me as an example. Firstly, my sect is called Celestial Court. A long while later, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable answered the questions of the human immortals. The immortals were no longer confused. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the immortals. The rest will depend on you. I believe that as long as we create a sect and develop it properly, even after I die, humanity will become even more prosperous. If the Varian humans do not change, they will definitely decline. Everyone, please have confidence in us. Don't look at our sect. It is only a simple idea now. It has never been realized. I believe that as long as we develop according to our plan, our sect will gradually shine with dazzling brilliance in the long river of history. My celestial court, our sect, will become famous in the world. We will dominate a region. Our enemies will fear us. 3,879,687 years later, Celestial Court Battlefield. The intense battle continued. Longevity Heaven's side obtained the support of Giant Sun's attack and gained the upper hand. However, inside the immortal graveyard, members of the Celestial Court were waking up one after another. Who is it? Who dares to offend our Celestial Court? This is the achievement of our predecessors. I will not allow you to destroy it. How many people have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood? A mere clan system like Longevity Heaven wants to defeat our Celestial Court. Wishful thinking. Longevity Heaven, you are despicable. Are you going to start a human civil war just for your own benefit? Our Celestial Court has always been the sacred land of humanity, the heaven of humanity, the orthodox lineage of humanity. We represent the spirit of humanity. It has never changed for millions of years. I will follow Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. I will defend our Celestial Court with my life. Shouts resounded. Old and young, male and female, all sorts of members of the Celestial Court came out of the immortal graveyard and joined the battlefield, just like what Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said 3 million years ago. His Celestial Court had grown into a colossus that dominated the world. His spirit had always been passed down and had never changed. Countless geniuses were excavated and nurtured by the sect. They followed him, who had died long ago, and defended his spirit and ideals. Northern Plains Goo immortals were incomparably brave, but the immortals of the Celestial Court showed a crazed aura. Even if they did not have enough immortal goo, even if they had to perish together, there was no confusion or fear on their faces. On the contrary, their faces seemed to be shining with light. The light of a martyr, it was so bright and dazzling. Chapter 1752. Celestial Court's Battlefield. The battle between Rank 8 Goo immortals was extremely intense. Longevity Heaven, your performances have truly disappointed us. Celestial Court's people are always so arrogant. They have been leaders for too long. Watch how I defeat all of you. We are both humans, but we are actually fighting to this extent. Northern Plains immortals are brave, but have no conviction. You won't understand our beliefs. Northern Plains Gu immortals continued to die, but the death of each Northern Plains expert was accompanied by the lives of several Celestial Court Gu immortals. Northern Plains, longevity heaven. Duke Long was furious. His gaze was ruthless and ruthless. Even though we are evenly matched, the great Celestial Court is actually forced into such a pathetic state. Unforgivable. Boom! Duke Long raised his arms fiercely, finally breaking the cage that trapped him. But Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation quickly pounced. The 3 continued to fight. They were in a deadlock. Quick, quick, quick. All right, the Refinement Path formation is finally repaired. Yuan Cheongdu, it is up to you now. We will defend you. Unless we die, no one can break this Refinement Path formation. Several Celestial Court Gu immortals called out. They occupied the surroundings and formed a firm defensive line. Because of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals, the Refinement Path formation was repaired. The defensive line was also rebuilt. Bing Saichuan saw this and quickly gave up on Duke Long. He wanted to destroy Celestial Court. Don't even think about it. Duke Long shouted, disregarding his injuries. He used all his strength to stall Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Bing Saichuan could not break through himself. He quickly mobilized his troops. The Northern Plains immortals attacked again. Celestial Court's Gu immortals suffered heavy casualties. But because members of the immortal graveyard were constantly waking up and replenishing their numbers, the defensive line was even firmer than before. Good, now is the time. Huh. Lulu wanted to sneak in, but immediately his expression changed, and he revealed his true form. A Celestial Court Gu immortal had a large number of jade pearls floating around him. He flew towards him with a face full of killing intent. Is it you? Murderers who are stained with the blood of fellow immortals of the Celestial Court. Your performance ends here. Is it Senior Jade Pearl? King Yuan Cheongdu, who was about to enter the array, happened to see this scene and was immediately overjoyed. In history, Rank 8 Gu Immortal Expert Yu Zhu Zi was most proficient in detection. From the number of jade pearls floating around him, he had a complete set of immortal Gu. In this way, Lulu was restrained by him. We can win. With so many ancestors of the Celestial Court, we will definitely win. No, more accurately speaking, victory belongs to our Celestial Court. Yuan Cheongdu's eyes flashed with the light of understanding. He entered the Gu formation again and tried to control it. He was surprised to find that this Refinement Path formation was even more outstanding than the previous one. I see. In order to repair Fate Gu, the seniors added so many immortal Gu. Yuan Cheongdu's eyes shone with tears. The more immortal Gu used in the Refinement Path formation, the fewer Gu immortals there would be. It would be easier for them to die in battle. This was a sacrifice, a willing sacrifice. Continue to repair Fate Gu. Yuan Cheongdu sat down cross-legged with a calm expression, but his heart was burning with fire, blazing flames. In the flames, a scene from deep within his memories surfaced. His master stood in front of him. "Oh, little Du, you are indeed sleeping behind the mountain again? You can't slack off like this." The young Yuan Cheongdu woke up. He showed resentment on his face. "Master," he mumbled and said unhappily, "why didn't Master transfer me back? I like Fire Path. Fire Path is the choice of a man. But little Du, your talent in Refinement Path is extremely shocking. That is why I let you cultivate Refinement Path. In comparison, your talent in Fire Path is too ordinary. But I like Fire Path when I fight. It is so elegant and majestic. As for Refinement Path, I always stay in the secret room, refining Gu after Gu. Not mentioning the high cost, I often fail in the Gu refinement. All my efforts go to waste. Most importantly, Gu refinement is very risky. It is the same as fighting. Rather than dying sullenly because of Gu refinement, I would rather use fire path and die honorably on the battlefield. His master sighed helplessly, saying in a low voice, "A little do. You chose refinement path not because of your preference, but because of your responsibility. Our sect's refinement path lineage needs geniuses to regroup. Don't let your temper get the better of you. Little do you are already a man. It is time for you to shoulder your responsibilities, understand?" The young Yuan Cheongdu turned his head away unwillingly. "Tisk, I understand. If this is master's order, I will obey." His master sighed again. "It is not an order, it is a responsibility. Moreover, refinement path cultivation is also very fun. One day you will experience this joy. So, go and refine Gu happily with your sense of responsibility." "How can this be? The lazy me has never felt such a heavy responsibility on my shoulders." "Right. There is also this feeling, happiness." Ha. Yuan Cheongdu's lips curled up as he laughed in his heart. His face was covered in tears. "Master, I finally understand your words. Disciple, I did not disappoint you. I do not need to split my attention to protect my own life. With them around, there will be no worries. I will do it in one go. I will repair fate Gu completely and fulfill my responsibility. I will not let down everyone's expectations. After that, I will happily embrace the arrival of death." Yuan Cheongdu smiled as he activated a forbidden move. Once he used this move, regardless of whether the Gu refinement succeeded or not, he would die for sure. But what did it matter? Some things were far more important than an individual's death. Hidden Dragon Cave, battlefield. The 4 Eastern Sea Gu immortals surrounded Dragon Palace in the center, continuously attacking it. The 4 dragon generals were suppressed. They could only rely on Dragon Palace to defend. "It seems that you did not become dragon men without a price. Come out. Didn't you want to plot against us? Are you hiding in your immortal Gu houses now? A bunch of cowards. You are looking down on us too much." Song Chi Yuan, Qing Yuan, and the rest were furious. They activated powerful killer moves one after another, suppressing the enemies. Even a clay figurine had some temper, not to mention these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals. Duke Long's scheme, Zhang Yin, and the rest's betrayal made the 4 of them erupt together. They displayed extraordinary battle strength. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea was number 1 in terms of temperament. However, just like the calm sea, there was also a side of it that surged up to the heavens and surged with raging waves. When Eastern Sea's people were truly angered, they would learn what true terror was. Suddenly, Song Chi Yuan and the rest stopped attacking. "Someone is coming." "Who is it?" "Obviously, they are reinforcements from the Celestial Court." Song Chi Yuan and the other 3 quickly changed their formation. 2 of them continued to attack Duke Long, while the other 2 flew out to defend against enemy reinforcements. "I can only send you here." An elderly Celestial Court Gu immortal smiled as he turned into light and vanished. His lifespan was already exhausted. "Qin Song, go in peace." Several Celestial Court Gu immortals who were handpicked by Fairy Myrtle had solemn expressions. "What a joke! Did you run over here just to let us see you die of old age?" Hua Kaiyun and Shen Tsongsheng charged over. "Thieves from the East Sea! Don't even think about getting your hands on the Dragon Palace. An old thing with 1 foot in the coffin? Why don't you accept your death?" Boom, boom, boom. The 2 sides could not agree, and a great battle broke out. Infallible, blessed land battlefield. Roar! The roars of countless dragons resounded throughout the battlefield. Immortal killer move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. A super powerful killer move that fused ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Myriad Self, Yama Sun, Yama Emperor, and familiar face appeared once again. He is Fang Yuan. Quick, protect the formation. We cannot let him succeed. Fang Yuan, you have guts. Fong Yuan smiled coldly. You want to stop me now? Too late. It was thanks to Giant Sun Immortal. His attack attracted the attention of the Central Continent Gu Immortals at the crucial moment, allowing Fong Yuan to use his killer move successfully. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was extraordinary. Not only was it powerful, it was also hard to kill. After all, this move expended all of Fong Yuan's Soul Path Dao marks. It was similar to Wu Yang's Unlimited Wind. Even though the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was strong, its core was still weak. After being ravaged by Fong Yuan's countless ghost dragons, it immediately showed signs of breaking apart. Fong Yuan had turned into Yama Emperor. Myriad dragons roared around him as he coldly watched the Central Continent Gu Immortals collapse. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation started to collapse from the core, from the inside to the outside. The formation's collapse brought intense backlash to the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Without even needing Fong Yuan to make a move, countless of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Fong Yuan really succeeded. Wu Yong muttered with a complex expression. Quick, attack! Yao Huang shouted. He swept away his old and dejected attitude as he led the charge with a grand aura. I will deal with Prince's impatience, you guys go. Hairy Foot Mountain, which contained infallible, blessed land, appeared. You want to repair fate, Gu. Humph, wishful thinking. Even though it is a pity to destroy infallible blessed land, let's stop here. Fong Yuan snickered as he pointed with his finger. Like an emperor, countless sword dragons charged down like a huge army. With me here, Fong Yuan, don't even think about it. At the crucial moment, a figure appeared, blocking the countless ghost dragons. Rank 8 Fire Path Expert Li Huang. Immortal Killer Move. Verdant Sunflame Cloak. Before the countless ghost dragons could even get close, they were filled with drunkenness and started to spontaneously combust. With me, Li Huang. Here, I will not let any of you off. Charge! Li Huang shouted. Is that so? Then have a taste of the myriad ghost sword dragons' consecutive moves. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. Immortal Killer Move. Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. In a few breaths of time, the myriad ghost dragons condensed into one, forming a huge, pitch-black, dragon-patterned soul sword. The soul sword floated in the air. It only pointed at Li Huang, but did not stab down. Immortal Killer Move. Luo Pasil. Fong Yuan used Luo Pasil and hit the soul sword. At the next moment, the soul sword stabbed down rapidly. Li Huang hesitated for a moment. Even though the soul sword's speed was shocking, he could still dodge it with his speed. But now he could not dodge. He could only face it head-on. The soul sword pierced through Li Huang without a sound. As the flames dissipated, Li Huang's face turned as pale as a dead man's. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. You dare to block 2 of my moves? Your courage is praiseworthy, but your stupidity is also unparalleled. Fong Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Chapter 1753. Lord Li Huang. Oh heavens, how can this be? Good job! Infallible, blessed land battlefield. Li Huang's corpse fell to the ground, shocking countless people. Fong Yuan smiled malevolently. He continued to charge towards Hairy Foot Mountain as his cold voice spread throughout the battlefield. Whoever dares to stop me will end up like this! At once, his demonic might shook the world. Central Continent's morale fell greatly. Wu Yang's eyes flashed with a dark light, while Yao Huang and the rest were shocked. Chu Du had a complex expression. In the past, when Fong Yuan underwent his rank 6 tribulation, he had fought with Fong Yuan. To think that in just a few years, Fong Yuan had already become such a person, he could only look up to him. Including the first 10,000 ghost sword dragon. This 10,000 ghost sword dragon and the 10,000 ghost sword consumed over 10,000 soul path Dao marks. Fong Yuan analyzed calmly. Myriad ghost sword dragon was powerful, but it permanently consumed the soul path Tao marks on Fang Yuan's body. One myriad ghost sword dragon consumed 4,000 soul path Tao marks. After killing Li Huang, Fang Yuan's soul path Tao marks were reduced by over 10,000. Of course, Fang Yuan did not have that many soul path Tao marks yet. They were all replaced by transformation path Tao marks. All in all, even though myriad ghost dragon sword was powerful and could kill Li Huang, who had verdant sun flame cloak, the price was extremely high. Tao marks were extremely important to a Gu immortal. Permanently consuming Tao marks would directly reduce one's foundation. It could not be used unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, this move had a flaw. The soul sword's speed was not outstanding. It could be easily dodged. Fang Yuan saw this opportunity. Li Huang could not dodge easily because he had to protect Hairy Foot Mountain. Thus he used this move. Hairy Foot Mountain. Seeing Hairy Foot Mountain getting closer, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Who could have thought that the famous, infallible blessed land was placed on Hairy Foot Mountain? On the surface, the mountain looked very ordinary. It was like a mound of earth, completely unremarkable. But in fact, it was one of the crucial locations for the Celestial Court to repair Fate Gu, and now it was the most important location for the outcome of this great battle. Fang Yuan. In the next moment, another figure suddenly appeared, blocking Fang Yuan's path. It was Chen Yi. Wu Yong did not kill you, so let me end your life. Fang Yuan shouted coldly as he once again prepared the killing move of the 1,000 ghost dragon sword. Chen Yi had a solemn expression on his face. Even Li Huang had perished. Facing the Wan Yi ghost serpent sword, he did not have the confidence to resist. At this critical moment, Chen Yi suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest, as if a soldering iron had been branded into his flesh. A powerful and mystical force flowed out from it. As this power gushed out, Chen Yi's clothes were torn apart, exposing his chest. There was a painting on his chest. It was a painting of a large tree, swaying in the wind. Ah, Chen Yi exclaimed in his mind. Wasn't this painting inexplicably imprinted on my body when I first inherited Genesis Lotus True inheritance many years ago? At the same time, information was transmitted to the depths of his mind. This is Lord Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Chen Yi was surprised and joyful. According to this information, he quickly activated his strongest method. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Immediately, green smoke rose from Chen Yi's body. Next, it stopped 6 feet above his head and rotated, forming the shape of a large tree. The large tree had a thick trunk, dense branches, and lush green leaves. Among the leaves, there were also dozens of fruits. There were all kinds of strange fruits. Some were like pitch-black walnuts, some were like pink peaches, but they were as big as basins. Some had thorns on their shells, while some are hollow with their flesh and cores visible from the outside. Karma Divine Tree quickly formed, and the power in the painting was instilled into Karma Divine Tree. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice seemed to resonate in Chen Yi's ears. Watch closely, this is the consecutive move based on Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move was activated, and like the wind, the green smoke swayed with the wind, and Karma Divine Tree seemed to be dancing in the wind. If the ghost dragon's sword rushed over, it would be like a meteor. But just as it got close to Karma Divine Tree, with a whoosh, myriad ghost dragon sword vanished. Fang Yuan was shocked. At that instant, he felt his connection with the killer move myriad ghost dragon sword had become minuscule, as if the distance between him and myriad ghost dragon sword had suddenly increased by tens of thousands of li. What method is this? It seems to have the power of teleportation. Fang Yuan squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The connection between immortal killer moves and Gu immortals had a certain distance limit. Once this limit was exceeded, immortal killer moves would often break apart. Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was based on Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer move. It had the characteristics of Enslavement Path. Thus, it could still maintain this connection even after being teleported over 100,000 li away. But this connection was already very weak. If it went any further, it would exceed the limit and cause the killer move to collapse. In that case, Fang Yuan would suffer from the backlash of the killer move. If Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was so powerful, the backlash would not be weak. He would definitely vomit blood on the spot. A killer move that can forcefully teleport. Wu Yong obtained information from Fang Yuan. Then, I want to see how you deal with my farewell friend Wind. Wu Yong sneered. His figure appeared behind Chen Yi again. Immortal killer move. Farewell friend Wind. But just as Wu Yong patted Chen Yi's shoulder, the scene in his vision changed. In an instant, he was teleported away from infallible, blessed land battlefield, returning to southern border. This. Wu Yong was stunned. He stood at the peak of the mountain in a daze. Soon after he reacted, his expression was ashen and extremely unsightly as he quickly transmitted the information. Even a rank 8 Gu Immortal can be forcefully teleported away. What killer move is this? Karma Divine Tree has such a mystical ability. Southern Border and Northern Plains Immortals were shocked, while Central Continent's morale rose. Let's continue defending like this. Chen Yi was overjoyed, but Fang Yuan's shout made his expression turn solemn again. Fang Yuan shouted, regaining his morale, I found out. Every teleportation of his move seems to be unstoppable, but the number of times it can be used is clearly limited, because 2 teleportations consumed 2 fruits on the tree. I was discovered so quickly. Chen Yi smiled bitterly. Let me. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu flew over. His body shook lightly as countless clones surged from all directions like a tidal wave. This was a classic enslavement path tactic, a battle of attrition. Karma Divine Tree swayed with the wind. A fruit on the tree suddenly vanished. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's main body vanished. Fang Yuan and the rest received news of him. He was teleported to Eastern Sea. The immortals gasped. Fang Yuan pondered. This time, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's main body was directly teleported. The enslavement path tactic failed completely. According to logic, shouldn't only his clone be teleported? It actually directly affected the main body. At this time, Yao Huang and the rest charged over. Wait, Brother Chu, you guys attack first. Fang Yuan instructed. Chu Du attacked. His attack from afar was blocked by Chen Yi, while Chu Du vanished on the spot. He was sent back to northern plains, to the northern icy plain. And because of a long distance, he lost contact with the killer move he had just used, causing the killer move to break apart, and he suffered a backlash. Next, several people attacked, but they were all teleported away. Fang Yuan came to a realization. It seems that because I am a complete otherworldly demon, my main body is not affected by the killer move. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan attacked fiercely. But even though Karma Divine Tree could not affect him, it could affect his killer move. Fang Yuan's methods were all teleported away. Some were sent to Central Continent, some were sent to the other 4 regions, some were even sent to Black and White Heaven. Of course, Chen Yi did not have a good time either. Not long after, he started to bleed from his 7 orifices. His expression was turning increasingly pale. The burden of maintaining such a wondrous killer move was clearly huge. Damn it, Harryfoot Mountain is right in front of us. But because of Chen Yi alone. Yao Huang gritted his teeth helplessly. Qing Yi and the rest rushed over to reinforce him, fighting with northern plains and deities of southern frontier. Fang Yuan dodged wind, sweeping buildings attack, and commanded the myriad ghost sword dragons to attack Chen Yi. The Karma Divine Tree above Chen Yi's head continued to shake. Countless ghost sword dragons disappeared on the spot and were sent to different parts of the world. Those that were close were fine, but those that were far away directly collapsed. Fang Yuan had to suffer the backlash of the killer move's collapse. Fang Yuan felt that it was quite troublesome. Killer moves with weaker power. Even if they are sent away, they cannot consume the fruits of Karma Divine Tree. And killer moves with stronger power. Even though they can consume one fruit, if they exceed the distance limit, I will have to suffer the pain of the backlash. I might even be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. He did not rely on the Winter Coat or Reverse Flow Protection Seal now. His defensive methods were weaker than Li Huang's. If Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword collapsed, he would be in deep trouble. Fang Yuan's luck was quite good that Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword did not cause any damage to him. What do I do? Fang Yuan was anxious. Bing Saichuan had been transmitting the situation of the battle in Celestial Court. Fang Yuan naturally knew that Fate Gu's restoration had started again. This is a wood path method. My attainment level in this aspect is insufficient. I cannot break this move in a short period of time. It seems that I can only use the stupid method of attrition. By Ningbing go. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He gave the order resolutely. Bai Ningbing and the other Rank 7 Gu Immortals charged towards Hairy Foot Mountain. Karma Divine Tree activated. Every time a Rank 7 Gu Immortal was sent away, one fruit would be consumed. That damned Fang Yuan, he actually found the most profitable method of exchanging points so quickly. Chen Yi was also anxious. His eyes were bloodshot. He was extremely weak. A large number of Rank 7 Gu Immortals disappeared. The fruits on the tree were finally used up. The fruitless Karma Divine Tree dissipated with the wind. Chen Yi lowered his head. His aura was extremely weak. Chapter 1754. Fang Yuan's attack was extremely ferocious. It was accompanied by Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. Its demonic might was extremely vast. Chen Yi looked at the sky. Seeing the mighty Fang Yuan, he felt like the sky was pressing down on him. His muscles were trembling uncontrollably. There was no way to block or evade. Then there is no need to block or evade. Chen Yi, who was already at the end of his tether, smiled lightly as he puffed out his chest, facing death calmly. Lord Chen Yi! Bai Tsang Shui and the other Gu Immortals shouted, wanting to save him. But Qi Chu Yu, Yi Hao Fang, and the rest followed behind Fang Yuan, blocking these reinforcements. The huge ghost sword whistled past, penetrating Chen Yi's body. Its might did not diminish as it struck Hairy Foot Mountain. At the next moment, Hairy Foot Mountain crumbled. Chen Yi also lost his life. His corpse fell down powerlessly. Chen Yi is also dead. Southern Border and Northern Plains Immortals were greatly shaken. Fang Yuan had killed 2 Celestial Court experts. His fearsome might was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. However, Hairy Foot Mountain is gone, but infallible Blessed Land is not destroyed. Fang Yuan frowned as he looked at the pile of rubble below him. Celestial Court had detected infallible Blessed Land's location, but it had not been able to barge in for countless years. It could only use human path methods to borrow infallible Blessed Land strength to extract the success Dao mark. Right now, Fang Yuan could not harm infallible Blessed Land in a hurry, not to mention destroying it. Not long after Chen Yi died, a Gu Immortal died in Celestial Court's battlefield. Yuan Qiongdu. He sat cross-legged on the ground, dying with a smile. Following his death, the top of heaven overseeing tower started to emit a healthy aura. This is the aura of a rank 9 immortal Gu. Fate Gu. Yuan Qiongdu has already sacrificed himself. That means the appearance of this aura caused the entire battlefield of the Celestial Court to freeze. Longevity Heaven's expression changed drastically, while the eyes of the immortals of the Celestial Court lit up with joy. Damn it, did we fail? Bing Saichuan gritted his teeth. Retreat. 7 extreme desolations stayed behind, while Calamity Luck Alter began to retreat. What's going on? Why do I have a feeling of emptiness? Fang Yuan, who was in Infallible Paradise's battlefield, suddenly felt the same. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly and did not stop Calamity Luck altar. He came to Heaven Overseeing Tower and went to the top. Fate goo, fate goo. Duke Long muttered as tears flowed out of his eyes. He was too happy, too excited. He saw it with his own eyes. The complete fate goo was right in front of him. How many years of longing, how many years of yearning, finally came true at this moment. For Duke Long, the significance of repairing fate goo was far more important and complex than the other members of the Celestial Court. Because back then it was his disciple who had personally taught him that harmed fate goo. Han Ting, I've finally made up for the huge mistake you've made. I have not let down the Celestial Court. I have not let down humanity. Ha 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 ha. Duke Long's loud voice spread from Heaven Overseeing Tower to the whole of the Celestial Court. Over 1,000,000 years. My Celestial Court has finally obtained the complete rank 9 fate goo again. Swoosh! At the next moment, the Celestial Court's goo immortals cheered in excitement. Some were flushed with excitement. Some were crying. Some had a satisfied smile on their faces as they died of old age. The morale of the Celestial Court soared to the peak, while Bing Sai Chuan and the rest of Longevity Heaven's side had pale expressions as they retreated quickly. The situation was set. They could not succeed. When Longevity Heaven invaded the Celestial Court, it was fierce and decisive. While retreating, it was also decisive and decisive. Over 3,000,000 years ago, Central Continent, Chi Breath Peak. This peak was not a mountain, or more accurately speaking, it was only a mountain. The peak contained dense Chi Path Tao marks. It was very mystical. The peak could breathe out mist on its own, breathing like a human. Every few decades or centuries, it would fly away and move to another place, continuing to breathe in and out. This cycle repeated. There were not many Chi Breath peaks. Most of them had owners. This Chi Breath peak was the same. Its owner was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, but he was only a rank 7 goo immortal now. Goo Immortal Primordial Origin cultivated in Chi Breath Peak, using the breathing ability of Chi Breath Peak to comprehend the profundities of Chi Path. On this day, he suddenly opened his eyes in a secret cave. It turned out that a mortal goo master had barged into his Chi Breath Peak. He was slightly surprised. After all, he cultivated wholeheartedly. He had a carefree and unrestrained nature. He only wanted to comprehend the great Tao. He did not want to be disturbed by external matters. Thus, not only in Chi Breath Peak, he even made many arrangements in the mountain range below Chi Breath Peak. Not to mention mortal goo masters. Even if most goo immortals came here, they might not be able to discover Primordial Origin's existence. They would even turn a blind eye to the mysticism of Chi Breath Peak. But now a mortal goo master has barged in. Interesting. Primordial Origin goo immortal was interested. He appeared in front of this goo master. But before he spoke, that mortal goo master kowtowed. Goo master, you G pays respects to Primordial Origin, High Immortal. Oh, you actually know my name? Tell me, which immortal friend gave you pointers? Can you rely on your goo master's ability to pass my round? Primordial Origin's expression turned solemn. How could a mortal goo master have such ability? He was sure that there was a goo immortal helping him from the shadows. But Goo Master Yu shook his head. Primordial Origin High Immortal. I did not receive any goo immortal's guidance. I came here based on Fate Goo's instructions. Fate Goo? Don't spout nonsense. This goo is rank 9. It is kept by the Rockman Imperial Court and is guarded by several rank 8 Rockman goo immortals all year round. Primordial Origin had not finished speaking when his eyes suddenly opened wide. Mortal Goo Master Yu was kneeling on the ground, his hands holding a goo worm. Rank 9 aura was overflowing. What else could it be but Fate Goo? In an instant, Primordial Origin lost his composure. His calm heart surged with raging waves. He forced himself to calm down. Yu-ji, get up. How did you steal this fake goo and bring it to me from so far away? Also, you said you received fate goo's instructions? But according to what I know, no goo immortal can use fate goo. Only the heavenly Tao can control this goo. What ability do you have to be able to use fate goo? Yu-ji spoke in full detail. I am the slave of the first Supreme Elder's grandson of the Rockman tribe. I have been secretly replacing my master to clean the Rockman sacred hall and maintain the cleanliness of Fate Goo's surroundings. But one day, I discovered that as long as I get close to Fate Goo, I can sense Fate's arrangements and the trajectory of all lives. I obtained Fate Goo's guidance because of this. I learned many things about the future and also understood my mission. Next, I took advantage of the commotion caused by the discovery of the Featherman Goo immortals who sneaked into the Rockman sacred hall and took Fate Goo away. I used the secret passages in the Rockman sacred hall to escape. Fate Goo actually concealed its aura in my hands. Although there were many dangers along the way, no matter what Goo immortals or methods they used, I could learn of them in advance through Fate Goo and was able to evade them with sufficient preparation. Therefore, the journey was more daunting than dangerous, and I finally found you, exalted immortal. Primordial Origin heard this and could not help but size up Goo Master Yu-ji. Yu-ji spoke casually, but seeing that he was full of injuries, it could be seen how difficult his journey had been. You don't need to be humble, in my opinion, although you used Fate Goo to be able to reach this stage as a mortal Goo Master. It is because you are brave and resourceful. Primordial Origin praised as his expression turned warm. He asked again, then why did you steal this Fate Goo from so far away and bring it to me? Yu-ji said, reporting to Lord Immortal, it was not me who stole Fate Goo, but Fate Goo itself wanted to come to you and put it in your hands. Lord Immortal, you are the owner of Fate Goo. I have already seen this from Fate Goo. Not only that, Lord Immortal. Please experience it yourself. Saying so, Yu-ji lowered his head and raised his hands, offering Fate Goo to Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin was skeptical, but the moment he received Fate Goo, countless images flashed past his eyes like lightning as a vast amount of information poured into his mind. He immediately came to a realization. He understood everything. So it was not that Yu-ji could use Fate Goo, but Fate Goo allowed him to see the changes in heaven and earth, as well as the life trajectory of all living beings. In Fate, the variant human races that are contending for hegemony over the 5 regions will all decline. Humans will replace them and become the main characters of heaven and earth, trampling all the variant human races and becoming the new overlord. Humanity will reign supreme. As for me and this Goo Master Yu-ji, we will lead humanity to rise. We will take on all the challenges and suppression of the variant human great experts. After understanding everything, Primordial Origin was shocked, but also joyful. He could not help but be happy, because he was also a member of the human race. Although he became a Goo immortal, the status of humans was very low. Most humans were slaves, sold, humiliated, and squeezed by the variant human races. Not only human mortals and Goo Masters, even human Goo immortals had low status in the Goo immortal circle. Many human Goo immortals were even slaves of variant human races. Wild human Goo immortals, like Primordial Origin, had freedom, but one day they might be encircled and attacked by many variant human Goo immortals. If they were unlucky enough to be captured, they might even become slaves of variant human Goo immortals. I want to resist so much, but even as a rank 7 Goo immortal, I am not the match of many variant human Goo immortal experts. Thus, I have been cultivating bitterly. I want to create my own path for humanity. And now, Fate Goo has shown that the future belongs to us humans. In the future, I will be the leader of human Goo immortals. I will create Chi Path and lead humanity to rise. Humanity will reign supreme. This is providence. This is the general trend. This is the human heart. Thinking of this, Gu Immortal Primordial Origin was excited. He held Fate Gu in his hand and laughed heartily. He was crying tears of joy. Yu Ji also smiled happily. He was also a member of the human race. Humanity had been oppressed by the variant human races for a long time. Bitter. After a long sigh, Primordial Origin collected his emotions. He looked deeply at Fate Gu in his hand and sighed. "Oh, Yu Ji, you are a hero of humanity. A great hero. You brought out Fate Gu. Even if we can't use it, this is the biggest flag. To tell you the truth, I have long had the intention to resist the variant humans. But our human Gu Immortals are few in number, and even more difficult is that most of these human Gu Immortals are slaves. They are slaves and are like ants. They have no dignity, but they also do not dare to offend their masters, because they know how insignificant they are compared to the variant human races, and how weak humans are. But now, with this Fate Gu, we can announce to the world, we can let all human Gu Immortals understand. The future is ours. Humanity will reign supreme. Fate Gu will rouse their lost courage. It will rouse the hope in their hearts. It will rouse their spirit of resistance. Moreover, it will unite everyone by our side. This is a banner." Chapter 1755. Inside Heaven, Overseeing Tower. Inside Heaven, Overseeing Tower. Duke Long lightly caressed Fate Gu. He was silent and had tears streaming down his face. Fate Gu was shaped like a spider. It was black and white and had a weak aura. There was a scarlet scar on it that almost cut it in half. This was the injury caused by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But now, the scarlet scar had already disappeared. The unharmed Fate Gu was quietly lying on the ground. Its aura was brimming with health. Life and death were up to fate. Success or failure was up to heaven. All living beings in the world had their own life trajectories. They could not be changed. This was fate. For Celestial Court, Fate Gu represented many things. Relying on Fate Gu, people's hearts changed. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable led humanity to rise. Celestial Court was established. Relying on Fate Gu, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable schemed. Celestial Court resisted 3 demon venerables. Relying on Fate Gu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable carried on his legacy. Celestial Court always occupied the throne of the number 1 Gu Immortal force in the world, unshakable and unbreakable. Fate Gu was not just a rank 9 Gu worm to Celestial Court. It was their spirit. It was the banner that flew in the hearts of every generation of Celestial Court Gu Immortals. How many years? How many years? Duke Long muttered. The surging emotions in his heart gradually calmed down. Duke Long was no longer trembling from excitement. He felt relieved of a heavy burden. Yes, relieved of a heavy burden. Different from most of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, repairing Fate Gu had more significance to Duke Long, because the one who damaged Fate Gu was none other than the disciple he had taught with all his heart. In other words, he was also the culprit who harmed Fate Gu. For many years, Duke Long had been blaming himself. To repair Fate Gu, to atone for his sins, to repent, he did not hesitate to use Heavenly Dragon's last stand. Even in his deep sleep, he was still extremely anxious and fearful. Completely repairing Fate Gu, can I do it? I must repair it, I must. Otherwise, how can I face the other 2 dukes? How can I face the general public? How can I face the generations of descendants of the Celestial Court? How can I face this grand humanity? This was the voice that lingered in Duke Long's heart all year round. And now, Duke Long had finally done it. It's not just me, it's all thanks to everyone. All of the sacrifices were worth it. Duke Long smiled, feeling extremely gratified. At this moment his dragon horn was broken, his hair was disheveled, and his body was bathed in blood. His injuries were severe, and what was more frightening was that his lifespan was almost up. He was about to die completely, and not even a trace of his soul would remain. Although the last moments of his life weren't the happiest, They were definitely the most relaxed and liberated. Therefore, of course, he felt tired. Tired. He was too tired. He was physically and mentally exhausted. After so many years of torment, the burden in his heart was finally lifted. The battle that had erupted and the injuries on his body had left him incredibly exhausted. I really want to have a good rest. Duke Long's breathing also calmed down. His dragon eyes were like the sea, filled with incomparably complex and deep emotions. He slowly retracted his hand. Taking one last look at Fate Gu with reluctance, he then slowly turned around. His gaze passed through Heaven Overseeing Tower and swept through the battlefield. Although there were still intense battles, Calamity Luck Altar had already retreated far away. It is time to end this battle. Duke Long breathed in deeply. His voice suddenly became louder and spread throughout the entire celestial court. Longevity Heaven, you want to retreat so easily? Hee, isn't this thinking too naive? Duke Long controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower and slowly flew into the sky. This famous immortal Gu house in the 5 regions was now a true rank 9 immortal Gu house. Under the gazes of the celestial court's immortals, Heaven Overseeing Tower started to shine with bright light that pierced into the sky. Like a monarch descending upon the world, it entered the battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower, Heaven Overseeing Tower. It wanted to supervise the world, follow providence, and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. This is the true Heaven Overseeing Tower. How many years has it been? It has finally reappeared. I am truly fortunate to be able to see such a scene in my lifetime. Countless celestial courts, Gu immortals, had tears in their eyes at this moment. Many of them were at the end of their lifespans, but they were smiling in satisfaction. Retreat. Bing Sai Chuan's voice was hoarse. Even the valiant Longevity Heaven showed an anxious expression as it retreated. It is useless. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long spoke softly. His narrow dragon eyes revealed a trace of arrogance. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with light. Immortal killer move, fate vanquish. Light. Light everywhere. White light. It filled the world, the earth, and all directions. This was a genuine rank 9 killer move. An attack determined by fate could not be dodged, no matter what method was used to evade it. If fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be resisted. As the white light faded, the celestial court's immortals stood proudly on the battlefield, while the experts of Northern Plains history had expressions of disbelief, shock, or bitterness as they collapsed. The phantom river of time that was engraved on the battlefield also vanished. Calamity Luck Altar was mostly destroyed. It was a tragic sight, like an ordinary thatched hut that was hit by a hurricane. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan, Bull Demon, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were heavily injured and coughing out blood. Leave quickly. Bing Sai Chuan breathed heavily as he controlled the half-destroyed Calamity Luck Altar. Orange-yellow light shone in the sky again. This was Giant Sun Immortal's backup. It was a path of retreat. Calamity Luck Altar entered the orange-yellow light. You want to leave? Where do you think you are going? The celestial court's immortals charged forward. Leave quickly. Mao Li Chiu gritted its teeth, forcefully supporting its swaying body as it stood in front of the celestial court's immortals with determination. Celestial court's immortals, please retreat. Duke Long ordered. The celestial court's immortals were surprised. Fairy Myrtle, Lord Duke Long. Duke Long sighed. Leave some foundation for the celestial court. The immortals were silent. In this battle, the celestial court suffered huge losses. It was a huge loss because they lacked immortal Gu. The rank 8 Gu immortals had to use their bodies to block Longevity Heaven's attacks. They had sacrificed too many people. As for the celestial court, because of the immortal graveyard, they had many rank 8 Gu immortals, but lacked immortal Gu. Duke Long had always remembered that when star constellations will appeared earlier, She had specially instructed him to hibernate a few rank 8 Gu immortals. This definitely had a deeper meaning. But in this battle, the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard had awakened too many rank 8 Gu immortals. They had also sacrificed countless more. This resulted in not only no new rank 8 Gu immortals to hibernate, many more were sacrificed instead. Although Fate Gu was repaired, this made Duke Long feel uneasy. Right now, my Celestial Court has already repaired rank 9 Fate Gu, together with myself. Who in this world can go against me? Even if it is a rank 9 Gu Venerable's method, I can rely on Heaven Overseeing Tower to resist it. Everyone, why don't you return to the immortal graveyard? If things go south, we can just wake you up. Duke Long continued to urge. In that case, that's right, with Fate Gu and Lord Duke Long, who can stop us? Then let's continue to hibernate. Most of the Gu immortals returned to the immortal graveyard, but a small portion stayed behind. These people were about to reach the end of their lifespans. They were about the same as Duke Long. There was no meaning in hibernating. Duke Long left behind Fairy Myrtle and a few others to clean up the battlefield and guard Celestial Court, while he led another group to move Heaven Overseeing Tower out of Celestial Court. Calamity Luck Altar brought the remnants of Longevity Heaven and escaped from Celestial Court. But so what? Their speed could not compare to Heaven Overseeing Tower, and they were in Central Continent's territory. Duke Long wanted to make these people stay, be it by killing or taking them as captives. It would undoubtedly display the might of Celestial Court. It would also let the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions know what the price of offending Celestial Court was. What? Longevity Heaven escaped in defeat. Celestial Court completely repaired Fate Gu. Sigh, we lost this battle, let's retreat. Escape. Heaven Overseeing Tower with Fate Gu is definitely the #1 immortal Gu house in the current world. Be it Duke Long or Heaven Overseeing Tower, we are not their match. After receiving this news, the situation in infallible Blessed Land changed drastically in an instant. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals had thoughts of retreating. Feng Yuan was the same. He felt great regret, but there was nothing he could do. But what he did not expect was, almost at the next moment, he saw the tattered Calamity Luck Altar, as well as the pursuing Celestial Court. It was unknown what giant sun immortal was thinking back then. He actually set up a path of retreat in the sky above Harryfoot Mountain. No one had discovered it. Chapter 1756. It is too late to leave now. Everyone, please work together and attack Celestial Court. They have already used Fate Vanquish once. They will not use it again in a short period of time. This is our final chance. Bing Saichuan shouted. The Gu immortals reacted quickly. They gritted their teeth and charged forward. Bing Saichuan was right. Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast. They could not escape. Of course, it was not that no one thought of using the Gu immortals around them to stall for time and escape. But Central Continent was too big. They were deep in Central Continent now. Even if they scattered and escaped, Heaven Overseeing Tower would have enough time to eliminate them one by one. Thus, Southern Border and Northern Plains people were all in a desperate situation. They could only fight back. This round of slaughter caused the heavens and the earth to dim. Northern Plains and deities of Southern Frontier knew that their situation was extremely dangerous. They did not hold back anymore. They used everything they had learned and used all their methods. When Celestial Court chased after them, they were very aggressive, but after facing the counterattack of the Northern and Southern Regions Alliance, they fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Myrtle, has the news of Fate Gu's restoration been announced to the world? Duke Long stayed in Heaven Overseeing Tower and contacted Fairy Myrtle. Shortly after, Fairy Myrtle replied, "The news has already been spread to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not only that, Lord Duke Long, your current battle situation is also being spread everywhere through human methods." Since rank 9 Fate Gu had been restored, Celestial Court naturally had to spread this news to raise their morale and scare their enemies. This way, Celestial Court would be able to take care of the people's hearts. They could even persuade those goo immortals who were still causing trouble and looting resources in Central Continent. Duke Long's earlier order was to spread the news of Fate Goo, but Fairy Myrtle went one step further. She directly spread the battle situation in infallible, blessed land everywhere. At once, countless mortals, goo masters, and goo immortals learned of the battle situation. The Celestial Court's actions showed their confidence in winning. It was also clear that the Celestial Court with rank 9 Fate Goo had a huge advantage in the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle wanted to use this chance to display the strength of the Celestial Court and capture all of these southern border and northern plains goo immortal elites. Central Continent and the Celestial Court's reputation would soar to the peak. Duke Long understood what Fairy Myrtle meant, but he could not help but frown slightly. Presently, the immortals of the north and south have fallen into a hopeless situation. They're like cornered beasts that are still fighting, and they have the will to fight. Thus, our side has fallen into a disadvantageous position instead. Although this is only a temporary situation, Duke Long understood Fairy Myrtle's intentions. Although it was a little rash, since she had already done so, he had no choice but to cooperate. To display the Celestial Court's strength to the greatest extent, not only did they have to announce the successful restoration of Fate Goo, they also had to display extremely strong battle strength to make people tremble in fear and not dare to go against the Celestial Court. In this Refinement Path convention, the goo immortals of the other 4 regions took action. They wreaked havoc in Central Continent and plundered cultivation resources, greatly damaging the reputation of the Celestial Court. Now that they wanted to restore their reputation, the Celestial Court had to display outstanding battle strength and capture all of the northern and southern immortals in one fell swoop. Only then could they regain their reputation and raise morale, making the goo immortals of the other 4 regions deeply wary and not dare to offend them again. Fate Vanquish was undoubtedly the best choice. It was a rank 9 killer move because Fate Goo was completely restored. Its power was even more terrifying, but it still needed some time to use it now. Fate Vanquish could not be used frequently. It seems that I have to do it myself. Otherwise, news of the battle will spread everywhere. My Celestial Court's immortals will be suppressed instead. It will not look good for us. Duke Long arranged for several Celestial Court goo immortals to take his place in defending Heaven Overseeing Tower, while he himself slowly floated out. Duke Long has come out. Be careful of him. Bing Saichuan knew how terrifying Duke Long was. He quickly reminded, "Let's attack together." Yao Huang shouted. Fong Yuan and the rest quickly responded. Clear, Jade, Dripping Wind, Tiny Bamboo Building, and the other immortal goo houses protected these rank 8 goo immortals. The moment Duke Long came out, he fell into the encirclement of Fong Yuan and the rest. Several rank 8 killer moves were unleashed. Their power was shocking. Be careful. Despicable. Dodge. All over Central Continent, especially in the 10 great ancient sects territories, a large number of goo immortals shouted in shock. Through the changing images, they saw that Duke Long was being attacked. They were anxious, worried, and filled with grief and indignation. Bam, bam, bam. After a series of explosions, dust and smoke filled the air. Within the dust and smoke, Duke Long's huge figure stood tall. The 9 coiling dragon phantoms on his body expanded, creating intense winds that dispersed the dust and smoke. Duke Long had a calm expression. He was still hovering at the same spot. His indifferent dragon eyes looked around as Duke Long spoke. "Are you trying to tickle me with these tricks?" "Strong. So strong." Yao Huang and the rest, who had fought against Duke Long for the first time, were greatly shaken, even though they had already obtained first-hand information about the battle in Celestial Court from Bing Saichuan. Bing Saichuan gritted his teeth as a dazed expression appeared in his eyes. He is several times stronger than before. Without 7 extreme desolation now, just the half-destroyed Calamity Luck altar is not his match. What do we do? Immortal killer move, myriad ghost sword dragon. Immortal killer move, wounded centipede mark. Fang Yuan and Heavenly Lord by Zhu activated their killer moves at the same time. Sword Chi rampaged and ghost dragons flew in the sky, while gray-white centipedes flew in the sky, seemingly illusory at the same time. The two killer moves were like a tidal wave, one on the left and one on the right, one above and one below, drowning Duke Long. In Central Continent, countless spectators gasped in shock. They were worried for Duke Long. From within the sea of dragons and centipedes, Duke Long's calm voice could be heard. Good move, but it is not enough. Immortal killer move, Chi current scissors. Boom! With a loud explosion, the sea of dragons and centipedes surged with huge waves. Chi current scissors flew everywhere. Everywhere they went, the dragons were as fragile as paper. They were easily cut apart. The centipedes were even worse off. Their corpses were torn into pieces and scattered everywhere. Seeing that Duke Long was safe and sound, the whole of Central Continent cheered. Mom, is the one with a horn on his head an immortal from our Middle Continent? Duke Long, the master of the legendary Red Lotus demon, Venerable. Just how powerful is that? The Celestial Court has made a move. It is better for me to retreat first. I have plundered a lot of resources. Let's leave this place first. Just like Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle expected, the invading Gu Immortals started to retreat in large numbers. Central Continent's morale continued to rise. They were united and united. Attrition tactics are completely ineffective. Heavenly Lord by Zhu's expression was ashen. It is my turn now. Duke Long snorted lightly. The dragon-shaped Chi flickered as he vanished. So fast! Where did he go? Yi Haofang's heart suddenly rang with alarm. He raised his head and saw that Duke Long was right above him. The dragon claw attacked. Yi Haofang only had time to raise his arms to block it. Boom! With a loud sound, Yi Haofang was struck by the dragon claw. He was sent flying for 500 to 600 feet, crashing on the ground and creating a huge crater. Guh! Yi Haofang coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. The attack just now had not only broken his defense, it had even caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The dragon-shaped Chi flickered again. Duke Long appeared in front of Yi Haofang again. But immediately, 5 Elements Grandmaster and Chi Chuyu appeared on Duke Long's left and right. Even though they could not see Duke Long's figure and could not keep up with his speed, they had rich battle experience. They had already predicted that Duke Long would continue to attack Yi Haofang. After all, it was better to break one than to injure 10 fingers. Duke Long, you fell for it. You are trapped inside, right? 1 south and 1 north, the 2 formation path, Gu Immortals attacked at the same time, instantly setting up a formation. A mere formation dares to trap me? Duke Long snickered. His body shook as his chi burst out. The formation shattered like glass. Chi Chuyu and 5 Elements Grandmaster grunted as they suffered a backlash. But Duke Long was also obstructed. He lost the chance to kill Yi Haofang. Yi Haofang took the chance to get out of the pit and heal himself, but his heart was still cold. Duke Long's strength was simply unimaginable. After all, Yi Haofang was a famous rank 8 expert in Southern Border, but he was almost killed by Duke Long in just 2 or 3 rounds. I'm afraid only a Venerable can suppress such strength. Be it defense, offense, or movement, Duke Long is far ahead. Even if we attack him together, he can deal with it easily. Who can block this Duke Long? The Southern and Northern Immortals were all terrified. Many of them were at a loss. Duke Long could not be stopped, not to mention there was a rank 9 Immortal Gu house with a complete Fate Gu, Heaven Overseeing Tower. What to do? As if responding to the Immortals' questions, there was a loud rumble as the ground split open. A huge crack rapidly spread, cutting across the battlefield. Boom! At the next moment, the ground burst open. Countless soil and rocks surged out like a black tsunami that defied the heavens. A huge dragon head flew over like a hill. The dragon opened its mouth. Its teeth were jagged like a forest of spears, flickering with a cold light that made people's hearts palpitate. "Duke Long, I will tear you to pieces," the giant dragon roared. Legendary immemorial desolate beast, Dizongxing. A strange expression flashed past Duke Long's face. He snorted coldly and charged forward without dodging. One immortal and one beast fought, falling into a deadlock. Since when did Dizongxing become so strong? Celestial courts, Gu immortals were shocked. It seems that because the 5 regions are about to fuse into one, the earth veins are united, and because of this battle many sacrifices were made. Central Continent is enraged. It also caused Dizongxing's strength to rise sharply. But wasn't Dizongxing trapped in Hidden Dragon Cave? Why did he suddenly appear here? The immortals were uncertain. They had many questions. But they all knew that back then, Duke Long had personally suppressed Dizongxing. Thus, it was natural that Dizongxing was looking for trouble with Duke Long now. Just like what Duke Long had said in Celestial Court, Dizongxing's battle strength had risen sharply. He could rival Duke Long himself. Who knows? This legendary, immemorial, desolate beast might even be the strongest existence among the current legendary, immemorial beasts. Great, there is always a way out. Let's retreat now. We cannot retreat. Fang Yuan shouted. This is a good chance to attack. Duke Long is too arrogant. He is being held back by Dizongxing. We will go to Heaven Overseeing Tower now and destroy Fate Gu. Saying so, Fang Yuan took the lead and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Saichuan was the first to react. He shouted and gathered the Northern Plains immortals, following closely behind. The deities of Southern Frontier also launched a frenzied attack. Chapter 1757. Central Continent, Thunder Peak Mountain Range. Boom! A huge explosion resounded in the surroundings of tens of li. 3 Gu immortals were fighting. Leave behind the electrolytic iron starflower. Otherwise, even if I die, I will not let you 2 off. Central Continent Gu immortal Mi Longuang shouted angrily, and he had 2 opponents. One was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar with fluttering sleeves. The other was a short and wretched-looking young man. The former was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, Great Treasury immortal. He had rank 7 cultivation and cultivated information path. The latter was a local Gu immortal of Central Continent, a rank 6 Jian Yisheng. Great Treasury immortal frowned. His tone was impatient as anger flashed in his eyes. Mi Longuang, did you chase me for so long just for an electrolytic iron starflower? Yes, I admit this information path and lightning path immortal material was personally nurtured by you. It is something that has never been seen before in this world. I was excited to see it. I also cultivate information path like you. So I secretly took one and wanted to research it. I'll tell you the truth. If you continue to force me for a rank 7 immortal material, I'll start a war with you and fight to the death. I will also teach you that Eastern Sea Gu immortals are not so easy to bully. Once he said this, Jian Yisheng immediately flattered him. Senior Great Treasury immortal, your words are very reasonable. We should have done this long ago and gotten rid of this Mi Longuang. Otherwise, if we let him chase us like this, we would not be able to do any business. The current situation is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Great Treasury immortal looked at Jian Yisheng and nodded reluctantly. We can only do that. Even though Great Treasury immortal had rank 7 cultivation level, while Jian Yisheng was only rank 6, the latter was a famous lone immortal in Central Continent. He specialized in sword escape killer moves and was extremely slippery. He was also a local tyrant of Central Continent. Precisely because he appeared and told Great Treasury immortal about Mi Longuang's treasure location. Great Treasury immortal learned of this special rank 7 immortal material, electrolytic iron starflower. Great Treasury immortal cultivated information path and was very interested in it. Together with Jian Yisheng, they stole a portion of electrolytic iron starflower while Middle Continent was in chaos. During this process, they were discovered by Mi Languang. The great treasury immortal's actions were exposed, and he couldn't help but feel weak. He didn't want to act and was chased by Mi Languang. Mi Languang looked at great treasury immortal, then looked at Jian Yisheng and sneered. So that's how it is. Next, he said something that made Great Treasury Immortal feel very surprised. Great Treasury Immortal, even though you are an Eastern Sigu Immortal, you are also a famous information path expert. I have long heard of your name, but you were deceived by that scoundrel Jian Yisheng. There are 13 electrolytic iron starflowers in my valley. You stole one, Jian Yisheng plucked 3, and the rest were destroyed by his sword arts. What? Jian Yisheng laughed heartily. Mi Languang, you are obviously trying to sow discord. Aren't you a little too clumsy? But the next moment, Great Treasury Immortal turned around and stared at him angrily. Jian Yisheng, what have you done? Jian Yisheng's heart jumped. Oh no, they're both information path Gu Immortals. I cannot discover their secret communication. I'm afraid Great Treasury Immortal has already believed the evidence. Jian Yisheng was decisive, since he could not deceive Great Treasury Immortal anymore. He laughed sinisterly and flew away like a sword. Great Treasury Immortal and Mi Languang were shocked. This Jian Yisheng has already advanced to rank 7. Is this his true speed? So fast! Great Treasury Immortal was furious. He was actually tricked by Jian Yisheng. He was used as a tool. Now, Jian Yisheng took away more benefits than him and even made him stay behind to block Mi Languang. Brother Mi, I will return that electrolytic iron starflower to you immediately. Don't worry, I will uproot it and return it to you. It will be very convenient for you to plant it again. Moreover, I will compensate you with valuable resources. Great Treasury Immortal breathed in deeply and said with a solemn expression. Mi Languang pondered for a while before raising his eyebrows. Conditions? Great Treasury Immortal snorted coldly. You and I will work together to deal with Jian Yisheng. He hated Jian Yisheng to the core. Mi Languang was the same. He smiled knowingly and stretched out his hand. It is my honor to work together with fellow Eastern Sea cultivators. Thereupon, the two made an agreement to work together to kill Jian Yisheng. What made the two of them furious was that although Jian Yisheng escaped, he did not actually escape far. Evidently, he wanted to let Mi Languang and Great Treasury Immortal fight for a while before he returned to reap the benefits. Now that he saw Mi Languang and Great Treasury Immortal working together, although Jian Yisheng was furious, he did not panic. He even mocked. My sword escape method made countless rank 7 Gu Immortals helpless against it at rank 6. Now that this move has advanced to rank 7, if you want to catch up to me, maybe in your next life. Saying so, Jian Yisheng activated the killer move Sword Escape and left. Mi Languang and Great Treasury Immortal cursed loudly, but could only watch as Jian Yisheng escaped. But a moment later, it was Jian Yisheng's turn to cry bitterly. Oh no! Although my sword escape method is fast, it cannot last for long. And these two are information path Gu Immortals. They're most skilled at gathering information and clues. Thus they could track me. Mi Languang and Great Treasury Immortal hated Jian Yisheng to the core. They chased after him relentlessly. Every time there was a crisis, Jian Yisheng would activate Sword Escape and escape temporarily. But not long after, Mi Languang and Great Treasury Immortal would chase after him. Jian Yisheng shouted, Is there any meaning in chasing like this? Our accumulated immortal essence will be expended. At that time, you will suffer heavy losses. Mi Languang sneered, Among us 3 rank 7s, you are the latest to advance. How much immortal essence do you have? This time, even if we have to expend it, we will exhaust you to death. Great Treasury Immortal nodded, agreeing loudly. That's right. You should know that Eastern Sigu immortals are not so easily deceived. Jian Yisheng scolded anxiously. Mi Longuang, you and I are Central Continent Gu immortals. We are from the same region. You are actually siding with an outsider, an ally with an outer region. Mi Longuang chuckled coldly. Don't be so arrogant. You offended me today. You are dead meat. Jian Yisheng only needed to use sword escape to escape. Both sides chased for a while. Great Treasury Immortal suddenly said, Oh no, he has stopped strangely. He seems to have discovered the method I used on him. He had lost his sense of Jian Yisheng. Soon, he and Mi Longuang found Jian Yisheng's right arm in a mountain pass. Jian Yisheng was ruthless after realizing something was wrong. He directly cut off his right arm. Great Treasury Immortal's expression was ashen as he looked at Mi Longuang. We can only rely on you now. Don't worry. Mi Longuang smiled. This way. The two continued to chase. After a few exchanges, Jian Yisheng's expression was pale. He could not even curse as he felt the pressure of death. Gradually, his immortal essence reserves were depleted. I am going to die, but I am not resigned to it. I broke Great Treasury Immortal's method. But what method did you, Mi Longuang, use to chase after me? I dared to provoke you because I have some understanding of your methods. I can deal with them. But now, I can't even find out what method you're using. Can you tell me the truth before I die? Mi Longuang sneered. Don't even think about it. You can die as a muddled ghost. But at the next moment, Jian Yisheng gave a strange cry as he used sword escape, killer move again, escaping rapidly. This guy is too crafty. Great Treasury Immortal gritted his teeth in hatred. Don't worry, I have my methods. Unless he escapes from Central Continent, he will not be able to escape my detection. Mi Longuang smiled confidently. Great Treasury Immortal's gaze was filled with shock as he sighed. I admire Brother Mi's methods, not to mention Jian Yisheng. Even I did not discover Brother's methods. They are truly amazing. Mi Longuang laughed heartily, waving his hand. Great Treasury Immortal, you misunderstood. This is not my method. It is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's doing. What do you mean? The mystery of Celestial Court is a secret that cannot be divulged. But I do know a little about this move. Let's talk about it as we chase. Great Treasury Immortal nodded. He pricked up his ears and listened attentively. He knew that Mi Longuang was originally a lightning path Gu Immortal of Wind Cloud Manor, a member of Celestial Court's lower sect. But later, he violated the sect's rules and his cultivation was crippled. He was expelled from the sect. After that, he cultivated Information Path again and became a rank 7 Gu Immortal again. With Mi Longuang's background, it was not strange for him to know some secrets of Celestial Court. Mi Longuang continued. This move is called Everybody's Vision. It is a human path killer move created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. This move is based on the human path killer Move People's United Hearts. It can allow Central Continent's mortals, Gu Masters, and Gu Immortals to share their vision. As long as someone sees Jian Yisheng's movement light or finds a trace of him, I can use Everybody's Vision to obtain information and find him. Great Treasury Immortal realized. So that's it. Everybody's Vision is truly profound, of course. People's United Hearts is even more so. It allows people to understand each other's intentions and determine who is on the enemy's side. This prevents traitors from hiding. Wait. Suddenly, Great Treasury Immortal stopped and stared at Mi Longuang with a horrified gaze. Since Mi Longuang could use Everybody's Vision, he was definitely under the cover of People's United Hearts. He belonged to Central Continent's righteous path. He would not cooperate with a Central Continent invader like him. Then the only possibility was, ha ha ha! Great Treasury Immortal, you fell for it. Jian Yisheng revealed himself and laughed loudly. Many Central Continent lone immortals also appeared with him. The formation suddenly activated and trapped Great Treasury Immortal. It turned out that everything was a trap, and Mi Longuang's electrolytic iron starflower was the bait to lure the big fish, Great Treasury Immortal. At the same time, Celestial Court Battlefield. This unparalleled war had finally reached its most critical moment. Fang Yuan and the rest charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower, while Duke Long was temporarily stalled by Di Zongxing. If Fang Yuan and the rest charged into Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, Celestial Court's Gu refinement plan would fail completely. But if Fang Yuan could not destroy Fate Gu, the northern and southern immortals would be surrounded by Celestial Court's Gu immortals due to their poor positioning. The situation would be very disadvantageous. This is the final chance I must. Fang Yuan had just made up his mind when white light shot out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Rank 9 Immortal Killer move, Fate Vanquish. The time between two uses of Fate Vanquish has already been shortened to this extent. Fang Yuan was greatly shocked. Almost in an instant, the white light faded completely. A huge change occurred in the situation of the battlefield. Several immortal Gu houses on Fang Yuan's side were completely destroyed. The Gu immortals inside died. Of the two rank 8 Gu immortals behind Fang Yuan, one was heavily injured and the other fainted on the spot. The rest of the immortals were in a complete mess. Their injuries were not light. The power of Fate Vanquish is actually so terrifying. In Southern Border's battlefield earlier, it clearly did not have such power. Terrifying. A complete rank 9 Fate Gu is too terrifying. This is Heaven Overseeing Tower's true power? There is no way to defend against it. Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu immortals were disheartened. They lost their morale. On the contrary, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals and Central Continent's countless spectators cheered loudly at this scene. Celestial Court is mighty. Kill these invaders. Let them repay this debt of blood with blood. With such a method, our Central Continent will win for sure. Using everybody's vision killer move, seeing the scene, countless Central Continent's people cheered and their morale soared. Celestial Court's divine might was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Mother, why hasn't that person fallen? Among all the demons, he is the only one that has not fallen. A little girl shook her mother's hand, asking in confusion. Even mortals could clearly observe the situation of the battle. Unfortunately, the little girl's mother was only a mortal. She shook her head in confusion. I don't know either. But don't worry, our Central Continent is protected by Gu immortals. We will not fail. Fang Yuan, that's right, he is an otherworldly demon. He is not an ordinary otherworldly demon. He is a complete otherworldly demon. Thus, Fate Vanquish is like a gentle breeze to him. After being dazed for a while, the southern and southern immortals gradually reacted. Right now, Fang Yuan was already entangled by the Celestial Court's Gu immortals that flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He could not get close to it, but Fang Yuan's existence was like a spark, igniting the southern and southern immortals' hearts. In an instant, the flame of fighting spirit that was about to be extinguished was ignited once again. He is the only one left. That's right, we have Fang Yuan, although we have deep enmity with him. But the southern and southern immortals' eyes shined with brilliance again. Their morale actually rose. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals were surprised. Quick, kill Fang Yuan. Duke Long had just ordered when he was bitten by Di Zongxing. But no matter how Di Zongxing gritted his teeth, Duke Long's body was tough. Only a few scratches and sparks appeared. At the same time, Wu Yang's orders came from Jewel Yellow Skies. Southern Alliance immortals, listen to my orders. Assist Fang Yuan with all your strength. Break into Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy Fate Gu. Bing Saichuan also reacted. Help Fang Yuan. This is our final charge. If we fail, we will die. Charge. This is Fang Yuan, who is fighting. Sense the power behind him. His eyes shined brightly. His killing intent surged. Chapter 1758. Infallible, Blessed Land Battlefield. At this moment, Fang Yuan and the rest of the southern and southern immortals charged forward without any regard for their lives. Fang Yuan was at the front. He was the sharpest spear. He became the only hope of the southern and southern immortals. He carried their expectations. How ironic, how pathetic! Now that the battle has come to this, we have to place our bets on our enemies. The immortals of the north and south all had complicated feelings. Colluding with Fang Yuan, you are truly a bunch of demons. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were disdainful as they attacked. What else was there to say? Everything was for benefits. Everything was for survival. Everything was for victory. Fang Yuan, stop! A Celestial Court Gu immortal charged at Fang Yuan. I will block him. Fang Yuan, you continue forward. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu shouted as he charged forward. 2 immortal Gu houses charged forward. The southern and southern immortals' immortal Gu houses blocked Fang Yuan from the left and right, protecting him. In the battle of rank 8 Gu immortals, the immortal Gu houses were like raging bulls. They only had time to collide. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This was an unprecedented experience. He had never expected such a miraculous scene. He had actually obtained the selfless help of the southern and southern immortals. Retreat, quick, quick, pull some distance. Heaven overseeing tower began to retreat. Fang Yuan and the rest's final charge was too fierce. They were like frenzied tigers. At the crucial moment, even though the Celestial Court's members surrounded them, not many of them could come over to defend Heaven overseeing tower. Duke Long raised his arms with difficulty. He lifted Di Zongxing's teeth inch by inch. Even though his back was facing Fang Yuan and Heaven overseeing tower, by using everybody's vision killer move, he was able to grasp the current situation. Fang Yuan is their only hope. As long as we kill him, the southern and southern immortals' morale will fall to its lowest point. They might even surrender because their hope is gone. Not only that scoundrel Fang Yuan possesses the spring-autumn cicada. He is the final hope of the Red Lotus. At this moment, a scene appeared in the depths of Duke Long's memory. Han Lian was bathed in blood and on the verge of death. She used all her remaining strength to stand before Duke Long with great difficulty. Duke Long looked at him quietly, his voice a little hoarse. Han Ting, you have no hope left. Give up. Surrender. I'll give you a chance to repent. Even at this stage, Master, you're still unwilling to give up on me. He. Red Lotus Demon, Sovereign laughed. But unfortunately, Master, my hope hasn't been shattered. What hope do you have? What other trump cards do you have? My hope is not here, Master. I left it for the big time. You will see him just as the great age is about to begin. He will fight his way into the Celestial Court, just like me. Duke Long sighed and said with an unwavering tone, Then I will stop him, just like how I stopped you today. You are my disciple. I will make up for the mistakes you made. I, your master, will personally kill all of your hopes. Roar. Duke Long suddenly roared. He shook his arms and forced Di Zongxing's teeth open. His figure disappeared. Clang! In the next moment, Di Zongxing's sharp dragon teeth fiercely clenched together, creating dazzling stars. But Duke Long had already arrived behind Fang Yuan. His big hand grabbed towards Fang Yuan. In an instant, Fang Yuan felt an unparalleled power pulling on him. A powerful and majestic aura of danger filled the sky like a tsunami, wanting to drown him from behind. Duke Long. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and turned around. He activated his killer move to fight against Duke Long. I will kill you. Duke Long's amber-like dragon pupils reflected Fang Yuan's clear face. His tone was bone-chilling and filled with killing intent. But at the next moment, an immortal goo house interfered, blocking the two. Fang Yuan, leave! The southern and northern immortals shouted together. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and turned around, continuing to chase after Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long was obstructed. He roared and activated his killer move, tearing with his claws. The sturdy immortal goo house was torn apart like paper in his hands. Duke Long continued to chase, but he had just taken a few steps when Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared in front of him. Duke Long grabbed with his hand and crushed Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the next moment, Heavenly Lord Baizu pounced again. Not killed. Duke Long was surprised. He had clearly activated his investigative killer move and sensed that it was Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body. But the Heavenly Lord Baizu in front of him gave him the same feeling as the main body. Duke Long's thoughts moved as he understood. A killer move that can instantly swap places with the main body and clone. Indeed, Heavenly Lord Baizu was a famous lone cultivator rank 8 in Northern Plains. He took over He tribe's territory and created Baizu tribe, joining Northern Plains' righteous path. Longevity Heaven actively roped in all of Northern Plains Go Immortals for the sake of the big picture. Heavenly Lord Baizu was one of them. One of the conditions for Heavenly Lord Baizu to accept the recruitment was an immortal killer move from Longevity Heaven's treasury. With this technique, he could switch between his doppelganger and his main body. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt that he had been obstructed in his attacks on He Fan Grotto Heaven in the past. He had asked for it. Precisely because of this, after Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body was transported to Eastern Sea by karma relocation, he could switch places quickly and return to infallible, blessed land. Annoying fly. Duke Long frowned slightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu tried to obstruct him again and again. Even though he could not block a single attack, he managed to switch places with his main body at the critical moment. His performance was amazing. He actually managed to stall Duke Long's pursuit. But soon, other Celestial Court Go Immortals attacked Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu soon fell into a dangerous situation. He could not even take care of himself. Duke Long chased after Fang Yuan again, but 5 Elements Grandmaster was already guarding behind Fang Yuan. Come. 5 Elements Grandmaster activated his strongest defensive method, 5 Elements Ring. This was an immortal formation that was condensed into a 5-colored ring. No matter what, I can at least last a few breaths of time. 5 Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. But at the next moment, Duke Long did not stop. He broke through the 5 Elements ring and continued to chase after Fang Yuan. 5 Elements Grandmaster's defensive killer move was broken. He immediately suffered a huge backlash. His injuries were severe. But he quickly swallowed the blood in his mouth and chased after Duke Long without any regard for his own safety. Duke Long did not even look at him. He casually sent out a dragon-shaped purple gold chi. This was a chi path killer move. 5 Elements Grandmaster stared with furious eyes. He was struck by the purple gold dragon chi. With a loud sound, he exploded into minced meat and broken bones, dying on the spot. 5 Elements Grandmaster's death did not intimidate the southern and northern immortals. Soon, Yi Hao Feng sacrificed himself to attack. Attempting to stop Duke Long was stalled by him for a few breaths of time, but he soon killed Yi Hao Feng. I don't have much time left. Duke Long's expression did not change, but he was getting anxious internally. Heavenly Dragon's last stand made him powerful to a terrifying extent. He could slaughter rank 8 Go Immortals like they were chickens, but his lifespan was reaching its limit. Under the southern and northern immortals, sacrificing themselves to obstruct him, Fang Yuan finally caught up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. In contrast, Heaven Overseeing Tower was being restrained by Bing Sai Chuan's Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan obtained a lot. His luck was quite good. He obtained a rank 7 Immortal Goo and a large number of Mortal Goo. But this was not a huge loss to Heaven Overseeing Tower. especially when Fang Yuan knew that even though Great Thief Ghost Hand relied on ghostly concealment, it was not a true rank 9 killer move. It had no effect on Fate Gu. The true threat is still Dream Path killer moves. Fang Yuan did not have any Dream Path offensive killer moves. He could only use the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was already prepared against such a crude offensive method. Fang Yuan had to have a perfect opportunity, otherwise he would only be asking for losses if he used it carelessly. Fang Yuan's tactic was to use Great Thief Ghost Hand to force Heaven Overseeing Tower to create an opportunity to detonate the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. He did not know how long the Southern and Southern Immortals could last, but this was the best tactic now. But when Fang Yuan used the second Great Thief Ghost Hand, a rank 8 Gu Immortal suddenly appeared and easily blocked his Great Thief Ghost Hand. Lu Wei-yin, what are you doing? The Southern Border Gu Immortals saw this person and immediately called out his identity. They were shocked and furious. Lu Wei-yin pointed at Fang Yuan. My disciple Yi Fan died in your hands. Fang Yuan, hand over your life. Lu Wei-yin, you are Paradise Earth's inheritor, a Southern Border Gu Immortal. Even if you want to take revenge for your disciple, why are you in such a hurry? Get out of the way. Cooperate with us, we will defeat the Celestial Court together. Otherwise, the Southern Border Gu Immortals were agitated. They shouted. Chapter 1759. Even though Lu Wei-yin did not have any offensive killer moves, he was very strong in other aspects. He easily blocked the furious attacks of the Southern and Southern Immortals. Even Fang Yuan could not do anything to him. As expected of Paradise Earth's inheritor, many Celestial Court Gu Immortals looked at him with deep respect. In a short period of time, Lu Wei-yin actually defended against the fierce attacks of the Southern and Southern Immortals alone. Almost none of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals in the battlefield could do this. At this moment, the Southern and Southern Immortals finally understood Lu Wei-yin's power. Even though Lu Wei-yin did not have any offensive methods, his overall strength was above Li Huang and Qin Yi. The Southern and Southern Immortals hated Lu Wei-yin to the core. This hatred was several times stronger than Fang Yuan. Because of Lu Wei-yin's appearance, he destroyed the final hope of the Southern and Southern Alliance. Fang Yuan and the others' attacks were like raging waves, but they were all blocked by him alone. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly. He was still fighting with Di Zongxing, but Lu Wei-yin saved the situation for him. Duke Long felt that Lu Wei-yin's help was far more gratifying than him doing it himself, because this represented the submission of Paradise Earth's lineage. This is the will of the people. Back then, when Fate Gu appeared, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable used it to change the wills of many human Gu Immortals. He roused the fighting spirit of countless people. Now it is the same. A damaged Fate Gu was not worthy of reverence. But the complete Fate Gu was like the records in history. It was a banner. Its significance to the human race far surpassed its actual nature. This was the will of the people. It was the trend of the times. The will of the people was hard to change. But the Celestial Court controlled Fate Gu. It could make the opposing Gu Immortals lose their will to fight. They would eventually betray them and join them. This would save the Celestial Court and Central Continent a lot of effort and trouble. Duke Long could not help but rejoice at Fairy Myrtle's choice. With everyone watching, this battle scene would be broadcast to the entire Central Continent and even to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Lu Wei-yin's defection was a symbol, a role model. It meant that in the future, a large number of Gu Immortals would join Central Continent and submit to the Celestial Court. The power of an example is infinite. Especially Lu Wei-yin, he was Paradise Earth's inheritor. In the future, when many Gu Immortals hesitate on whether to surrender or rebel, they would think, even Lu Wei-yin, the inheritor of Paradise Earth, changed his ways. What can I do? In this way, the hurdle in his heart had been crossed. Lu Weiyin's actions were like a formless storm that quickly spread to all parts of Central Continent. The Gu immortals of the various regions who had already prepared to escape retreated even faster. At the same time, in Spirit Affinity House's headquarters, Zhao Lianyun was getting restless. "Fairy Lianyun, where are you going? It is very dangerous outside," Bu Zhenzi urged. Zhao Lianyun smiled. "I have love Gu to protect me. The enemies are fleeing in fear right now. It is time for us to make a name for ourselves. If we do not attack now, when will we?" Zhao Lianyun's wish was quickly acknowledged by the Supreme Elders of Spirit Affinity House. Earlier, Central Continent was in chaos. All sorts of people attacked and caused chaos everywhere. The Celestial Court mobilized a large number of Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects for the sake of recovery. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were weak and had huge territories. They could only give up on their territories and resources, wisely choosing to defend themselves. Right now, through the killer move Everyone's Vision, the Gu immortals who were left behind in the various bases understood the change in the situation. Many knowledgeable people knew that it was time to counterattack. "Let's kill all these people who dared to offend our Central Continent. Fight, beat the shit out of these despicable people. Howl all the grievances and anger in my heart. I will return them all to you." Soon, with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects at the lead, they launched a wave of counterattack. The remaining Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Immortals of Central Continent quickly reclaimed their lost territories and attacked the remaining 4 regions' Gu immortals. The 4 regions' Gu immortals were forced to retreat. Some even lost their lives on the spot. Because of the killer move Everyone's Vision, the Gu immortals in infallible Blessed Land knew about this. Their morale soared. Fang Yuan and the rest were in an even more precarious situation. Duke Long was overjoyed. This was the scene he wanted to see. Under the banner of Fate Gu, almost all of Central Continent's Gu immortals were united as one. This united strength was terrifying. The rise of humanity in Celestial Court's historical records had already proven this. At this moment, Duke Long had a deeper understanding. The Celestial Court had been displaying Fate Gu for generations. They had purposely erected this banner. This was a hint from the depths of the soul, a call that was so strong that it was hard to resist. Fate Gu was only a rank 9 immortal Gu. It could not even be used directly. But when Celestial Court used it, they gave it a spirit and meaning that surpassed its own, and then used the history of humanity to amplify this influence. Thinking about it, wasn't it mystical? Fate Gu's practicality was far inferior to other rank 9 immortal Gu, like Wisdom Gu. But Celestial Court used it to change people's hearts. They united a large number of scattered battle strength. They united countless people and formed an impregnable fortress. Lu Weiyin's betrayal, a lone immortal like Zhen Yisheng, and a Righteous Path Gu immortal like Mi Languang, who was abandoned by the 10 great sects, teamed up and ambushed Great Treasury Immortal. With Zhao Lianyun as the representative, the Central Continent Gu immortals launched a wave of counterattacks. The other 4 regions' Gu immortals retreated. Their morale fell. These changes were very difficult to achieve with immortal killer moves, even a rank 9 killer move like People's. United hearts. But now, Duke Long used just Fate Gu to achieve this. Gu Masters and Gu Immortals nurture Gu, use Gu and refine Gu, not mentioning the other 2 aspects. Just the use of Gu. Celestial Court's use of Fate Gu had already surpassed the limits of Gu worms. It had reached an unprecedented supreme level. This was a type of art. Thinking about it, it was shocking. Celestial Court's immortals encircled and attacked from all directions. Northern and southern immortals were trapped in the encirclement. Some are screaming, some are bleeding, some are panicking, and some were unafraid of death. Fang Yuan's heart was also shrouded in a heavy shadow. He could not break Lu Weiyin's defense, while Heaven Overseeing Tower had already stabilized itself. Duke Long purposely lured Di Zongxing far away to create a second battlefield. The enemy's situation is hopeless. This was the thought of almost all the celestial court's immortals. Ha ha ha! I still have to turn the tide in the end. Right at this time, a familiar voice resounded in the battlefield to Fang Yuan. At the same time, immortal Gu House Dragon Palace appeared behind Heaven Overseeing Tower. By Ningbing? How can she control Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan was shocked. The other Gu immortals were even more shocked. By Ningbing's sneak attack had been planned for a long time. While the immortals were shocked, thick smoke burst out of Dragon Palace and drifted towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower felt like it had fallen into a swamp. At the crucial moment, the Gu immortals inside the tower activated their methods. Immortal Killer Move, Invincible Phantom Tower. In an instant, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned into Phantom. It was invincible. Phantom Transformation Method, hee. By Ningbing sneered, "You are looking down on me." Dragon Spirit. A boy stood beside her. At this moment he was giggling. "Master, watch me." Thick smoke shrouded Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower turned Phantom, it was still corroded by the smoke. This is a Dream Path offensive killer move. Fang Yuan's side was shocked and joyful, while the Celestial Court's immortals were shocked and furious. What is going on? Both sides had doubts in their hearts. Let's turn back time for a while. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. The battle was at the crucial moment of victory and defeat. The Celestial Court's immortals reinforced dragon palaces for Dragon General's situation. But these reinforcements were within the expectations of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. They attacked one after another, causing the battle situation to become more intense. The 4 Dragon Generals could only defend Dragon Palace, while the reinforcements from Celestial Court could not break through the defensive line of Eastern Sea's Gu immortals in a short period of time. But right at this time, a figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. It was by Ningbing. Earlier, Chen Yi had used Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method to use Immortal Killer Move Karma Relocation to block the immortals' attacks. Fang Yuan quickly found the best way to exchange points. Under Fang Yuan's command, Bai Ningbing charged towards the defensive line and was teleported away by Karma Relocation. Bai Ningbing looked around and found that she was in a dangerous situation. This was a battle between rank 8s. The intensity of the battle was not something she could participate in. Bai Ningbing wanted to retreat, but be it Eastern Sea or Celestial Court's Gu immortals, they attacked her at the next moment. Celestial Court's Gu immortals saw that Bai Ningbing was an enemy. They naturally wanted to eliminate her. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals did not want Bai Ningbing to leave and expose the secret of this place. They wanted to silence her. Instantly, Bai Ningbing fell into a life and death situation. Bitter. She knew deeply that against a rank 8 Gu immortal's killer move, even if she turned into Bai Xiang, it would be of no use. Death was approaching, but she was not afraid. She was only unresigned and felt deep regret. She muttered, "Is this all I can do?" "No, master." At the crucial moment, a clear and tender voice of a child could be heard. Next, Dragon Palace shook. It captured Bai Ningbing and directly teleported her to a deep part of Dragon Palace. This scene stunned all the rank 8 Gu immortals present. The battle slowed down. "Who are you?" Bai Ningbing entered Dragon Palace and found a strange, living being standing in front of her. It had the appearance of a child, but it had horns on its head and a dragon tail on its back. Its large eyes were sparkling and translucent. It was pure and cute. It looked at Bai Ningbing and said, "Blessed lands have land spirits. Grotto heavens have heavenly spirits. And in Dragon Court there is me, Dragon Spirit." Dragon Court? Isn't this the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace? Also, why are you calling me master? Bai Ningbing naturally knew about Dragon Palace. She was getting more and more confused. Dragon Spirit smiled. Back then, the Dragon Man Gu Immortals created Dragon Court, but Duke Long did not allow it, thus it changed its name to Dragon Palace. As for acknowledging you as my master, that is the only way. Because you are a dragon man who escaped fate, you are the enemy of Celestial Court, you are also the only suitable master. Oh, master, I have finally found you. Duke Long does not know of my existence. I hid and created the illusion that he succeeded in refining Dragon Court. Celestial Court is too powerful, master. Please take action and resolve this crisis. In the future, you will lead the Dragon Man race to rise up. We will follow the will of Providence and defeat the humans. We will make the Dragon Men the rulers of this world. What do you mean? Bai Ningbing frowned, feeling that it was unimaginable. I am only a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Even if I have future self, I am not rank 8. Furthermore, with the current situation, even rank 8 cultivation level cannot resolve this predicament. Dragon Spirit said, Master, you need to have confidence. Fate Gu has already told us that humans will fall, dragon men will rise. Our Dragon Man race will be the next main character of this world. It is time for us dragon men to suppress humans and rule the world. But Duke Long is the ancestor of the Dragon Man race. He is the greatest traitor of our race. Dragon Court's power has not been fully displayed because it lacks a true master. Of course, Dragon Court is only a rank 8 immortal Gu house now. Even if it uses its full power, it will not be able to break out. Thus, master, please take action and subdue Di Zongxing. Bai Ningbing was surprised. How can I subdue Di Zongxing? Dragon Spirit smiled confidently. Master, don't look down on yourself. Dragon men will rise. Divine beasts will pave the way. Di Zongxing was born from the heavenly Tao. He hates humans from birth. He is actually a divine beast of our Dragon Man race. Right now, Dragon Court cannot subdue him because it is only an immortal Gu house. It lacks a true master. But with you, we have all the conditions. Bai Ningbing blinked repeatedly, reacting after a long while. She still had many questions in her mind. For example, wasn't Dragon Man reigning supreme referring to humans? If Fate Gu said so, why did Celestial Court still try to repair Fate Gu? Bai Ningbing suppressed all the questions in her mind. She could not help but feel excited. This is really interesting. To think that at the moment of death, the situation would take a turn for the better. The Celestial Court seems to have many secrets. Even though I am a human, I used a secret method to turn into a Dragon Man. But to lead the Dragon Man race to rise and overthrow the rule of humans, just thinking about this makes my blood boil. Resisting the Celestial Court is interesting, but leading the Dragon Man race to rise is even more interesting. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, interesting. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with bright light. She laughed heartily and said to Dragon Spirit, No matter who you are, what schemes you have, I don't care. Anyway, if you did not save me, I would have died at that moment. Your goal is truly interesting. I will accept it. What should I do? Bai Ningbing was different. She was a true demon. She acted according to her own preferences. She would do whatever she felt was interesting. Thus, her human identity could not restrict her. Lu Weiyin betrayed Southern Border, but she betrayed humanity. Dragon Spirit was overjoyed. Master, with your help, Di Zongxing will easily submit. Dragon Spirit shed tears of excitement. This is great! I was almost in despair to think that Master would finally come. My wait was not in vain. Right now, Providence is being influenced by star constellation's will. Fate Gu's revelation has also changed. But it does not matter. A large number of hibernating Gu immortals in the Celestial Court have died. Star constellations will have lost her support. The heavenly Taos will have suppressed her. Your appearance proves this point. Right now, we need to subdue Di Zongxing first before going back to participate in the battle, be it the Celestial Court or the Northern and Southern Alliance. It is a dog-eat-dog situation. Even though we want them to die, this is a rare opportunity. We can seize Fate Gu. Chapter 1760. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower, which had rank 9 Fate Goo, could not resist the corrosion of the Dream Path Killer move. Dragon Palace was a rank 8 Immortal Goo house. It had rank 8 Immortal Goo Dream token. The rank 8 Dream Path Killer move that came from it was probably the number 1 in the current world. As the saying went, one move could dominate the world. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not have any Dream Path defensive methods. Once Dragon Spirit made its move, the effect was immediate. At this rate, Heaven Overseeing Tower will cease to exist. This move is not just the extension of Dream Realms. It is a Dream Path Killer move. Even if Celestial Court has pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, it will not be able to stop it. In an instant, Yao Huang and the rest saw hope of victory. To think that at the final juncture, Bai Ningbing would be the one to turn the tide. Hold on. Attack together, defend Dragon Palace. The Southern and Southern Immortals cooperated. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were pale with fright. Their previous confidence was completely gone as they attacked anxiously. Something is not right. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan placed his attention on Duke Long and found something amiss. Duke Long, who was fighting with Di Zongxing, did not show any signs of panic. His expression was calm, and there was even a trace of reminiscence in his gaze. Over 1,000,000 years ago, in the depths of Celestial Court. Hong Ting, you actually dared to enter Celestial Court and walk right into a trap. The secret of your rebirth has already been exposed. You actually dared to go against fate and defy Providence, reviving the dead. You have truly disappointed me. Duke Long looked at Red Lotus with a steely expression. His gaze was burning with anger. Red Lotus Demon Venerable smiled. Master, since I came here, I have no intention of returning alive, nor do I want to destroy Fate Goo. Please wait. Oh, then what are you trying to do? Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at Duke Long deeply. I want to persuade Master to help me destroy Fate Goo. Duke Long was stunned, and then he roared with laughter for a while before abruptly restraining his laughter. His amber dragon eyes were unfathomable as he said, Then tell me about it. Master wants to listen carefully. Red Lotus smiled. I've reincarnated tens of thousands of times, and I only managed to find some clues by chance. Then I used more than 10 reincarnations to figure it out. Fate Goo has already stopped protecting us humans. Its current revelation is 4 words. Before he could finish, Duke Long continued, The dragon people rule. Red Lotus was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. Master, you really do know. You are protecting Fate Goo like this. Are you really going to lead the Dragon Man race to rise? After all, the largest group of dragon men is your bloodline descendants. Of course not. Duke Long shook his head and said in a low voice, Hong Ting, you only know one thing but not the other. I was actually the first to discover the secret of the Dragon People reign, and I was also the first to report it. Although I have transformed into a dragon man and become the ancestor of the dragon men, my true heart has always been that of the human race. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. I believe it. Red Lotus had no hesitation. I believe in Master's sincerity. Oh, Master, you understand me so well, and similarly, I also understand you. You will never betray the human race for your own benefit. I was afraid you would deny it earlier, so I purposely provoked you. Humph, rascal. Duke Long snorted coldly, feeling gratified in his heart as he continued. I created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method to teach you, to help you control the Celestial Court and lead the human race. I had never thought that Fate Goo would give me the revelation of the Dragon People reign. However, after the initial shock and fear, I gradually understood. Fate Goo is a heaven path goo worm. The Tao of Heaven takes away surpluses and replenishes deficiencies. Humanity's prosperity, ruling over the 5 regions and 2 heavens. They are even more prosperous than the variant humans of the past. The heavenly Tao will naturally take away surpluses and replenish deficiencies. It is like how primordial origin immortal Venerable had Fate Gu and obtained the dragon people reign. However, I still want to protect Fate Gu. Do you know why? Red Lotus's eyes shined with brilliance as he asked, "Why?" Duke Long heaved a deep sigh. Actually, the hidden danger of Fate Gu had already been raised by primordial origin immortal Venerable's era. Humanity was united because of Fate Gu. After comprehending the returning of Heaven's will, most humans had the courage to resist the variant human races. However, once the destiny of the human clan disappears, where will the human clan go? Undeniably, this is a huge hidden danger. Even after primordial origin immortal Venerable passed away, he could not resolve this problem. On his deathbed, he entrusted this heavy responsibility to his disciple. This disciple was the future star constellation immortal Venerable. When her lifespan was near its end, she finally found a way to resolve this hidden danger. That is, merging with the Tao. Red Lotus frowned. Merging with the Tao? That's right. Duke Long continued to explain. Fate Gu can only be directly manipulated by the heavenly Tao. Human and variant human Gu immortals can at most observe it and obtain some revelations. Maybe in the future, as the sects compete, there will be a way to use Fate Gu, but it is impossible now. Star constellation immortal Venerable thought. Since she could not deal with Fate Gu, she might as well deal with the source. Thus, she sacrificed herself and merged with the Tao, using her will to participate in the operation of the heavenly Tao, interfering with and influencing providence. If providence is affected, Fate Gu will always be under the control of the celestial court. So that's what happened. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's heart shook as he realized. The net weaved by Fate Gu is called Myriad Net. Everything in the world is in this net. They are manipulated and manipulated by fate. Star constellation immortal, Venerable manipulates providence. She can influence Fate Gu and allow humanity to reign supreme. No wonder Fate Gu is so important to the celestial court. No wonder star constellation immortal Venerable's design was able to obstruct 3 demon Venerables, including me. No wonder celestial court has always been the sacred land of humanity, the #1 superforce in the world. Duke Long nodded. Hong Ting, your comprehension has never disappointed me. The power of the world, after being separated for a long time, they must unite for a long time. Have you ever seen a superforce that can last for a long time? From an internal perspective, the human heart is fickle and full of desires, but these desires are hard to satisfy. No matter how strong a force is, no matter how close they cannot resist the inadequacy of the human heart. From an external perspective, offending a powerful Gu immortal will often cause a superforce to be in a terrible situation. If this Gu immortal cultivates to rank 8, he can easily make a superforce fall or even perish. In this world, the strength of an individual can easily surpass the strength of an organization. Very few superforces can last for 10,000 years, but our celestial court is an exception. Why? It is because of Fate Gu. Under Fate's arrangement, we will always be the sacred land of humanity. Our internal structure will always be harmonious. Even if there are conflicts, all kinds of fortuitous encounters and coincidences will smoothly resolve them. Our enemies often cannot grow. Even if there are rank 8 level enemies, they will gradually decline. In fact, our celestial court does not even need to make a move. The enemies will die or even surrender due to all kinds of fortuitous encounters. Being able to achieve such a miracle was obtained by the sacrifice of a rank 9 wisdom path immortal Venerable. Without rank 9 wisdom path cultivation, there is no way to resist or disturb Providence's normal operations. However, even when star constellation immortal Venerables will resisted Providence, she often fell into a disadvantageous position. Red Lotus understood and interrupted. Like Dragon Man reigns supreme. That's right. At first, I was also shocked. But after I learned of this ancient secret, I chose to wait. Sure enough, not long after, Fate Gu's revelation changed again. Dragon Man reigned supreme disappeared. It changed back to humans reigned supreme. Duke Long smiled in relief. Later, when I checked the secret history of Celestial Court, I found that this had happened many times. Dragon Man reigned supreme is only the most recent one. The revelation of Dragon Man reigned supreme is not valid. Red Lotus's heart continued to sink. Since his master Duke Long already knew of this, why did he listen to his questions? He suddenly realized he did not enter Celestial Court himself. Duke Long was waiting for him here, waiting for him to ask and tell him about this ancient secret of Celestial Court. Red Lotus stopped thinking and looked up at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled. "Oh, Hong Ting, I waited for you to say these words to make you repent. You were able to create spring, autumn, cicada, and reincarnate. It is truly the actions of a demon. It seems like there is hope of changing the past, but do you have it?" "No." Duke Long shook his head. His tone was firm. "Because you have heaven above you, the heavenly Tao, star constellations will, and Fate Gu's revelation. How can you overturn heaven? How can you change the past? Even if you have rank 9 demon venerable battle strength, so what? Limitless and reckless savage are the best examples. How long can a venerable live? The longest living Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was only 25,000 years old. As for Celestial Court, it has millions of years of history and accumulation. It has the sacrifices and protection of generations of immortal venerables. It has Fate Gu. This is the general trend. Can you even shake such a deep accumulation? Especially after your rebirth, you only have rank 9 battle strength by relying on future self. In essence, you are not a true rank 9 venerable. Oh, Red Lotus was silent. Even someone as strong as him often felt helpless against Celestial Court. He could destroy Celestial Court, but what use would that be? As long as Fate Gu existed, Celestial Court could be easily rebuilt. Because star constellations had always been influencing providence, Fate Gu would always rule humanity. There would always be a revelation that Celestial Court was the number 1 sacred land of humanity, the number 1 force. Under the manipulation of fate, all sorts of fortuitous encounters would be arranged. Countless geniuses would join Celestial Court and form Celestial Court. Celestial Court was not crucial. Star constellations will and Fate Gu were crucial. As for star constellations will, firstly, Red Lotus was not a wisdom path rank 9. He did not have enough methods to deal with star constellations will, who had merged with the Tao. Secondly, he did not want to deal with star constellations will. After all, star constellations will interfered with providence and protected humanity's status, allowing humanity to flourish. Red Lotus only wanted to revive his loved ones. He had never thought of betraying or harming his own race. Chapter 1761. Even though destroying Fate Gu was harmful to humanity, with star constellations will, it would not change the overall situation of the 5 regions. Because when Fate Gu did not exist, the Celestial Court could not use it, neither could the Heavenly Tao. When both sides were equal and humanity had such a huge advantage, how could they watch as other races rose up? But Red Lotus was not an otherworldly demon. How could he completely destroy Fate Gu? After countless rebirths, Red Lotus still could not find a way to destroy Fate Gu. This time he was reborn to persuade Duke Long to let his master stand beside him and work together. To think that the Celestial Court had such a secret Red Lotus plan failed. The older, the wiser. Red Lotus wanted to persuade Duke Long, but Duke Long was also waiting for this chance to persuade his proud disciple. Hong Ting, stop. Duke Long said sincerely, "Master said so much to make you turn back. The righteous path is not only about glory and fame. It is often accompanied by sacrifices. For humanity, for the Celestial Court, star constellation immortal Venerable sacrificed herself. But you? Your parents, your beloved woman, died for you, paving the way for you to become an immortal Venerable. Their sacrifice was necessary and valuable. Do you still not understand? Hongting, stop. No, I will not stop. Red Lotus's gaze was unwavering. I am sorry, Master. I have disappointed you again and again. But this is the path I want to walk. Duke Long shook his head, revealing a bitter expression as he breathed in deeply. I am not disappointed. If you had agreed directly, I would have been suspicious. I know that your will won't be easily shaken. This is something that I have already expected. So, next, let me use my own example to teach you. What do you mean? Just as Red Lotus was confused, Duke Long activated his prepared method. Immortal Killer Move. Dragon Man Extermination. Red Lotus's confused expression disappeared, replaced by shock. He sensed the essence and effect of this killer move. Red Lotus exclaimed, And Master, you killed all the dragon men in the world. Your children and grandchildren are among them. If I remember correctly, all of your descendants have turned into draconians. That's right. Duke Long's body was trembling, and so was his voice. I am the ancestor of dragon men, the first dragon man in the world. When I created the Dragon Man transformation method, I had already set up a backup plan, allowing me to use my identity as the primordial ancestor to easily eliminate other dragon men. When the revelation of Draconians reigning supreme appeared, I wanted to use this method. However, at that time, the will of the constellation manifested and advised me to leave the dragon men behind for the time being. They will be useful in the future. I hesitated and hesitated. You have seen my descendants, Hongting. Enjoying the happiness of my family is my greatest consolation in my old age. Sigh, I'm already old. Master. Red Lotus wanted to say something, but stopped. He did not know what to say to console Duke Long. Duke Long's eyes were red. He almost cried. This was something Red Lotus had never seen before. He sobbed. I know very well, even without Draconians reigning supreme, the Dragon Man race will always be a threat to our celestial court, a threat to humanity. Because the Dragon Man race is different from other variant human races. I was the one who created it. It was transformed from humans. It's like a blood-sucking vine growing on the human tree, constantly absorbing the blood of the human race to strengthen itself. Dragon men have long lifespan. It is second only to lifespan goo in extending lifespan. Lifespan goo are rare, but how many billions of people want to extend their lifespan? The number of dragon men will continue to increase, while the number of humans will decrease. Even more terrifyingly, dragon men are born among humans. They are naturally able to lower the vigilance of humans. With the protection of a highly respected Venerable One's teacher like me, who can suppress and disturb them. At this rate, one day, dragon men will suppress humans. If an accident happens again, and fate goo reveals Draconians reigning supreme again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Saying so, Duke Long looked at Red Lotus deeply. When you entered the celestial court and came to persuade me, I suddenly realized that this might be the time for star constellations will to guide me. The Dragon Man race should not exist, but its destruction needs to have some value. This value is to persuade you, my disciple Hongting. I want to instill the spirit of sacrifice in you. I want to show you the spirit of the orthodox path of humanity. Red Lotus, Master! Duke Long's body shook. His tears finally flowed down. He had personally killed his own descendant. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He was filled with grief, but he did not feel a trace of regret. His voice became louder as he shouted at Red Lotus. Hongting, my disciple! Your path cannot be taken. You cannot win against the celestial court. Because the strength of the celestial court is not just on the surface, it is not just fate goo. It is the sacrifices of generations of goo immortals. They shed their blood and sacrificed themselves without any regard for their own safety. They defended humanity. They protected the orthodox path. generations after generations of Gu immortals. Without such sacrifices, humans would still be ravaged and enslaved by variant humans. They would not have such a beautiful life today. Hong Ting, I will teach you. The heavenly courts will nurture you. What you are enjoying is the contribution and sacrifice of our ancestors since ancient times. So come back, Hong Ting. I will follow fate's arrangements. Red Lotus, infallible, blessed land battlefield. Duke Long's recollection only lasted for an instant. His gaze became sharp again. He looked at Dragon Palace from afar, smiling coldly. What a pity! Dragon spirit, your existence has already been deduced by Fairy Myrtle. All of this is just to beat you at your own game. At the next moment, he activated an immortal killer move. He had once used this immortal killer move to persuade Red Lotus, but it did not succeed. But now, it was more than enough to kill Bai Ningbing. Immortal killer move, Dragon Man extermination. In an instant, Bai Ningbing's body shook, her heart felt like it was being clenched. She fell to the ground and coughed out blood. Dragon Spirit shouted in shock. What happened? It did not know the secrets of the past. In fact, it was created long after the Dragon Man race was exterminated by Duke Long. Under Dragon Spirit's fearful gaze, Bai Ningbing died rapidly. Her corpse gradually lost its body temperature in the huge Dragon Palace. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was walking out of the formation that imprisoned Spectral Soul. Celestial Court's battlefield had not been cleaned up yet, but Fairy Myrtle came to Spectral Soul's prison and inspected it urgently. I was overthinking. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was powerful and ruthless back then, the current Spectral Soul is only a remnant soul. He has no goo worms or mortal essence. How can he do anything? Not to mention getting out of here. Oh, Dragon Spirit was exposed. Everything is going according to plan. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. She was the one who deduced Dragon Spirit's existence. She had her suspicions earlier, because the ownerless Dragon Palace could actually capture the 4 dragon generals. It had extraordinary intelligence. After she deduced Dragon Spirit's existence, Dragon Spirit deceived Duke Long and created the illusion that Duke Long had refined Dragon Palace. Celestial Court knew about it. Duke Long asked Fairy Myrtle for help. Fairy Myrtle played along and set up the trap of hidden Dragon Cave. This trap not only targeted the Eastern Seagu immortals, it also targeted Dragon Spirit and Di Zongxing. If not for this plan, how would Fairy Myrtle dare to use the killer move Everybody's Vision to spread the news of the final battle in infallible blessed land? Fairy Myrtle walked into an immortal goo house. The benevolence goo that she borrowed was inside. She thought to herself, next, it is time to deal with Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Boom! Dragon Palace was sent flying. Dragon Spirit was screaming in panic. It was out of its wits. The Dream Path offensive killer move was interrupted. Heaven Overseeing Tower returned to normal, leaving its phantom state. The Celestial Court's goo immortals laughed loudly. Their plan to lure the enemy was a huge success. Damn it, so this was all part of Celestial Court's plan. The battle situation was never out of their control. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had to admit, we lost this battle. Bing Saichuan also realized this, but he still shouted loudly, mobilizing the Go Immortals to charge towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower retreated extremely quickly. The southern and northern immortals felt even more despair. It is time to retreat. Fang Yuan's eyes moved. He had a rank 8 killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core. If he used it properly, there was hope of breaking out. However, at this time, with Lu Wei-yin as the leader and Celestial Court's Goo Immortals as support, they surrounded Fang Yuan's group tightly. Fang Yuan's group was like a cornered beast that counterattacked at the last moment. It was extremely frenzied. Lu Wei-yin saw the chance and used an immortal killer move. It was called 8 Directions Blessed Land. This move was a defensive killer move. Not only could it defend oneself, it could also strengthen others. Under the effect of the killer move 8 directions, Blessed Land, it instantly formed many spheres of sand that enveloped the Goo Immortals, easily blocking all the immortal killer moves. Even Calamity Luck Alter's killer move was the same. At once, both sides showed expressions of shock. Lu Weiyin's strength surpassed everyone's expectations once again. Lu Weiyin's display dragged the southern and northern immortals deeper into the abyss of despair. On the other side, Duke Long got rid of Di Zongxing and charged into Dragon Palace. Di Zongxing wanted to chase him, but was stalled by Heaven Overseeing Tower and the other immortal Goo houses. Duke Long, you are the greatest traitor! Dragon Spirit screamed as it hid in the depths of Dragon Palace. Duke Long could not find it immediately. He poured in his immortal essence as he forcefully refined Dragon Palace again. He smiled. I need to thank you for getting rid of the huge problem that is Di Zongxing. Now, as long as I gain full control of Dragon Palace, Di Zongxing will have no choice but to submit to me. Celestial Court will obtain the strongest legendary immemorial desolate beast in history. Dragon Spirit screamed in anger. It scolded Duke Long for being despicable and sinister, while blocking Duke Long's forceful refinement while summoning Di Zongxing urgently. Di Zongxing roared in anger as he tried to break through the obstruction. Celestial Court's defensive line was on the verge of collapse. At the crucial moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower showed its might again, activating Fate Vanquish. Di Zongxing was the first to bear the brunt of it. He was fiercely suppressed. More than half of Feng Yuan's Goo Immortals were instantly killed by Fate Vanquish. The power of a rank 9 immortal killer move was too terrifying. Only Feng Yuan was completely immune to the power of Fate Vanquish. He stood alone proudly. Feng Yuan, don't think you will have an easy time. You can't escape. These immortal killer moves were specially prepared for you. Have a taste of them. Close to 10 rank 8 Goo Immortals surrounded Feng Yuan. A large number of killer moves enveloped him. He could not use the Goo Worms in his immortal aperture. You want to target my spring-autumn cicada? Damn it. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to activate killer moves to counterattack. He did not hesitate to expend his Dao marks. Countless sword ghost dragons flew around. But he was still suppressed by Celestial Court's Goo Immortals. He could not break free. Suddenly, there was a resounding dragon roar. Di Zongxing's huge dragon head rampaged and crashed into Feng Yuan's encirclement. This legendary, immemorial, desolate beast was also anxious. It ignored everything else. It endured countless killer moves and rushed towards Dragon Palace to reinforce it. Ha ha ha, too late. Duke Long laughed loudly. He had already refined most of Dragon Palace. He was about to capture the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit screamed, "Even if I die, I will not let you have your way." Boom! With a loud sound, Dragon Palace self-detonated. Countless fragments flew everywhere. The Grand Dragon Palace only had a small foundation and a few pillars left. Now is the time. Using this chaos, Feng Yuan finally broke free from some restraints. His clone activated an immortal killer move. Spring-autumn success! The demon is counterattacking. I will protect you. Lu Weiyin shouted, activating 8 directions, Blessed Land again to protect countless Goo Immortals. Now is the time. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle also made a move, activating an immortal killer move, Equal Justice. Duke Long tore apart the 8 directions, Blessed Land that was protecting him. He charged towards Feng Yuan with the remaining Dragon Palace. Along the way, he encountered Di Zongxing, but Di Zongxing lowered his head, expressing his submission. Feng Yuan, you can die too. Duke Long teleported, appearing in front of Feng Yuan. At the moment of life and death, Feng Yuan quickly activated a killer move, but he was held back by the other Celestial Court Goo Immortals methods. Bam! With a muffled sound, he was killed by Duke Long. His flesh and bones flew everywhere. His soul even dissipated on the spot. He was dead. With Fang Yuan's death, their final hope was gone. Bing Saichuan and the rest were dejected. They stood on the spot in a daze. Someone surrendered, but Bing Saichuan and the rest shouted as they charged towards Duke Long. Duke Long smiled coldly. He grabbed again and again. Bing Saichuan and the rest died without exception. A moment later, the southern and southern immortals were either dead or surrendered. This huge battle had finally come to an end. We won. Celestial Court is mighty. Duke Long is mighty. The immortals cheered. Central Continent was in an uproar. Duke Long had a plain expression as he looked around, his gaze landing on Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin lowered his head. Lord Duke Long, what instructions do you have? Duke Long smiled lightly, saying with deep meaning, It is all thanks to you lending benevolence. Gu. In this battle, Celestial Court will reward you generously. Lu Weiyin quickly expressed his gratitude. Duke Long transmitted secretly, asking Fairy Myrtle, Did that killer move take effect? Fairy Myrtle, Yes. Are we going to attack Lu Weiyin? Duke Long replied secretly, No worries, let's keep him alive. If we harm him, who will dare to join us in the future? That killer move is just a layer of insurance, regardless of whether Fang Yuan revives or not, as long as the situation is on our side. So what if we do it again? Saying so, Duke Long breathed in deeply. Our plan succeeded. Fairy Myrtle's voice was choking with emotions. Yes, using Fate Gu's restoration, we attracted the invasion of the 4 regions Gu immortals. We incited Central Continent to unite against a common enemy. We got rid of our internal enemies. The great era is coming. Our Central Continent will unite as one. The orders of Celestial Court will be heartily obeyed and implemented. She knew that Duke Long was going to die soon. Duke Long laughed heartily. He did not care about his own death. He even encouraged Fairy Myrtle. With you around, I am assured. Wisdom Path. Gu immortals did not need to fight at the front lines. They needed to plan for the big picture. Master. At this time, under Feng Jioge's lead, Feng Kim Hong cried as she came to Duke Long. She also knew that this was Duke Long's final moments. Duke Long patted Feng Kim Hong's head, saying, Humans will grow old and die. Moreover, if the old is not gone, how can the new come? Disciple, you don't need to be too sad. At the same time, Duke Long transmitted secretly, instructing, Huang Heir become an immortal venerable and lead Celestial Court to the peak. Our Central Continent is sandwiched by the other 4 regions. It is a battleground with no geographical advantage. But we also have our advantages. We have a sect system. We have a lot of momentum. Originally, even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent could only barely suppress and maintain the situation in Central Continent. Countless sects, lone cultivators, and demonic path cultivators have long been dissatisfied with our Celestial Court occupying a lot of cultivation resources. But now, after this battle, people's hearts have changed, they are united and have thoughts of revenge. There are almost no more internal problems. Celestial Court will be the goal of all of Central Continent's people. Celestial Court has existed for millions of years. It has Fate Gu. It already has the right time. After this battle, we will have the greatest unity of people in the 5 regions. Go and conquer. Go and unify the human race. Go and establish a hegemony that has never existed for thousands of generations. As your master, I can only do this much for you. After saying this, Duke Long retracted his gaze, looking at the horizon with reluctance. In the distant sky, the setting sun was like blood. The light of the setting sun shone on Duke Long's body. His dragon horns were broken, but he looked even more domineering and fierce. His dragon eyes were lustrous. Battle intent still lingered in them. His dragon scales were covered in scars and blood stains. Who knew how many rank 8s had died under his dragon claws? The immortals of Celestial Court surrounded him, floating in the air as they looked at him quietly. No one spoke. Dizongxing lowered his head. He was like a huge statue, not moving at all. The earth shook, emitting waves of deep rumbling sounds. At this moment, the regional walls that surrounded the 5 regions vanished. The earth veins connected. The 5 regions that were originally isolated were now one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, the 5 regions could move freely. At the same time, the difference in heaven and earth chi would gradually disappear. There would be no more obstacles to the unification of the 5 regions. Duke Long smiled lightly, speaking with a tone filled with anticipation towards the future. "Ah, the great era has arrived." These were the last words he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Dragon Imperial Guest. He died at the end of his lifespan. Like the setting sun, the legend of a generation had come to an end. But his invincible figure was deeply engraved in the eyes of countless Central Continent people. His spirit of sacrifice and dedication was like a torch, burning in the hearts of countless people. Chapter 1762. In this pitch-black space, there was a vast and boundless river. It surged and flowed endlessly. Its origin and destination could not be seen. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, river of time. The river of time was pale and colorless, but every drop of water that collided with each other would shine with dazzling colors. Every drop of water had a story, a scene that had happened in the past. Trillions of water splashes bloomed and collided with each other. The entire river of time was like fireworks, colorful and dazzling, extremely beautiful. A small goo worm covered in a layer of jade-green light suddenly appeared and plunged into the river of time. This goo worm's head and abdomen were brownish-yellow in color. There were tree ring-like markings on its surface, showing the vicissitudes of time. The wings on its back were very wide and translucent, like 2 green leaves overlapping each other. The tiny goo worm was inconspicuous in the vast river of time. It was smaller than an ant. After the goo worm plunged into the river, it showed a sense of determination as it swam against the current, tracing the past. Jewel yellow skies. A wave of excitement arose as goo immortals conversed and discussed with each other. What caused this uproar were only the 3 rib bones and the scene of a battle. It is hard to imagine that this demon Fang Yuan already has such battle strength. Sigh, his growth is too fast. He is already a demonic path overlord of the current generation. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He also has spring-autumn cicada and has been reborn. He naturally has a huge advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Thunder, Ghost True Monarch. Who could have thought she would be suppressed by Fang Yuan? Thunder, Ghost, True Monarch Jinglan. This is an old senior. She is actually still alive. Central Continent Celestial Court is only SOSO. They're the number 1 human force in vain. They have been searching for Fang Yuan all along. In the end, they sent a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but they were still beaten to such a sorry state by Fang Yuan. In Celestial Court, Chen Yi's expression was unsightly, while Fairy Myrtle's body was trembling from anger. This thief, Fang Yuan, is really sinister and cunning. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth because in the video of the battle in Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan had only cut out the part where he had successfully counterattacked and beaten Jinglan. Qin Yi frowned. Lady Ziwei, should we inform Thunder Ghost True Monarch about this? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan was a Gu Immortal expert who had recently awakened in Celestial Court. Jinglan chased after Fang Yuan, but in a moment of carelessness, Fang Yuan counterattacked. Fang Yuan relied on the 10,000 flood dragon and chaotic directional fog to delay her while he entered the 5 regional walls. By the time Jinglan set out once more to pursue him, the distance between her and Fang Yuan was already very large. After Fairy Myrtle was unable to calculate Fang Yuan's specific location, Jinglan lost her way in the boundary wall. Ziwei, Where is that demon, Fang Yuan? Jinglan transmitted her voice. She was flustered and exasperated. Her tone was very aggressive. She had thought it would be easy to capture him, but in the end, she ended up heavily injured and in such a miserable state. How could the prideful Jinglan accept this reality? She gritted her teeth, anxiously hoping to capture and kill Fang Yuan to avenge her humiliation. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jinglan. What? Even you can lose him? Jinglan was furious and extremely dissatisfied. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment is no longer the same as before, but he still has to go to Langya Blessed Land. We have already made arrangements there. Although we did not capture this thief, we still made huge gains. Not only did we expend a lot of his immortal essence, we also forced him to expose countless trump cards. How can a Gu immortal like him be killed in one battle? Fairy Myrtle advised Jinglan in a gentle tone. Jinglan was silent, standing on the spot without moving. After a long while, she heaved a long sigh. The anger on her face had already completely faded. I underestimated him. This person is shockingly talented, worthy of being the successor chosen by Providence and the one that Shadow Sect had no choice but to choose. In the next battle, I will not make the mistake of underestimating the enemy. Compared to Fang Yuan, there is an even more troublesome matter. Fairy Myrtle tactfully told Jinglan about Fang Yuan selling his sternum in jewel yellow skies. Jinglan's mind that had just calmed down immediately surged with waves of anger. What? This guy actually took my sternum out to sell? Preposterous. Simply preposterous. Jinglan immediately communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, and sure enough, when she saw her sternum, she flew into a rage and her eyes were bloodshot. Soon after, Jinglan saw the video of Fang Yuan beating her up and almost crushed her teeth. Damned guy! If you fall into my hands in the future, I will definitely pull out your tendons, flay your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. Fang Yuan flew while paying attention to Jewel Yellow Skies. He sneered in his heart. Although he had lost the battle with Jinglan, it was still an honorable defeat to obtain such a result against a rank 8 as a rank 7. The 3 sternum and that video of the battle were in fact Fang Yuan showing off. They were his outstanding battle merits. Victory or defeat in a battle is secondary. What is more important is the comparison between gains and losses. Although I lost this battle, the gains are exactly what I need. Fang Yuan attempted to retrieve the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, but was obstructed by Lu Wei-yin and failed. Foam Joga invaded Langya Blessed Land and discovered Wisdom Gu, as well as taking away Guyue Fangzheng and Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan detonated Dang Hun Mountain, causing Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan to awaken. At the same time, Chunyi's Karma Divine Tree Killer move had a use. Fairy Myrtle used this clue to deduce his location. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan thus accurately attacked Fang Yuan, but due to various reasons, Fang Yuan escaped. The Celestial Court discovered and invaded Langya Blessed Land. They will definitely attack again. Langya Blessed Land is extremely important to me. I cannot lose it. To resist the Celestial Court's next attack, I need to gather all the forces I can use. The 4 Races Alliance can make use of this. After this battle, my reputation will soar. I will have more say in the 4 Races Alliance. These variant human Gu immortals will even think of me as their hope to resist rank 8s. Along the way, many Gu immortals in Jewel Yellow Skies inquired about the price. They wanted to buy these 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But how could Fang Yuan sell them? This was the best chance to attack the Celestial Court's reputation. It was also a good chance for him to raise his own reputation. He would not sell these 3 rib bones. I need to make use of every opportunity to attack and weaken the Celestial Court's reputation. I need to accumulate courage in the hearts of other Gu immortals. At some crucial point in the future, even more Gu immortals will make a move. they will dare to provoke the celestial court. Speaking of which, are there any members of the celestial court among these people asking for the price? There should be some. Even Thunder, Ghost, True Monarch might be among them. It is very likely. He. Fong Yuan laughed lightly. He was trying to find joy in this difficult situation. His heart was still heavy. The celestial court had discovered Lang Ye Blessed Land. It was unknown when they would attack again. Lang Ye Blessed Land was in danger. Once Lang Ye Blessed Land fell, it would be a huge blow to Fong Yuan, because for a long time, Fong Yuan had been cooperating with Lang Ye's sect. He had obtained huge help at many crucial moments. Lang Ye Blessed Land was like a huge support to him. But to resist the celestial court, it was not so easy. With just him, Lang Ye Blessed Land and the Four Races Alliance, did they really have any hope? Now is not the time to give up. After returning to Lang Ye Blessed Land, I have already absorbed that long hair true meaning. Even if Lang Ye Blessed Land falls in the future, I will try my best to squeeze out all the benefits from Lang Ye's sect. Just as he thought of this, Fong Yuan's body shook. He showed a shocked expression. His expression did not change. He was an extremely shrewd and ruthless demonic path character. How could he lose his composure like this? Just earlier, Fong Yuan's time path clone had told him an extremely precious piece of information. The clone revived. Spring-Autumn Cicada returned to the time path clone with the will of several years in the future. So, my first attempt ended in failure. The celestial court managed to repair fate, Gu completely. Shortly after, Fong Yuan's expression calmed down. The raging waves in his heart also subsided. Fong Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. His eyes were like the dark night. Ever since he gave Spring-Autumn Cicada to the time path clone, he had expected such a situation to occur. Thus, he quickly accepted this fact. The strength displayed by the celestial court made him feel as if an entire mountain was pressing down on his heart. But this is more interesting, isn't it? Fong Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of laughter. It was cold and fanatical. Fear. What was that? Chapter 1763. Lang Ye Blessed Land. A large group of variant human Gu immortals regarding the teleportation immortal formation, raising their heads in anticipation. Suddenly, the immortal formation activated, emitting a dazzling light. Among the variant human Gu immortals, Lang Ye black-haired land spirit, who was standing at the front, was overjoyed, shouting, "They are back! They are back!" Behind him were Snowman, Rockman, and Inkman Gu immortals. All of them had complex expressions. Lang Ye Blessed Land had just been invaded by the Celestial Court. Due to the alliance agreement of the Four Races Alliance, these three variant human tribes had the responsibility to help the hairy men and defend Lang Ye Blessed Land against the Celestial Court. When the land spirit of Lang Ye asked for help, these three variant human tribes were extremely unwilling. They were full of bitterness and regretted signing this alliance agreement. But what was the use of regretting? The alliance agreement was with them. They could not violate it, even if they succeeded in violating the alliance agreement. So what? Right now, humans were the rulers of the 5 regions. They were the undisputed overlords. The living space of variant human tribes was very small. Only by working together could they coexist. This strategy was absolutely correct. But the 3 variant human tribes had never thought that Lang Ye's sect would actually provoke the Celestial Court. What kind of existence was the Celestial Court? This was the number 1 force of humanity, a colossus that had existed for millions of years. Compared to the Celestial Court, the Four Races Alliance was too small. It could not withstand any torment. Thus, when the land spirit of Lang Ye asked for help from these 3 tribes, they were very unwilling and tried all sorts of excuses. But who could have thought that at this time, Fong Yuan would sell Thunder, Ghost, True Monarch's 3 rib bones in jewel yellow skies? This battle achievement was like a hurricane. It became the hearts and minds of the variant human Gu immortals. They saw a trace of hope against the Celestial Court. But more importantly, Langya Blessed Land also had rank 8 battle strength. If they rejected Land Spirit of Langya's request for help, other than facing the severe punishment of the alliance agreement, the 3 tribes would also have to face Feng Yuan, who could fight rank 8 Gu Immortals. The balance in their hearts had completely tilted. First, the snowmen changed their stance and expressed their full support for Langya's sect. Then the Ink Men and Stone Men also changed their stance and were willing to help. Taking Feng Yuan in as the guest Grand Supreme Elder is really the right decision. The Land Spirit of Langya achieved his goal, and he was very pleased in his heart. After getting news of Feng Yuan, he knew that he was returning. He had an idea and brought these variant human Gu Immortals to welcome Feng Yuan. When the light dissipated, Feng Yuan's figure appeared in front of everyone. The variant human Gu Immortals had different expressions. Land Spirit of Langya was the first to greet Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan glanced around and laughed in his heart. It's just like the scene in my previous life. Speaking of which, the Land Spirit of Langya also has some political skills. He knows how to use me to suppress other allies. But Feng Yuan did not want to exchange pleasantries and waste time. Like in the previous life, he only nodded at Shui Er and left. This small action made the Snowman variant human Gu Immortals very excited. It also made the Stone Men and Ink Men feel very jealous. Because of the battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Feng Yuan's status in the Immortals' hearts had risen greatly. But right now, Feng Yuan's heart was as calm as still water. After rebirth, his battle strength had returned to the peak of rank 7. It was nothing compared to the Celestial Court. In fact, even if he had peak rank 8 battle strength in his previous life, so what? Feng Yuan and the Land Spirit of Langya conversed privately. The Land Spirit of Langya returned Feng Yuan's perceivable Tao Immortal Gu, and told Feng Yuan that the Celestial Court had indeed left behind many harmful Tao marks in Langya Blessed Land. The Land Spirit of Langya was very worried, because he had already used all his strength but could not do anything to these Tao marks. Feng Yuan knew that these Tao marks were a portion of the famous star cast killer move of the Celestial Court. Feng Joga had purposely left them behind. In the previous life, when the Celestial Court launched a second attack, these Tao marks turned into a spiral passage and directly transported 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals here. In this battle, Feng Yuan obtained fixed immortal travel rank 7 Immortal Gu, but he exposed Yama Emperor's killer move and Swan Bujin's identity. He lost Langya's sect as an ally forever. Eventually, Feng Yuan retreated. The Celestial Court had no choice but to retreat as well. Longevity Heaven became the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Feng Yuan pretended not to know, replying to the Land Spirit of Langya. First Supreme Elder, don't be too anxious. Let me deduce first and make a plan to deal with the current situation. The Land Spirit of Langya sighed. All right. He found it strange that Feng Yuan did not mention anything about the long hair true meaning. This did not match Feng Yuan's personality in the past. But the Land Spirit of Langya did not want to remind Feng Yuan. After all, even though he agreed to compensate Feng Yuan for the long hair true meaning, he was very reluctant to part with it. Right now, Wisdom Gu was still in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan arrived in front of Wisdom Gu and stayed here for 3 days and 3 nights, using the Time Path clone to deduce. This rebirth was slightly special compared to the previous ones. It would take a long time for him to be reborn. It would take a few years, but this was reasonable, because back then, Feng Yuan's Time Path clone had rank 7 cultivation level. Spring Autumn Cicada was also rank 7, and he even used the killer move Spring Autumn Success. Feng Yuan's main body was killed, his Time Path clone self-detonated. Spring Autumn Cicada's power was far greater than before. Naturally, he could rebirth to an earlier time. As for the initial rebirth, Feng Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level, but he returned to 500 years ago. That was due to Providence's influence. It was a special case. Actually, in Red Lotus True Inheritance, there is also a killer move like Spring-Autumn Success that can rebirth to a specific time in the past. But this killer move cannot guarantee the success of rebirth. Thus, I chose Spring-Autumn Success to eliminate the possibility of failure. Fang Yuan took a look at Spring-Autumn Cicada. The current Spring-Autumn Cicada was no longer rank 7 like in his previous life. It had returned to rank 6. And because it had just been reborn, its condition was not good. It was dispirited and listless. Its body was yellow like dead wood. It needed time to recuperate. In Red Lotus True Inheritance, there are many killer moves that can speed up Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery. Spring-Autumn Cicada is indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal goo. Its effect is too powerful. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The current him was no longer a mortal goo master. Thus he did not have to worry about Spring-Autumn Cicada bursting his aperture. At this rate, there was no need for Fang Yuan to speed up Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery. By the time of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Spring-Autumn Cicada would automatically recover. This way, Fang Yuan would be able to use Spring-Autumn Success again. But the Celestial Court is so powerful, even if I can rebirth again, if I cannot find a way to defeat the Celestial Court, it would be pointless no matter how many times I rebirth. Thinking back to his previous life, Fang Yuan felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. The foundation that the Celestial Court displayed was absolutely unfathomable. It shook the world. As for how many Goo Immortals there were in the Immortal Graveyard, even now, Fang Yuan did not know the limit. Duke Long's strength was definitely at pseudo-venerable battle strength. In history, perhaps only Bo Qing had the strength to resist him. Fang Yuan himself was killed by Duke Long. Duke Long was simply too powerful. Of course, Venerables were invincible existences. Even Duke Long was not enough against their killer moves. But this way, the Venerables fought across space and had their own plans. It made the already chaotic situation even more complicated. The foreshadowing of the Venerables was endless. They influenced the whole situation time and time again. Fang Yuan felt a headache just thinking about it. Other than Duke Long, there was also Fairy Myrtle, Chen Yi Li Huang, Qing Yi, Yuan Qiongdu, and others. These Goo Immortals were elites. They could not be underestimated. What was even more terrifying was their spirit. For the Celestial Court, they could sacrifice themselves without caring about the consequences. That kind of fanatical belief towards the Celestial Court and humanity made even Fang Yuan feel a trace of wariness. If I can't find a way to defeat the Celestial Court, even if I have countless chances to revive, it will be pointless. To defeat the Celestial Court, I will use all my strength in this life. I will not let go of any chance to improve myself. I need to make a good plan. Fang Yuan concentrated and started to make deductions. There was no doubt that revival required a technique. Even though Fang Yuan had the advantage of clairvoyance, this was only a layer of memories. He was no longer the same as before. He was the number 1 rank 7 in the world. His every action had a huge influence. If he changed many things for a small profit, the influence would be magnified and cause a huge change in reality. Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage would plummet. But if he was restrained and afraid of change, he would not be able to improve himself enough. He would not be the Celestial Court's match in the end. He needed to maintain a good balance. And most importantly, he had to prevent other Goo Immortals from knowing that Fang Yuan had revived. The longer this secret was kept by Fang Yuan, the more advantageous it would be for him. Fang Yuan's plan took 14 to 16 hours, and he finally had a clear idea of what to do, coming up with a huge and exquisite plan. Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit of Langia. How many immortal Goo do you have? Give me a list. After thinking about it, I feel that refinement path true meaning is not very useful to me. If there are suitable immortal Goo, I might give up on refinement path true meaning and choose these immortal Goo. Ah, the land spirit of Langia cried out in joy. That's good. I will give you the list immediately. to the land spirit of Langya. Refinement path, true meaning had a huge significance. Just like fate Gu to the celestial court, other than its strength, it also had a spiritual value. But earlier, the land spirit of Langya lost Fang Yuan's Danghun Mountain. Due to the alliance agreement, he had no choice but to compensate Fang Yuan with a refinement path true meaning. He was actually very unwilling to do so. Fang Yuan looked at the list and found Steel Life Immortal Gu was actually among them. He nodded inwardly, feeling satisfied. From this, it could be seen that the land spirit of Langya did not conceal much. Earlier, when Fang Yuan used Spectral Soul's true inheritance to exchange for the long hair true inheritance with the land spirit of Langya, both sides held back and did not exchange their trump cards. In Langya sect, the long hair refinement path true meaning, long hair refinement path formation, omnidirectional 4Cs, refinement water, steel life immortal Gu, heavenly giant solar, longevity heaven's request for help, and so on were all kept in their hands. They would not be easily taken out to exchange with Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan obtained the refinement path true meaning from the land spirit of Langya and raised his refinement path attainment level to quasi-supreme grandmaster, reaching heaven in one step. This choice was not wrong. Refinement path attainment level was a huge help to Fang Yuan. But now that Fang Yuan had reborn, his attainment level was the same as in the previous life. He was still a refinement path, quasi-supreme grandmaster. The same refinement path, true meaning, was useless to Fang Yuan. This was because Fang Yuan's main body's attainment level had always been shared with the Time Path clone, unlike Spectral Soul's clone. The biggest reason Fang Yuan created the Time Path clone was to bathe in the light of wisdom and help his main body make deductions. How could this work be done without attainment level? Even though only the Time Path clone had reborn, the Time Path clone's attainment level was the same as before. Fang Yuan's main body's attainment level naturally rose as well. Thus, in this life, Fang Yuan made a different choice. I choose Steel Life Immortal Gu, and these, the Time Path Immortal Gu, give them to me. Chapter 1764. Fang Yuan assessed Steel Life Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was shaped like a bee. It was the size of an adult's fist. Its body was covered in black and gold markings. It was covered in a thin layer of scarlet light. Once it started flying, the scarlet halo would flourish even more intensely. The most eye-catching part was the bee's stinger. It was sharp and thin. Its length far surpassed the bee itself. It was as long as an adult's forearm. According to rumors, Steel Life Immortal Gu was the first immortal Gu that thieving heaven demon Venerable obtained when he was young. It had an extraordinary origin. Fang Yuan looked at Steel Life Immortal Gu as his thoughts ran wild. Speaking of which, even though thieving heaven is a demon Venerable, he has a peaceful nature. He is not bloodthirsty. He is completely unlike Spectral Soul demon Venerable. However, it was precisely because of this temperament that he created the theft Tao. Fang Yuan had some understanding of thieving heaven demon Venerable. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He wanted to return to his original world, but he had a peaceful nature. He did not like killing. He also needed to accumulate resources and cultivate to find a way to return home. What to do? Facing this problem, Theft Path was the perfect answer he gave. The 10 Venerables were the most outstanding people in the history of humanity. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he was even more interested in these Venerables. He placed more importance on them. It could be said that in Fang Yuan's previous life, the Venerables played a crucial role in the grand battle that revolved around the restoration of Fate Gu. Every time a Venerable made a move, the entire battle situation would be overturned. The invincible strength of Venerables, their far-sighted schemes, they left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Limitless star constellation, primordial origin, Genesis Lotus, giant sun, red lotus, and paradise earth, They used all sorts of methods to participate in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Only Thieving Heaven, Reckless Savage, and Spectral Soul have not made a move. No! Spectral Soul has already been captured. He is only left with a lump of soul. How can he have the strength to fight? I inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. I led Shadow Sect to participate in the war. It can be said that he made a move. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is extremely powerful, his killing nature is number 1. After his death, he accumulated his strength and reached the terrifying level of Great Grandmaster in every path. Just based on attainment level, he is the number 1 in history, surpassing all Venerables. But he had to abide by the most basic rules. He had no immortal essence, no goo worms, and only a remnant soul. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. He was imprisoned by the Celestial Court. Then, Thieving Heaven and Reckless Savage, did the 2 demon venerables expect an unprecedented chaotic war in the 5 regions? I should be able to calculate it. After all, even Primordial Origin and Limitless managed to deduce it. How could these 2 rank 9 venerables fail to deduce it? Since they predicted this battle, did they leave behind any means to intervene? Thieving Heaven might want to return, but what about Reckless Savage? In history, he was also the Devil Lord who attacked the Celestial Court. It's very likely that he left behind some tricks. It wasn't revealed in my previous life, but in this life, can I find the methods left behind by Reckless Savage and make use of them? Feng Yuan's eyes shined when he thought of this. This was a great idea. Facing a colossal force like the Celestial Court, unless he became a rank 9 venerable, he would have to borrow their strength. At this time, Land Spirit of Lengia interrupted Feng Yuan's thoughts. Feng Yuan, now that you have rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Goo, you already have 5 rank 8 Immortal Goo. This is truly inconceivable. You only have rank 7 cultivation level, but you actually have 5 rank 8 Immortal Goo. There are only a handful of people like you in history. Land Spirit of Lengia sighed in amazement. Feng Yuan had obtained Steel Life Goo. He also had Attitude Goo, Wisdom Sword Goo, Years Flow Like Water, and Soul Beast Token. He indeed had 5 Immortal Goo. Of course, this did not include Wisdom Goo, because Wisdom Goo was rank 9. Land Spirit of Lengia had been paying close attention to Feng Yuan, so he was quite familiar with his situation. Feng Yuan smiled, not minding it. Did he have to tell Land Spirit of Lengia that in the future he would obtain rank 8 Immortal Goo like Spring, Summer, Great Chi, and Regret? If he said it, wouldn't it scare Lengia Land Spirit? But this Steel Life Immortal Goo has a flaw. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left it behind, but he was afraid that this goo would bring too much trouble to all living beings, so he only left 3 chances to use it. In the previous life, during the battle to defend Lengia, all 3 chances were used to kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch, but Steel Life Goo was destroyed by Chun Yi's Karma Divine Tree Killer move. This is not all of Steel Life's flaws. Purely using Steel Life Immortal Goo would not differentiate between friend and foe. While dealing with enemies, it would also harm oneself. That would be very awkward. So after obtaining Steel Life Immortal Goo, I need to deduce some killer moves to at least get rid of this flaw. If possible, it would be best if I can get rid of Steel Life Immortal Goo's limit of 3 uses. Many thoughts flashed past Feng Yuan's mind. However, he was clear that the 3 uses of Steel Life Immortal Goo was a limit set by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It would be very difficult for him to get rid of it. There was little hope. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan smiled at Land Spirit of Lengia. First Supreme Elder, this Steel Life Immortal Goo seems to only have 3 uses? First Supreme Elder, do you know what is going on? Land Spirit of Lengia was shocked. Feng Yuan actually saw through it. How was this possible? This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's doing. Even he could not detect it. From the outside, there were no clues. Everything was normal. Even the previous land spirit of Langya used all sorts of refinement path methods. He could not detect thieving heaven, demon, Venerable's restriction. Fang Yuan only took a few glances, and he saw through it. Land spirit of Langya had an expression of shock. He asked, "How did you find out?" Once he said this, land spirit of Langya's expression changed again, because this question undoubtedly confirmed Fang Yuan's words. He coughed and said with an awkward expression, "I did not hide it from you on purpose. I planned to tell you." Even though land spirits could not lie, they could still scheme and scheme. Like the black-haired land spirit in front of him, he was ambitious and had good leadership skills. And his previous owner, white-haired land spirit, was even more adept at enduring silently. He managed Langya blessed land very well. Black and white land spirits had their own specialties. The black-haired land spirit planned to tell me the truth. More specifically, when Fang Yuan found out about it, he would tell the truth. It was not a lie. Fang Yuan looked at the black-haired land spirit with a faint smile. "First Supreme Elder, I wanted to exchange for refinement path true meaning. These immortal goo alone are not enough. Now, that steel life goo is in such a state, I need to add some things to make up for the difference." The black-haired land spirit rolled his eyes and mumbled, "Of course I know that. Tell me, what else do you need?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. "I have a suggestion." His suggestion was to deepen the cooperation with the other three races and use Lang, Yasek's foundation, to exchange for the time path immortal goo in the hands of the variant humans. Land spirit of Langya was surprised. "You want exchange for time path immortal goo? This means, Fang Yuan, you want to develop in time path?" Fang Yuan nodded. This was a must. Right now, he had not gotten rid of Xiacha yet. He lacked the 4 time path immortal goo of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. He also did not obtain rank 7 edge goo from Tai Chu Zhong. He could not use time cutting edge either. Fang Yuan's time path immortal goo mainly came from 2 sources. The main one was Hei Fan's true inheritance. The other was some goo worms left behind in graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was quasi-supreme grandmaster. His time path attainment level was the same. Moreover, Red Lotus true inheritance was still in the river of time. Fang Yuan still had to roam the river of time. Of course, he needed strength in the aspect of time path. Land spirit of Langya nodded. "Then I will put down my pride and talk to the other 3 races. Fang Yuan, the crucial thing now is Celestial Court. We need to get rid of the harmful Tao marks in the blessed land as soon as possible before secretly relocating." Fang Yuan quickly consoled the anxious black-haired land spirit. "I know, don't worry. I collected these time path immortal goo to deal with the harmful Tao marks in Langya blessed land. I also have some plans to deal with the harmful Tao marks in Langya blessed land. I will modify our super immortal formation after some time. As long as you know." The black-haired land spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and left. His efficiency was very high. Not long after, he finished the discussion and handed the time path immortal goo to Fang Yuan. At this point, including Lang Yasek's own treasury and the ones exchanged from variant humans, there were a total of 5 time path immortal goo, 3 rank 6 and 2 rank 7. Rank 7 time concealment immortal goo and hour needle immortal goo. Rank 6 immortal goo yesterday, 10 days and successive years. The most helpful to Fang Yuan was time concealment immortal goo. This goo could conceal the goo immortal. Fang Yuan was overjoyed to obtain it. Time needle immortal goo was an offensive goo. Once activated, it would shoot out needles to kill strong enemies. The other 3 rank 6 immortal goo were barely satisfactory. They could only be used as supplementary immortal goo at most. A day later, a large number of rank 8 immortal materials were thrown down, creating a rainbow spiral. Wisdom goo entered the spiral of its own accord like a cat that smelled fish. Fang Yuan opened his sovereign immortal aperture and drew the rainbow spiral into his blessed land. Back then, Land Spirit of Lengya had used this method to trick Wisdom Gu from immortal blessed land into Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan had also used this method in his previous life. This time, although he was familiar with it, he pretended to be unfamiliar with it, praising Land Spirit of Lengya's method endlessly. To conceal the secret of his rebirth, he had to start from these details. Although the black-haired Land Spirit was praised by Fang Yuan, the disappointment in his heart was already showing. "Sigh, I feel empty in my heart." The black-haired Land Spirit sighed deeply. He had coveted Wisdom Gu for a long time. To think that Fang Yuan would get it in the end. During the process, the black-haired Land Spirit had used up a large number of lifespan Gu. But he had no choice, under the threat of the Celestial Court's second invasion. To prevent Wisdom Gu from falling into the hands of the Celestial Court, the black-haired Land Spirit had no choice but to lower his head no matter how unwilling he was. Take a good look at this immortal Gu recipe. We will refine this immortal Gu next. Fang Yuan took back Wisdom Gu and handed an immortal Gu recipe to Land Spirit of Lengya. Land Spirit of Lengya took a close look. Myriad Self Immortal Gu! That's right. This Gu is very useful to me. It can raise my battle strength greatly. It will be very helpful in dealing with the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan said as he walked out of this valley, "Prepare yourselves. I will go out and search for the 4 main immortal materials." "Oh, wait. Aren't you going to modify the Blessed Land's formation?" Fang Yuan did not turn around. He only waved his hand. "Don't worry. I know what to do." Chapter 1765 Northern Plains, Autumn Blade Plain. A Gu immortal walked barefoot on the grassland. He was tall and sturdy. His skin had a copper luster. He wore a vest that exposed his shoulders, and his trousers were rolled up, revealing his calves. Every time he took a step, he would leave behind footprints made of blood on the grassland. He was Meng Tuesday Quasi-Great, Grandmaster of Blade Path. Rank 7 Gu Immortal with peak battle strength, one of the top 3 Rank 7 experts of Meng tribe. In order to break through his Blade Path attainment level, Meng Tu volunteered to guard Autumn Blade Plain, imitating Rinzhu and cultivating all year round, ignoring worldly affairs. He was silent as iron, walking on Autumn Blade Plain step by step. His eyes were closed and his brows were slightly furrowed, thinking about the supreme principles of Blade Path. Suddenly he opened his eyes. The ghosts let out ghostly wails and howls as they pounced towards him. These ghostly monsters were terrifying. They were mostly in human form, but they were ugly and sinister. They had green faces and sharp fangs. Their claws were like blades, and their eyes were filled with blood. Their dense killing intent caused Meng Tu's hair to stand on end. "What the hell is this?" Meng Tu was shocked and furious. He fought with these ghostly monsters and was shocked to find that each of these ghostly monsters had rank 7 battle strength. Even with his peak rank 7 battle strength, facing these endless waves of ghostly monsters, he had to retreat. However, just as he was about to retreat, the ghostly monsters attacking him suddenly self-detonated. This change was far beyond Meng Tu's expectations. He was caught unprepared. Boom, boom, boom. The ghostly monsters self-detonated with great power. Meng Tu spat out blood and retreated rapidly. These ghostly monsters are attacking in a strict and coordinated manner. There must be a Gu Immortal controlling them from behind. But I wonder if it is a Soul Path Gu Immortal or an Enslavement Path Gu Immortal. Meng Tu's heart was shrouded in a heavy shadow. Just as he was about to send a message to his tribe asking for help, the world suddenly changed. By the time Meng Tu reacted, he was already in an immortal battlefield. What immortal battlefield is this? It was set up so quickly. Shock flashed across Meng Tu's eyes. From the start of the battle until now, he had not even seen his opponent's true appearance. "Sir, Who are you? Why are you making things difficult for my Meng tribe? Meng Tu shouted. The mastermind behind the scenes, Fang Yuan, chuckled and ignored him. Instead, he began to prepare the Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan didn't have Wu Yang's concealment methods. The moment the Luo Pasil started to brew, a storm surged and a monstrous aura swept across the entire Yama battlefield. His position was thus exposed. Meng Tu's sharp gaze swept over. He saw that Fang Yuan was an ordinary-looking Gu immortal. He wore a gray robe and looked ordinary, the type that could not be seen in a crowd. However, Fang Yuan's current aura shocked Meng Tu greatly. Meng Tu was even slightly dazed. He only has rank 7 peak stage cultivation level. How can he use a rank 8 killer move? Actually, Luo Pasil was only at quasi-rank 8. Its aura was terrifying. Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 immortal essence yet. The Luo Pasil killer move that he used now was weakened. Meng Tu gritted his teeth and charged at Fang Yuan. Northern Plains Gu immortals were so brave. Fang Yuan chuckled. He was calm and unruffled, as if Meng Tu did not exist. A large number of human-shaped Yama children appeared and blocked Meng Tu without any regard for their own safety. The number of Yama children made Meng Tu despair. Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil finished its preparation and attacked from afar. Under the pressure of Yama children, Meng Tu blocked left and right. He could not dodge in time and was hit by Luo Pasil. In an instant, his face turned ashen. He was dead. His soul was completely destroyed. Not even a trace of it was left behind. Fang Yuan cleaned up the battlefield. Meng Tu's corpse was intact. His immortal aperture was also left behind, along with a large number of cultivation resources and 3 immortal Gu. In his previous life, Meng Tu self-detonated. Fang Yuan only obtained Blade Wing immortal Gu. His gains in this life were plentiful. After dispersing the Yama battlefield, Fang Yuan looted the whole of Autumn Blade Plain. The drinking blade wine buried underground was his main objective. Fang Yuan collected it all. Besides that, there was also a vast number of mortal edge Gu. There was no need to think about immortal level edge Gu, because it was in the hands of southern border Gu immortal Tai Chuzhong. In my previous life, Meng Tu's self-detonation was beyond my expectations. His blade path Dao marks were engraved in Autumn Blade Plain, causing this resource point to have extraordinary potential. But in this life, Meng Tu did not even think of self-detonation before I killed him. Now that I have looted everything, this Autumn Blade Plain will no longer have its former glory. Fang Yuan looted almost everything here. He gave a faint glance before turning around and leaving. He did not return to Langya Blessed Land because there were still immortal materials that he had not gathered. There were 4 main immortal materials needed to refine Myriad Self Immortal Gu. There were Drinking Blade Wine, Edge Gu, Front Back Divine Obstruction Needle, and Floating Life Fire. Now that he had the first 2, only the last 2 were left. Fang Yuan arrived at Divine Needle Valley. This was a man-made valley, specially created by rank 7 Gu immortal Sleeping Lady for the Divine Hedgehog. Sleeping Lady was a lone cultivator of Northern Plains. She had rank 7 cultivation level and did not have outstanding battle strength. But the Divine Hedgehog that she controlled was an immemorial desolate beast that also cultivated Sword Path. The Divine Hedgehog had an innate ability. It could shoot out all the spikes on its body. Giving people no time to dodge, it could easily kill gods and immortals. If Sleeping Lady and the Divine Hedgehog cooperated well, there was a possibility of killing Meng Tuesday precisely because of this. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Meng tribes Meng Zizai and Meng Zhao had suspected Sleeping Lady when they investigated Meng Tu's death. Fang Yuan sneaked to the vicinity of Divine Needle Valley, but did not enter. He used the same trick again, activating Yama Child to charge in. Soon, Sleeping Lady's scream could be heard from inside Divine Needle Valley. Such guts! You dare to invade my Divine Needle Valley. Yama Child self-detonated one after another. Sleeping Lady was in a sorry state. She turned around and ran. You want to meet up with the divine hedgehog? Fang Yuan sneered, using the remaining power of Yama Child's self-detonation. Yama Battlefield quickly formed and trapped Sleeping Lady inside. Sleeping Lady let out a scream similar to Meng Tu's. What immortal battlefield is this? It's actually so fast. Fang Yuan slowly appeared. Of course not. Compared to Rumor Cage, there is still a huge difference in speed. Sleeping Lady looked at Fang Yuan with a fearful gaze. Who are you? I, Sleeping Lady, have no grievances with you, right? Please be magnanimous. What do you want? We can discuss it. Fang Yuan smiled. I want your life. Sleeping Lady's face instantly turned pale. Yama Child swarmed forward. Sleeping Lady was surrounded by danger. She resisted with difficulty while shouting in panic. Spare my life. I will do anything you want me to. Wait. I will teach you the method to control the divine hedgehog. How about it? I will use this bargaining chip to exchange for my life. Fang Yuan looked at her indifferently. Stop acting. How can a person who can deal with Meng tribe and Morong tribe be afraid of death? Seeing that Fang Yuan had seen through her, Sleeping Lady roared angrily, finally displaying her true strength. She was actually not weak. She was very different from the outside world evaluation. She managed to kill her way out of the encirclement of the Yama Child. But what was the use of this? She could not break through the Yama battlefield. She was still trapped. Fang Yuan started to gather Luo Pasil. Sleeping Lady charged at him, trying to stop Fang Yuan from accumulating his killer move. But she was much weaker than Meng Tu. Even Meng Tu could not stop Fang Yuan, let alone her. Sleeping Lady smiled bitterly. I am a mere lone immortal. I have always been kind to people. I never leave my house. I only want to manage my own land. I did not expect that while I was sitting at home, disaster would come from the sky. You demon, one day you will receive retribution. What you do to others will be returned to you millions of times. My outcome will be your outcome in the future. She cursed Fang Yuan loudly, venting the anger and fear in her heart. Fang Yuan's voice was bone-piercingly cold. It seems you still do not know your sins. Sleeping Lady stared with wide eyes. What sins have I committed? She was furious. Not only did Fang Yuan want to kill her, he also wanted to slander her. Sleeping Lady sneered. You are a demonic path, Gu immortal. You actually want to learn from the righteous path and slander your opponent to claim righteousness? Humph, you are simply ridiculous. If you were a little more pure, I might have a higher opinion of you. How are you not guilty? Your weakness is a sin. The moment she said that, Fang Yuan shot out Luo Pasil. As expected, Sleeping Lady was hit by this move. Her defensive killer move was torn apart like paper. She died on the spot. Fang Yuan collected her corpse and took away her immortal aperture. The only flaw was that almost all of Sleeping Lady's immortal goo were destroyed by herself. Fang Yuan stored the Yama battlefield. He first pretended to be Sleeping Lady and collected the front-back divine obstruction needles on the divine hedgehog. The divine hedgehog's battle strength fell to rock bottom. Fang Yuan directly suppressed the divine hedgehog and stored it in the sovereign immortal aperture. And Fang Yuan did not let go of this divine needle valley. Chapter 1766. Northern Plains. An ordinary and barren grassland, desolate and uninhabited. Suddenly a mystical light flashed in the sky, for Gu immortals appeared. They were Fang Yuan, Ing Wu Xie, Fairy Miao Yin, and Lady White Rabbit. After rebirth, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and the spy in Langya sect, Sixth Hair, had not died. They were still alive. All right, go back and cultivate. Fang Yuan opened the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance, letting the 3 Gu immortals enter. Right now, the remaining Gu immortals of Shadow Sect were all hiding in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture to cultivate. Fang Yuan wanted to use them to form the ancient battle formation. omnidirectional travel. Because of this method, Feng Yuan could move quickly and travel long distances. Omnidirectional travel was very important to Feng Yuan. It made up for his weakness in movement speed. In the previous life, after Feng Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, this move replaced it perfectly and helped Feng Yuan get through many difficulties. But in comparison, fixed immortal travel is still more convenient. Feng Yuan sighed internally. This time, he left Divine Needle Valley's original location. He had to cross almost half of northern plains before arriving here. Omnidirectional travel could not conceal his aura. It was very eye-catching. To conceal himself, Feng Yuan had to make several detours to avoid several super forces. If he had fixed immortal travel, he would not need to go through so much trouble. Feng Yuan added in his mind, "Of course, fixed immortal travel needs to be at least rank 7 to be suitable for me." At this time, the rank 7 fixed immortal travel should be with Feng Jioge, right? In the previous life, Feng Yuan had used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal Feng Jioge's rank 7 fixed immortal travel goo during the Battle of Langya Sect. This goo worm was of great help to Feng Yuan. Even after Feng Yuan advanced to rank 8, rank 7 fixed immortal travel was used as the core to create a space path immortal killer move. The killer move's power had increased tremendously. It still helped Feng Yuan move around the world. Fixed immortal travel was very convenient. It was a top-tier space path immortal goo. With it, one could travel anywhere in the world. Omnidirectional travel was not bad, but it was inferior to fixed immortal travel goo. Whether it was crossing the 5 regional walls or the heavenly Dipper Chi wall, or the number of people, they were all at a disadvantage. In the previous life, I was lucky and used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal fixed immortal travel immortal goo. However, this method was not stable and reliable. It depended on luck. In this life, how should I plot to obtain fixed immortal travel? Feng Yuan had relied on the spring-autumn cicada to be reborn, bringing him valuable information, realms, and killer moves. But at the same time his own luck had fallen by a large margin. These days, Feng Yuan had been relying on some small luck path methods to survive. But in terms of luck path, honestly speaking, even though he had barged into Imperial Court, blessed land, and destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower, his gains in luck path were far below the outside world's estimation. As Feng Yuan's cultivation level continued to rise, these luck path methods could not keep up. But thankfully, in the previous battles, be it Meng Tu or Sleeping Lady, they were far weaker than me. Even if my luck was not good, it was not a big deal. Feng Yuan was quite satisfied with the previous 2 battles. The entire situation was under his control. This feeling of having everything under his control was truly wonderful. In the previous life, he lacked a powerful offensive method like Luo Pasil. He could only rely on Great Thief Ghost Hand to win by surprise, or use Myriad Dragon and Yama to fight a battle of attrition. He was in an awkward situation. This awkwardness led to Meng Tu's self-detonation, and Feng Yuan's defeat and escape in the Battle of Langya Mountain. In the previous life, for the killer move Luo Pasil, Feng Yuan did not care about the dangers and difficulties. He spent a vast amount of time, effort, and energy as well as several years. Only during the battle of the 5 regional mountain range did he succeed. He used it to capture the rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Xinguang. Even Wu Yong was stunned. In this life, Feng Yuan directly used Luo Pasil. The effect was immediate. After killing Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, Feng Yuan had gathered 3 sets of main immortal materials for Myriad Self Immortal Gu. Only the floating life fire was left. According to his previous life's experience, floating life fire did not need Feng Yuan to search for it personally. After a certain period of time, Central Continent's Gu Immortal Zhangji would sell this immortal material in jewel yellow skies. By then, Feng Yuan could just buy some for himself. Feng Yuan came to this seemingly ordinary plane, but he had another motive. He landed on the ground and hesitated for a moment before activating an immortal killer move. Burning soul-bursting luck. I do not have much soul foundation now. Burning soul bursting luck needs to be used cautiously. But this time I will enter the river of time. To be safe, I need to use it once. Fong Yuan sighed in his heart. In the previous life, many Gu immortals tried to deduce him. These deductions continued until Fong Yuan's rebirth. Each deduction did not succeed, because Fong Yuan had Yama Emperor. But Yama Emperor's defense against deductions also expended Fong Yuan's soul foundation. Right now, even though Fong Yuan had a batch of guts Gu, his soul cultivation had already stopped. Dang Hun Mountain had just self-detonated in Fairy Myrtle's hands. Fong Yuan needed a long time to repair Dang Hun Mountain with the fragments he had. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fong Yuan's luck rose sharply, but it could not compare to his previous life's luck at the same time. Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness was huge. As his cultivation level rose, his luck fell even more. Who knew how Red Lotus Demon Venerable managed to overcome it back then? Fong Yuan moved as he activated Gu worms. After circling around the grassland, he stomped his feet and activated the natural immortal formation. Next, he stepped into the immortal formation and vanished on the spot. Similar to Southern Border, this place also had a natural tributary of the River of Time. After Shadow Sect found it, they used formation path methods and combined with the natural Dao marks here to set up an immortal formation, concealing this place and making it undetectable. Fong Yuan looked at the flowing tributary of the River of Time. From time to time, Time Path Mortal Gu flew out of the river or hovered in the air above it. Fong Yuan calmed his mind and carefully activated a Time Path Immortal Killer move. He had deduced this move a few days ago. He had not named it yet. Its main use was to conceal his existence and prevent detection. After using this move, Fong Yuan breathed in deeply and jumped into the tributary of the River of Time. Following the tributary, he quickly entered the main stream of the River of Time. Far away, an immortal Gu house was quietly floating on the surface of the River of Time, allowing the river water to surge and create huge waves. This immortal Gu house was shaped like a pavilion. It was ventilated on all sides and had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be made of yellow grass. The pavilion pillars were gray-white rocks that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion. It was the most beautiful decoration. Right now, there were 4 Gu immortals in the pavilion, 3 males and 1 female. They were the 4 Xuanzi of Central Continent's Spirit Butterfly Valley. They cultivated Time Path and had rank 7 cultivation level. They were also twin siblings. They were very close to each other and had a deep relationship. After Fong Yuan used the Red Lotus True Inheritance that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found to get rid of Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Lord Huangshi. Celestial Court lacked Time Path talents. Even though the 4 Xuanzi were not members of Celestial Court, they had great strength and were loyal. They were promoted by Fairy Myrtle to guard present and past pavilion and the River of Time. Once Fong Yuan entered the River of Time, they would immediately sense it. At this moment, Shang Xuanzi suddenly gasped. What is it? The youngest sister, Sun Guizi, asked. As the elder brother, Shang Xuanzi pointed at the screen in present and past pavilion. He said hesitantly, I think I saw a light flicker on the screen earlier. Really? Zhong Xuanzi and Xia Xuanzi looked at each other. Then let's investigate. Even though Sun Guizi was a lively person, she had a heavy responsibility now. She did not dare to be careless. The 4 Xuanzi activated present and past pavilion and inspected dozens of times, but did not find anything. Everything was normal. It seems I was wrong, haha. Shang Xuanzi was a little shocked. Big brother, don't be too nervous. That Fong Yuan is only at the peak of rank 7. We 4 Xuanzi can defeat him without relying on present and past pavilion. Zhong Xuanzi consoled. Even though Lord Huangshi died, Celestial Court had already investigated that it was the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance. They also analyzed Fong Yuan's current Time Path strength. Sun Guizi's eyes turned as she giggled. Don't worry, don't worry. Even if you 3 die in battle, as long as I, Sun Guizi, am here, you will definitely revive. You are actually cursing your brothers to die in battle? You are really asking for a beating. Brothers, spare me. There was laughter in present and past pavilion. They were laughing and fooling around, but they did not expect that Fang Yuan had really entered the river of time. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was discovered by present and past pavilion, even though he had an incomplete immortal Gu house. But it was different this time. Firstly, Fang Yuan was only facing one present and past pavilion. It was too early. Celestial Court had not had time to create the other 3 time path immortal Gu houses. Secondly, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of present and past pavilion. In the previous life, present and past pavilion was destroyed by him twice, and the 4 Xuanzi all died at his hands. 3 of their souls were captured by Fang Yuan after the battle. He soul-searched them and learned more about present and past pavilion's secrets. Finally, Fang Yuan was reborn and exchanged for several time path immortal Gu. One of them was rank 7 time path immortal Gu. Time concealment, it could conceal a Gu immortal's body. An immortal killer move formed with it, as the core was specially used to deal with present and past pavilion's investigation. It was also greatly amplified in an environment like the River of Time. Because of all these reasons, the rank 7 present and past pavilion could not find any traces of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan swam in the River of Time, moving forward. There were naturally some difficulties and obstacles. For example, sudden springs. Dangerous sudden springs could trap and kill rank 8 Gu immortals. For example, multicolored time. This pale white light could reduce lifespan. Any Gu immortal would be deeply wary of it. There were also the commonly seen year beasts. There were many desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts in the River of Time. Along the way, Fang Yuan encountered at least 3 immemorial year beasts. Thankfully, he had used burning soul-bursting luck before coming here. His luck was good. Many of the problems were passed without any danger. Against these year beasts, Fang Yuan mainly avoided them and tried not to attack. On one hand, it was because of present and past pavilion. If Fang Yuan attacked, the chances of his identity being exposed would increase sharply. On the other hand, Fang Yuan did not have a year essence pool yet. Without a year essence pool, he could not gather troops on a large scale. Capturing too many year beasts would be a burden to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1767. Fang Yuan stepped onto the stone Lotus Island again. More accurately speaking, it was the first time in this life, but he had already done it in the previous life. Once he stepped onto the stone Lotus Island. Fang Yuan immersed himself in Red Lotus Demon Venerable's memories. He had already seen this in the previous life. It was just a repetition in this life, but Fang Yuan was still somewhat moved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable is a very special Venerable. He originally had rank 9 cultivation level, but he used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive. He gave up his rank 9 Venerable status. But if he did not give up, he would not be able to return to the past and change the truth. He would not be able to make up for his regret and regret. Thus, later on, he created Future Self, as well as Call of the Ancient, Help of the Future. The Stone Lotus Island that carried Red Lotus True Inheritance had the ability to conceal itself. It was not easy for the Celestial Court to find it. All along, there had been no gains. In the previous life, just as they were about to gain something, Fang Yuan ruined it. Eventually, Feng Juga had to use the killer move wind of assimilation to destroy the stone Lotus Island. From the perspective of the Celestial Court, it was quite tragic. The stone Lotus Island that Fang Yuan stepped onto had been here for millions of years. For some reason, when Fang Yuan stood on the stone Lotus Island and looked at the surging river water, he suddenly had some enlightenment. The origin of the River of Time should be the beginning of the world. The end of the River of Time is naturally the destruction of the world. The length of the river of time is the experience of the entire world. And the width of the river of time corresponds to everything in the world. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, humans, beasts, plants, and so on. Clearly, the more prosperous the world, the more things there are, and the wider the river of time is. The more barren the world is, the fewer things there are, and the narrower the river of time is. Feng Yuan had quasi-supreme time path attainment level. At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration. He understood all sorts of things and gained a deeper understanding of rebirth. The essence of my rebirth is actually just the will of the future downstream. Through the spring and autumn cicada, it escaped to the upper reaches and fused with me at a certain time upstream. The truth of time in this world determines that there is only one world, and there are no parallel spaces. When I was reborn, the downstream was still flowing. After my death, it is clear that the celestial court will rule the world, and the four regions will be helpless. But now that I've been reborn, I'm like a drop of ink in a clear river. As I change more and more things, allowing some things to exist and some things to disappear, this blob of ink will gradually soak more of the river and dye the longer river surface into a different color. When the ink seeped into the celestial court to repair fate goo and hold the refinement path convention, many things changed. The future changed. Feng Yuan had transmigrated from Earth. There was a term on Earth called the butterfly effect. Now, Feng Yuan suddenly understood that in this goo world, the ink effect could more accurately describe the effects of rebirth. Of course, I can easily change other things because fate goo is not complete, and most importantly, I am an otherworldly demon to begin with. I am not bound by fate. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable were reborn in the past, it would be hard for him to change the state of other things. He would always use all sorts of reasons to make things return to their original state. In other words, the otherworldly demon is a large lump of ink, while the local goo immortal's revival is nothing more than a splash of water. Different from the previous life. In this life, Feng Yuan's subordinates, Fairy Meow Een and Lady White Rabbit, were still alive. He could use future self more efficiently. Moreover, he got to enjoy future self as well. In the previous life, he had rank 8 cultivation level. Future self had no effect on him. But in this life, Feng Yuan came earlier. He only had rank 7 cultivation level. Future self was useful to him. Wait. Maybe this is the correct time for me to come to the Stone Lotus Island. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable deduced that I would come here when I had rank 7 cultivation level. He left behind future self to help me. In the previous life, I thought that Red Lotus deduction was wrong, but now it seems that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had already considered my situation after rebirth. If that is the case, this Red Lotus true inheritance was not left for me in the previous life. It was specially waiting for me in this life. Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light for a long while. He left Yingwu Xie and the rest behind as he left the Stone Lotus Island alone. Using a time path killer move, he concealed himself and continued to swim. He still remembered the scene when he entered the river for the 3rd time. He already had a plan for the location of the other Stone Lotus Island. This time his plan was to find 2 Stone Lotus Islands. After spending a long time and going through some setbacks, Feng Yuan searched all the possible locations of the Stone Lotus Islands. But, regretfully, he did not find that Stone Lotus Island. The Stone Lotus Islands can move. It seems that this island is unstable. It is different from the Stone Lotus Island that I entered. Even though he did not have Red Lotus true inheritance, Feng Yuan was not dejected. This kind of situation was also within his expectations. Present and past pavilion. The 4 Xuanzi encountered a small problem. An ancient year beast was attacking present and past pavilion. But present and past pavilion shined with profound light. It did not budge. Soon, under the combined attacks of the 4 Xuanzi, this ancient year beast died. Sun Guazi cheered. This is great. We have a large number of time path immortal materials again. Indeed, Zhong Xuanzi sighed. The River of Time is truly a sacred cultivation ground for us Time Path Gu Immortals. It is like Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to Soul Path Gu Immortals. Zhong Xuanzi added, Indeed, the Celestial Court sent us to guard present and past pavilion. Even though it is to guard against the demon Feng Yuan, it is also a great opportunity for us to cultivate. Obtaining Time Path Immortal materials will be very beneficial to our cultivation. Zhong Xuanzi smiled. Not just that, in present and past pavilion, we can observe upstream and downstream. We can see many scenes of the past and future. We can see the changes of countless things under the influence of time. It is a great help to our comprehension of time path and raise our time path attainment levels. Sun Guizi gritted her teeth. It is a pity that Fate Gu is damaged, it is not complete. According to historical records, a long time ago, when Fate Gu was still intact, we time path great experts could observe the upstream and downstream of the river of time. We could observe the past and the future. We could accurately predict many things. Zhong Xuanzi nodded. Indeed. Back then, star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have done this. Even though she is not a time path Gu Immortal, her wisdom path methods are extraordinary. She could imitate the power of time path and deduce all sorts of future situations through the tributary of the river of time. She predicted that Green Tortoise's group of 7 would create the first Gu house in history, Tortoise House, and thus created star constellation chessboard. The 4 Xuanzi reminisced about the glory of time path for a while before they calmed down. They rested and collected the ancient year beast corpses while continuing to monitor the river of time. They did not know that Feng Yuan had already secretly come to the river of time and obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance before sneaking away. Feng Yuan returned the way he came. He walked out of the river of time and entered the tributary of the river of time, returning to northern plains. After he walked out of the formation, he activated fixed immortal travel and went to southern border. How could Feng Yuan have fixed immortal travel in this period of time? Immortal Gu were unique. Fixed immortal travel was naturally with Feng Juga. In fact, Feng Yuan was using the killer move Future Self. This time path killer move was very mystical. It condensed into a human silhouette in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The silhouette sat in the air. It was like the water of the river of time had condensed. It was shining with all sorts of colors. The silhouette looked like Feng Yuan. It was very lifelike. The silhouette also had a sovereign immortal aperture, but this immortal aperture was the scene of Feng Yuan's future immortal aperture. And most importantly, there were many silhouettes of Gu worms, like fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan's rebirth had little influence. The downstream of the river of time had not been dyed by the ink. Thus, the downstream scene was still Feng Yuan's previous life. Future Self could allow the Gu Immortal to obtain the strongest form of rank 7 in the future. Feng Yuan's previous life's strongest form of rank 7 was before the battle of the 5 regional mountain range. At that time, Feng Yuan had already captured Xiacha and the rest of the southern border pursuers. He was extorting southern borders super forces. To resist the enemies, to scheme against Celestial Court, and to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance in the River of Time. Feng Yuan annexed Cha's Time Path Immortal Aperture and advanced to rank 8. He created the illusion of undergoing tribulation in the 5 regional mountain range. He set up an ambush. During the Battle of Langya Mountain Range, Feng Yuan stole Feng Jioga's fixed immortal travel. After that, Feng Yuan attacked Plunder's Shadow Blessed Land and fought against Qi Clan. He finally made a secret transaction with Qi Chuyu. After that, Feng Yuan set up Year's Flow Execution Formation and captured the southern border pursuers. He extorted the southern border clans. After that, during the battle of the 5 regional mountain range. After that, Feng Yuan entered the River of Time. He did not even see the Stone Lotus Island. He was chased by Celestial Court and had to escape. Thus, Feng Yuan's future self was before he annexed Xia Cha's immortal aperture and advanced to rank 8. At that time, he had fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu. Using the killer move Future Self, Fang Yuan went from northern plains to southern border, but he did not go to the 5 regional mountain range. The 5 regional true inheritance was very useful to him. Fang Yuan knew this. But it was not wise to activate the 5 regional true inheritance now, because when the 5 regional true inheritance was activated, there would be a huge commotion. He had to destroy the 5 regional mountain range to obtain the acknowledgement of Tao Zhu's will and draw him out. Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level now. Even though his battle strength had risen, it was hard to fight against rank 8s. If he activated the 5 regional true inheritance and attracted some rank 8 Gu immortals or immortal Gu houses, it would be awkward. To be safe, Fang Yuan pushed back the 5 regional true inheritance. Chapter 1768. Fang Yuan landed in the valley. He found a cave and built a simple mortal Gu house, cultivating silently. Ying Wuxia and the rest stayed on the stone Lotus Island, familiarizing themselves with Future Self. Fang Yuan had reborn. He skipped this step. Future Self's greatest help to Fang Yuan was not cultivation level or battle strength, but fixed immortal travel. With Future Self, Fang Yuan could use it to move around in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Of course, it was impossible to directly enter a place like the Dragon Whale Paradise. Immortal Gu were unique. At this moment, the true fixed immortal travel immortal Gu should be in Feng Zhuge's hands. However, as long as a Gu immortal researched the corresponding killer move, they could display similar power and replace the immortal Gu that they wanted but could not obtain. This was the profundity of using Gu. Fang Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom as he deduced. One of the main contents was to modify Yama Battlefield, adding in time path immortal Gu so that it would have the advantage of a time path immortal battlefield. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had too little time. Not only did he have to raise his cultivation level, he also had to deal with the Celestial Court and obtain Red Lotus True inheritance. Celestial Court exerted huge pressure on him. Fang Yuan resisted it while managing his immortal aperture. In this situation, Fang Yuan was able to deduce killer moves like Yama Battlefield, Luo Pasil, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and others. He was already doing his best. Gu immortals needed at least 3 to 4 years to deduce a killer move with ordinary power. Fang Yuan had the light of wisdom. He had superior wisdom path methods and extraordinary attainment level. He was able to create miracles in the previous life in terms of killer moves. But in this life, he brought these killer moves with him. Fang Yuan had the results of his previous life's killer moves. He could continue to improve these killer moves in this life. With this, he had a huge advantage. Yama Battlefield is a battlefield of soul path and enslavement path. The advantage of the enslavement path is in a war of attrition. Yama has many sons. He can charge in death, and before dying he can even self-destruct. He can drag and exhaust a large amount of the enemy's strength. The advantage of the Soul Dao is to use killing to aid killing. In a pure Soul Dao battlefield, killing an enemy will increase the power of the battlefield. Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield had these 2 strengths. It was just that the latter was slightly weaker, and the speed at which he converted the seed of Yama wasn't fast. Moreover, because Fang Yuan often fought against opponents that were too strong, the advantage of Soul Dao wasn't obvious. When I add in Time Path Immortal Gu, Yama Battlefield will possess the specialty of a Time Path battlefield. The specialty of the Time Path battlefield was to change time. The most classic way was to double the time in the battlefield. A day in the outside world was equivalent to a month in the battlefield. This bought enough time for the master of the battlefield to kill the powerful enemy. For example, if an enemy was trapped in a time path battlefield and the enemy's comrades felt that something was amiss, they would come to help. The comrades would use an incense stick of time to rush to the battlefield. But 3 days and 3 nights had already passed in the time path battlefield. The battlefield master had already eliminated the enemy and left. In the previous life, even though Feng Yuan used Yama Battlefield to trap Feng Zhoge and even stole his fixed immortal travel immortal goo, he could not kill him in the end. The reason was, Feng Zhoge used Fate Armor immortal goo to stall for time, while Fairy Myrtle unraveled Yama Battlefield. If Feng Yuan's Yama Battlefield had the profundity of Time Path, he could extend the time in the battlefield by 3 days and 3 nights. Even if Fairy Myrtle broke it in the end, she would only be able to collect Feng Zhoge's corpse. Feng Yuan modified Yama Battlefield. He was looking forward to the results, especially when his Time Path attainment was at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. It was not difficult to add more Time Path immortal goo. He cultivated many paths, and the further he progressed, the more powerful he became. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer move was the best example. Facing this compound killer move that fused many paths, Goo Immortals who cultivated only one path would find it hard to break or defend against it. Feng Yuan stayed in this nameless valley for 4 days and 5 nights. Finally, he found an opportunity. Rumble. Early in the morning, the earth shook and cracks appeared. The valley collapsed, smoke and dust rose. Feng Yuan had no choice but to fly into the air. The cracks on the ground became larger. The valley was directly devoured. A huge earth trench formed in front of Feng Yuan. The regional walls of the 5 regions were shrinking. The earth veins of the 5 regions were also fusing. The earth veins shook. A large number of earth trenches formed. Southern border had the densest earth path Dao marks. This earth trench formed the most intensely. Feng Yuan waited patiently. When the earth trench stabilized, he immediately landed and started searching. The newly formed earth trench produced a large number of goo materials, as well as life forms that lived underground. Of course, most of them were corpses. The more Feng Yuan searched, the more valuable his discoveries became. Not long after, he saw the corpse of the first desolate beast. A desolate beast corpse was a pile of rank 6 immortal materials. Even though it was damaged, it was a free harvest. Feng Yuan effortlessly stored the desolate beast's corpse into his pouch. What made him feel a trace of joy was that this desolate beast corpse still had a soul. This desolate beast soul was a Yama. Feng Yuan activated his investigative killer move as he searched. His gains kept increasing, but they were all done casually. Sometimes, when he met some ancient, desolate beasts that were not heavily injured, Feng Yuan would avoid them. Why haven't I found them yet? Are the rumors wrong? If Luo clan purposely spread false information, then the purpose of my trip will be in vain. After another 15 minutes, Feng Yuan started to get anxious. This earth trench was within southern borders Luo clan's territory. As time passed, Luo clan's Goo Immortals were more likely to arrive. This time, Luo clan might bring an immortal Goo house. After all, every time an earth trench formed, it represented huge benefits. Luo clan had to be careful. Even though Feng Yuan was not afraid, he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. He only wanted to secretly move away after achieving his goal. As noon approached, Feng Yuan had not seen his target, but his other gains were piling up. Is there really nothing? Or did I miss something? Or is my luck so bad that it affected me? Just as Feng Yuan was feeling suspicious, a piercing light shined in his eyes. I found something. He carefully got closer and found an ancient, desolate beast drill head turtle. This turtle was as large as a ship. It was yellow in color and had a flat shell. The most eye-catching part was its head. Its head was huge, like a huge awl. Its sharp mouth extended forward and had a natural spiral pattern. Its entire head was translucent. It looked like a low-quality diamond. The drill head turtle lived in underground rivers. It was very fast in the water. It could also move in the soil. Every time it moved in the soil, its head would poke out and spin crazily, drilling and twisting the soil in front of it. But because of its huge shell, its speed in the soil was far slower than in the water. Fang Yuan floated above the diamond head turtle, using several investigative killer moves to scan it. Fang Yuan's investigative killer moves were not outstanding, but they were more than enough to deal with a wild beast like the drill head turtle. Soon, Fang Yuan showed joy on his face. He found a wild immortal goo on the drill head turtle. That's it. This wild immortal goo was Fang Yuan's target. Fang Yuan immediately activated Yama. Once he made a move, his aura leaked and Fang Yuan was exposed. Even though the drill head turtle was wild and did not have much intelligence, it had sharp instincts. It hissed at Fang Yuan and wanted to leave. But Fang Yuan had already arranged for several Yama children to surround it. Yama children fought with the drill head turtle, but because they were afraid of damaging the wild immortal goo, they were restrained. Not long later, 2 of Yama children's heads were pierced by the drill head turtle. One was bitten off. Yama children would not self-detonate even if they died. Even though they suffered heavy losses, they managed to stall the drill head turtle. With Yama children's help, Fang Yuan successfully activated Yama, trapping the drill head turtle inside. After accomplishing this, Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He relaxed slightly. Yama battlefield was activated. It was hard to discover in the outside world. Even if Luo clan's Gu immortals were nearby, there was little chance of them noticing it. Meanwhile, the drill head turtle was trapped inside Yama battlefield. It was like a turtle in a jar. Most rank 7 Gu immortals would find it hard to escape from this battlefield, not to mention an ancient, desolate beast. Fang Yuan was not arrogant or rash. He fought steadily and steadily. To conserve immortal essence, he did not use Great Thief Ghost Hand. His luck was not good now. If he used this move, he would only be able to steal a large number of wild mortal goo. Eventually, with the help of Yama children, Fang Yuan weakened this drill head turtle to its limit. He captured it alive. As for the wild rank 7 immortal goo on it, Fang Yuan obtained it. Good. With this, I can counter-fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was happy. He stored the drill head turtle and the wild immortal goo in his immortal aperture, as well as Yama battlefield. Outside Earth Trench, Luo clan's Gu immortals were already there. They were cursing angrily. Evidently, they found out that Fang Yuan got here first. According to the traces, Luo clan's Gu immortals were bleeding internally. A large number of immortal materials were plundered. Luo clan's losses were huge. Fang Yuan took a look at Luo clan's immortal Gu house. He thought about it before concealing himself and leaving quietly. After getting far away from this earth trench, Fang Yuan used future self to leave southern border, returning to Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance gave land spirit of Langya a fright. He appeared in front of Fang Yuan. He was surprised and joyful. Fang Yuan, you took fixed immortal travel? If not for fixed immortal travel, it would be much more troublesome for Celestial Court to invade Langya blessed land. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This is only my killer move. Are you guys ready for the refinement of Myriad Self? Land Spirit of Langya was very disappointed with Fang Yuan's answer, but he still replied, We are almost ready. The children have been practicing our methods day and night. The other Gu materials are prepared. Only the 8 main materials are left. Have you gathered all of them? Fang Yuan shook his head. Only 3, but don't be anxious. There is still time. Land Spirit of Langya was anxious. Elder Fang Yuan, your attitude is not right. Celestial Court's invasion might happen at any moment. We are already at a disadvantage. If we continue to be careless, we will be doomed. Chapter 1769. Fang Yuan calculated the time. He had plenty of time. Even though he had already killed Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, he went to the River of Time and obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, and even went to southern border to get that wild immortal Gu in his plan. After doing so many things, there were still a few days left before Zhang Ji sold the floating life fire. It is mainly because in the previous life I spent several months to deduce killer moves like Yama Emperor and Son of Yama. But in this life I set off immediately. I saved a lot of time and effort. For the next few days, Feng Yuan was not idle. Using future self, he continuously teleported out of Lang Ye Blessed Land. He traveled all over the 5 regions. He went to southern border the most. The places that Feng Yuan went to were all places where earth trenches were forming. In his previous life, the 5 regions were in turmoil. The earth veins merged. Earth trenches started to appear everywhere. This phenomenon was getting more and more intense. Until the final battle, when Feng Yuan died at Duke Long's hands, the 5 regional walls vanished. The earth veins became one. The earth trenches stopped forming. After a few days, Feng Yuan had great gains. Not only did he get a mountain of immortal materials, he even obtained 3 wild rank 6 immortal goo. Feng Yuan's luck was much worse than in his previous life, but it was not hard to obtain these resources, because he had information on them. The formation of earth trenches was a sign of providence. No goo immortal could fully estimate it. Each earth trench formed was tens of thousands of li long. Some were even hundreds of thousands of li long. They were also extremely deep. It was not easy to explore them. Even super forces would find it hard to explore earth trenches in a short period of time and search for the most valuable resources. Feng Yuan, however, had a clear goal. He knew where the gains were. He went there directly. This was all thanks to the information he had gathered in his previous life. There was no pattern to the formation of earth trenches to most goo immortals. This information was worthless. But to Feng Yuan, who had spring-autumn cicada, it was different. In my previous life, I did not set foot in earth trenches because it was too difficult to compete with super forces with my own strength. Most importantly, the heavenly courts has given me immense pressure, forcing me to have no choice but to face it. I have to rack my brains to plot the true legacy of the Red Lotus. I did not have the time or energy to care about earth trenches. But looking at it now, the earth trenches are truly abundant and tempting. And this resource surge will cause the goo immortal strength to soar, and with strength, the goo immortal's ambition will be stimulated as well. In my previous life, the 4 regions goo immortals attacked the celestial court. The earth trench resources were very important. In the previous life, when goo immortals of the 4 regions attacked central continent's heavenly court, these earth trench resources played an important role behind the scenes. In my previous life, the 5 regions' chaotic war broke out, and the 5 regions became unstable. The resources from the earth trench and the dream realm were the main reasons for this. During his time, Feng Yuan of Wood, and he would to analyze his situation and Ling Ling court. He, Ling Yu, dragon would be, above it of a Feng of king. In his free time, Feng Yuan would analyze the situation and his own situation. He would refine his rebirth plan. The most important thing was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. The main point was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. Feng Yuan was executing his plan strictly, but at the same time he was also on guard against any possible problems that might arise. As Feng Yuan expected, a problem really appeared, and it was aimed at Feng Yuan's weakness. A few days later, Feng Yuan observed jewel yellow skies but did not see Zhang Ji. According to the previous life, Zhang Ji had already started selling floating life fire. Feng Yuan quickly investigated. Fortunately, it was not hard to obtain information about Zhang Ji. Black Heaven Temple's goo immortal Zhang Ji lost to Crane Gate's Kenyang Lao Jun in a competition. Thus, when they were exploring, the floating life fire that they encountered ended up in Kenyang Lao Jun's hands. Crane Gate and Black Heaven Temple were Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In terms of sect strength, Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple, but in terms of individual goo immortal battle strength, Kenyang Lao Jun was stronger than Zhang Ji. Black Heaven Temple's Zhang Ji had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was ordinary. Meanwhile, Kenyang Laojuan's reputation had spread far and wide. His signature killer move, life-chasing fire, was a headache for countless Gu immortals. A few years ago, he had even entered northern plains with Feng Jiuge to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Zhang Ji's defeat to Kenyang Laojun quickly spread. Feng Yuan did not need to guess, he could tell with his toes. This was clearly caused by Crane Gate. Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple. They had to cherish every opportunity. They were using this victory to raise their sect's reputation. Feng Yuan was not surprised at Kenyang Laojuan's victory. What interested him was, why did Kenyang Laojun appear here? In the previous life, there was no sign of Kenyang Laojun. Zhang Ji obtained the floating life fire safely and smoothly. This is not good. Different from Zhang Ji, Kenyang Laojun is a fire path Gu immortal. The floating life fire is useful to him. Even if it is useless, Kenyang Laojun can hand it over to Crane Gate. He is different from Zhang Ji. He is stronger than Zhang Ji, and his status in the sect cannot be compared to Zhang Ji. Thus, if he hands over the floating life fire, the sect will definitely give him some feedback. Kenyang Laojuan's personal gains will not be low either. Feng Yuan felt a headache. He had to start devising other plans to see if there were any other ways to obtain the floating fire. But right at this time, the floating life fire was suddenly put up for sale by Kenyang Laojun in jewel yellow skies. Feng Yuan was slightly stunned before understanding Kenyang Laojuan's intention. Or more accurately, this was Crane Gate's intention. Crane Gate seemed to place great importance on this opportunity. They wanted to use it to spread the news and raise their sect's reputation. Kenyang Laojun selling the floating life fire was the same as Feng Yuan selling Thunder, Ghost, True Monarch's 3 rib bones. After understanding this, Feng Yuan joined the crowd of buyers chasing after the floating life fire. The floating life fire was a rare immortal material. It was sold at a high price, but not ridiculously. In the previous life, Zhang Ji did not know what it was and allowed Feng Yuan to take advantage of it. But this time, it was Kenyang Laojun who cultivated Fire Path. He knew the floating life fire's value. The price was naturally different. It seems that I have to pay a price to get the floating life fire. Feng Yuan was mentally prepared, but the following bidding was out of his expectations again. The buyers of the floating life fire seemed to be very enthusiastic. They competed with each other and raised the floating life fire's price to the sky on the spot. The floating life fire's price was too high, but the Gu immortals bidding were not tired of it. They argued until their faces turned red. The small verbal conflict quickly escalated to a matter of face and dignity. Feng Yuan realized this was likely Crane Gate's shell. They purposely raised the price to buy the floating life fire at a high price. They paid a small fee to Jewel Yellow Skies to get a better publicity opportunity. Think about it. This floating life fire's price was so high, it would naturally cause a commotion and a lot of discussions. Could the Gu immortals who talked about the floating life fire not talk about old ancestor Kenyang? Thus, when it came to Crane Gate, many Gu immortals would sigh. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great ancient sects. After all, they had deep foundations. Even though they did not seem to be doing well recently, they might just be keeping a low profile. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but smile bitterly. The floating life fire was very important to him. Even if the price was so high, he could only grit his teeth and buy it. After all, his other plans were not very reliable. Secondly, time was crucial now. If he delayed it, it would affect Feng Yuan's entire rebirth plan. After getting the floating life fire, Feng Yuan gave the 8 main materials to Land Spirit of Langya. After Land Spirit of Langya inspected them and confirmed that there were no flaws in the immortal materials, he used Refinement Path Killer moves with Feng Yuan and the other Hairy Mango immortals to familiarize themselves with these immortal materials. After preparing for a few days, Land Spirit of Langya saw that the time was ripe. He brought Feng Yuan and a group of Hairy Mango immortals to the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation. What a great refinement path formation! Feng Yuan praised. Land Spirit of Langya smiled. He could not conceal his smug expression. His eyes shined with confidence. The formation is good. The immortal Gu recipe is also good. Elder Fang Yuan, this myriad self immortal Gu recipe that you provided is truly amazing. I studied it for a long time before I understood most of the profundities within it. According to my estimation, using this myriad self immortal Gu recipe to refine myriad self immortal Gu, the success rate is as high as 40%. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Precisely so. I want to refine this Gu to increase my battle strength and deal with the celestial court. All right, let's not waste time. Let's enter the formation to refine the Gu. Saying this, Land Spirit of Langya frowned. Elder Fang Yuan, you lack experience in refinement path. Are you really going to refine the Gu personally? Fang Yuan nodded. This Gu refinement is no small matter. It has great significance to me. I want to participate personally. Even if the Gu refinement fails, I will be calm. First Supreme Elder, don't worry. I am only assisting. I will not interfere. I still have that much self-awareness. All right, since you insist on it. Land Spirit of Langya sighed as he entered the formation, taking the main seat. Next, third hair, fourth hair, sixth hair, seventh hair, and the other Gu immortals also entered, before it was Fang Yuan's turn. Fang Yuan was at the final formation core. The formation started to activate. Light shined, all sorts of refinement path methods were activated. The Gu refinement process was smooth. Floating life fire and edge Gu, these two main materials, were first refined, followed by battlefield blood sand and heart blood. During this period, Fang Yuan took action several times. Most of them were trivial matters, just like what he had promised Land Spirit of Langya earlier. A few days later, Land Spirit of Langya and the Hairy Man Gu immortals showed expressions of joy. The immortal Gu was already in its embryonic form. There were only a few steps left before the Gu refinement was completed. Suddenly, the light exploded, dust billowed, and a foul stench filled the air. A change occurred in the Gu refinement. How can this be? Land Spirit of Langya and the rest were pale with fright. They quickly tried to salvage the situation. But the more they tried, the more chaotic it became. Seeing that they were about to fail, Land Spirit of Langya and the rest were helpless. Fang Yuan suggested setting up a temporary Gu formation to assist the refinement path formation, to expel the Gu refinement residue. Without any other choice, Land Spirit of Langya could only make a desperate attempt. He accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion. Once the formation within the formation was completed, Fang Yuan said, "First Supreme Elder, please enter the formation." Land Spirit of Langya did not doubt him. He had to take action in this situation. But once he entered the formation within the formation, he was immediately suppressed. "Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Land Spirit of Langya was shocked and furious. Chapter 1770. Fang Yuan, you actually dared. You are simply too ignorant and fearless. You actually dared to scheme against me in Langya Blessed Land. I will let you understand what kind of grave mistake you have made. The Land Spirit of Langya roared. His face was filled with anger. Like a volcano that was about to erupt, the magma was about to surge and melt Fang Yuan like dregs. However, the next moment, the Land Spirit of Langya's movement stopped. The anger on his face suddenly froze, then turned into deep shock. How? I actually can't move, and my connection with Langya Blessed Land has also become faintly discernible. For a moment, the Land Spirit of Langya was dumbfounded. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Everything was under his control. Ever since Fang Yuan saw the Land Spirit of Langya for the first time, the seed of attacking Langya Blessed Land was planted in his heart. After a few years, this seed had taken root and germinated. secretly growing strong and healthy. Until now, it had bloomed into a beautiful flower. Fang Yuan looked down at the land spirit of Lengya. His tone was indifferent and brimming with confidence. It's useless, you don't even know the difference between us. The land spirit of Lengya struggled with all his might, but he was like an ant, firmly suppressed, unable to move at all, not to mention controlling the entire Lengya blessed land. After he tried for a while, he shockingly realized that not only did the situation not improve, but the restriction on his body became even more severe. This is impossible. He looked at Fang Yuan, his face filled with disbelief. Fang Yuan smiled. Looks like you are starting to gradually notice the difference between us. Fang Yuan's refinement path realm far surpassed the land spirit of Lengya. The former had absorbed the long hair true meaning. His refinement path realm was as high as quasi-supreme master, while the latter was merely the obsession left behind by long hair ancestor, forming a land spirit. Even though his refinement path attainment was extraordinary, it was still quite far from quasi-supreme master. Fang Yuan's array Dao realm had far surpassed the land spirit of Lengya. Land spirit of Lengya's attainments in array Dao were very ordinary, but Fang Yuan was a grandmaster of array Dao. More importantly, Fang Yuan was very experienced in setting up formations. Self-cleansing formation, omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation, dragon scale seafood path immortal formation, immemorial year beast fishing formation, flood discharge formation, self-will heaven sealing formation, wisdom refinement gu formation. Many of these gu formations were designed by Fang Yuan himself, modified and constructed by himself. From start to finish, he took care of them. Well done, Fang Yuan. You're really worthy of being the publicly acknowledged Devil Path Overlord. The land spirit of Lengya clenched his fists tightly. His face was ferocious, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. He gritted his teeth and continued. So this was all your scheme? Myriad self-immortal Gu's recipe had a problem to begin with, but I did not notice it. Accidents were inevitable during the Gu refinement process. You used this chance to set up the formation and deceived me into entering the formation. This formation within your formation should be an imitation of the killer move bloodlight spirit suppression, right? It seems that among the 8 main materials in Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe, the last 4 blood materials were used to trap me. The true main materials used to refine Myriad Self-Immortal Gu are only the first 4. The land spirit of Lengya became calmer as he spoke. His emotions gradually calmed down. Fang Yuan looked at him. He did not speak. He had a calm expression. The land spirit of Lengya frowned instead. He saw a smiling intent deep in Fang Yuan's eyes, as if he had seen through his plan. The land spirit of Lengya had a flash of panic in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. He continued, I need to stay calm. I cannot panic. The long hair refinement path formation is my main body's masterpiece. How can Fang Yuan decipher it in such a short time? He set up a formation within a formation to trap me, but this blood path formation is inside my refinement path formation. Not long later, with just the refinement path formation, I will be able to break this blood path formation. At that time, I will have a chance to escape. As long as I can escape, the whole of Lengya blessed land will belong to me. If I announce the fact that Fang Yuan is trying to harm me, the Variant Human Alliance will stand on my side. At that time, I will definitely teach Fang Yuan a lesson. Oh no! The land spirit of Lengya suddenly slapped his head. His expression was ashen. He was extremely annoyed. He wanted to kill himself. Damn it! Why did I say everything in my heart? Fang Yuan smiled. Don't worry, land spirit. How can I not expect this flaw that you thought of? What? You already expected it. The land spirit of Lengya was first shocked before he calmed down. He laughed out loud. So what if you've predicted it? Can you see through this refinement path superformation? Fong Yuan rubbed his nose. My understanding of this formation is at least much deeper than you think. Of course, I am still far from seeing through it. The land spirit of Langya laughed loudly again. That's it. Just you wait, Fong Yuan. When I get out, I will let you know the terrifying consequences of betraying my Langya sect. But the land spirit of Langya's wait was fruitless. A moment later, the blood path formation was still as stable as before. The land spirit of Langya waited bitterly, but there was no movement from the long hair refinement path formation. Moreover, his entire body was already soaked in blood light. This is impossible. What did you do? Suddenly, the land spirit of Langya roared angrily at Fong Yuan. He had completely fallen into panic. Fong Yuan smiled and did not say anything. The time he spent in contact with the long hair refinement path formation was much longer than the land spirit of Langya expected, because he had come into contact with it in his previous life. Fong Yuan's deep attainments in formation path, refinement path, and wisdom path allowed him to fully understand the essence and profundities of the long hair refinement path formation. The long hair refinement path formation was created by the long hair ancestor in his lifetime. According to Fong Yuan's current foundation, it was very difficult for him to construct a refinement path formation that could match up to the long hair ancestor. He needed a huge amount of time, energy, and resources. But with this long hair refinement path formation in front of him, Fong Yuan was not drawing on a blank piece of paper, but admiring a famous artist's painting. With the painting in front of him, it was very easy for him to describe the painting's technique and profundities. Of course, he was a bystander after all. He could not completely understand the profundities of this formation. But it did not matter, as a spy, Sixth Hair was currently controlling an important aspect of this formation. With Sixth Hair's support, Fong Yuan prevented the long hair refinement path formation from interfering with the blood path formation. The land spirit of Langya struggled for a while before finally realizing. Under Fong Yuan's meticulous scheme, he no longer had the strength to turn the tables. Without a choice, this black-haired land spirit, who was already completely corroded by the bloodlight, gave way to the white-haired land spirit on the other side in an attempt to turn the tables. Regretfully, how could Fong Yuan, who knew the land spirit of Langya, miss this point? After the white-haired land spirit appeared, he was immediately suppressed by the blood path formation. At the same time, large amounts of bloodlight seeped into him. Despicable and shameless. The white-haired land spirit was completely suppressed. He could not move. He could only open his mouth to speak. He scolded Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, oh Fong Yuan, you are a sinister and crafty scoundrel. My Lang, you blessed land, helped you the most in being able to reach this stage. Before you became an immortal, I helped you. Eventually, you were able to successfully destroy 88 True Yang building. When you just became a Gu immortal, you had no assets. You were completely poor. I made a transaction with you, letting you deduce immortal Gu recipes. I paid immortal Yuan stone to help you get started. When you wanted to refine Gu worms, I helped you so many times. When did the hairy man Gu immortals in the blessed land not help you? The risk of your tribulation was too high. We also lent you immortal Yuan stone and immortal Gu to help you get through it. I gave you the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, killer moves like sword wave, triple layered, and so on. You moved star form blessed land because we borrowed Gu worms and provided the method. When your Hu immortal blessed land was attacked, we risked our lives and helped you recover from countless losses. Your wisdom Gu was even fed by me. How many lifespan Gu of my blessed land were used up? Your Dang Hun mountain was taken away. I compensated you according to the agreement, even if I had to pay the price of refinement path, true meaning. The more the white-haired land spirit spoke, the angrier he got, the more wronged he felt. By the time he got to this point, his eyes were already red. Different from the black-haired land spirit's violent and unyielding nature, the white-haired land spirit was patient and peaceful. He was only interested in matters related to Gu refinement. The black-haired land spirit was an aggressive attacker, while the white-haired land spirit was a weak conservative. Oh, Feng Yuan, did your conscience get eaten by a dog? Our Langya blessed land treated you so well you actually repaid our kindness with enmity and attacked us. You could not survive outside. Almost all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions wanted to make things difficult for you. It was Langya blessed land that protected you. You are a human, but be it me or the black-haired land spirit, we tried our best to accept you. We appointed you as an external supreme elder. We gave you an important position and treated you as one of us. But how are you treating us now? Touch your own heart. Look carefully. Do you feel even a trace of guilt in your heart? Do you feel that you have let us down? The white-haired land spirit screamed and complained in a hoarse voice. Feng Yuan was expressionless. I don't. Land spirit of Langya. After pausing for a while, he shouted again. You treated your benefactors, your friends, your family. Didn't your conscience suffer? Didn't your heart feel heavy? Feng Yuan dug his ears. On the contrary, I am very excited. Land spirit of Langya was furious. He wanted to tear Feng Yuan into pieces. Feng Yuan, you demon! You are shameless. You are a bastard, a bastard. You are a despicable scoundrel. You are shameless and treacherous. You are truly a human. Go ahead and laugh. You won't be able to laugh for long. People like you will definitely die a horrible death. I was truly blind to actually believe you. Heaven will not let you off. If heaven gives me another chance, the first time I see you, I will kill you and turn you into ashes. I will tear you into pieces. Oh, Feng Yuan had a light smile as he shook his head. It is a pity that you will not have such a chance. Land spirit of Langya was speechless. He wanted to tear apart Feng Yuan's smile, but he could not move. He could only curse and vent his anger. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.